into fights and shit. I don't want her to get hurt. She's supposed to have fucking 7 of my children. I can't have her with a fucked up leg or some shit.
0?
7 children. Yeah, I can't have her with a fucked up leg. And then also, she should, oh shit, Chai.
Imagine also you go pretending he was in any fucking army.
Just a moment. Sorry, Chai. Very
Giant pussy.
Apologetic for the delay. Also, it's just, you know.
Shut the fuck up, cat. I hate you.
I think it's a bad look on a guy.
Love you too.
Some girls out there dancing and,
well,
like
dancing with what? With her friends? I don't think.
With a dude, like some dude's gonna start.
But then that's different. That's just like again, that's like a skill issue. Like as a girl, you shouldn't like.
Guys are just gonna be grabby and shit. I don't want my girl. Look. By the way, that's completely wrong for men to do, but like, look, sometimes guys are fucking scumbags at these places, and I want to insulate my girlfriend from potentially risky or dangerous situations. And look, I think this is a perfectly reasonable boundary to have if you're a relationship-minded man and you want to protect the relationship.
Then go to the club with her. I've seen so many boyfriends.
Oh my God, that's even worse. It's even worse because then some dude fucking you walk by and some dude grabs your ass, then you come to me. Oh my God, that dude grabbed my ass and he's like fucking 6'5" and 300 pounds, and you're like, Brian, you gonna do anything? No, he's your girlfriend now. I guess I'm not gonna fuck. What you want me to go fight some fucking giant dude? I'm not gonna. No.
Then you go to the gym.
No, but it's like, by the way, you go out with your girl. I'm telling you, look, I used to go out a little bit, a teeny bit when I was younger.
I like your local bar or something.
You go out with your girl. The amount of times I've seen girls get their boyfriends sparked up. Oh my God, you girls, because I think women, y'all will talk some shit. When you're drunk, as a woman, you will talk some shit to a man. And if I'm next to you, I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're about to get me fucking sparked, lady. Y'all women will get your boyfriend's fucking literal brain damage. You'll get them sparked up. Some guy says some dumb shit because he's drunk. Hey, toots, nice fucking ass or whatever. I don't know, nice tits, sugar tits. And then I gotta be, and then you look at me like, you gonna let him talk to me that way? You gonna let me?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I'm gonna
talk to me that way?
Yeah, I don't want to be put in that position. Bro, if I gotta protect you.
Then what are you there for? If it's not for protection or anything.
Well,
like,
leave me the fuck alone, nigga.
That's a woman's life.
If I gotta protect you, I need authority over you. If I have to protect you, I need authority. And if in my authoritative decision, I'm like, you going out to nightclubs and getting belligerently
women are retarded bitches.
Sounds like a fucking terrible idea. And you're gonna mouth off to somebody, and you're gonna get in a fight with a girl, or you're gonna mouth off to some guy, and he's not gonna punch you in the face. He's gonna be like,
real.
Oh, there's a boyfriend. Bow.
Because women are too stupid to even calculate that. I think.
This is like going into like a specific.
Hey, this shit happens all the time.
A specific scenario, like the same one that unfolds every night.
Shit pops off
everywhere. What a dump.
It's some girl, bro. It's some girl. I'm not saying it's her fault, but like when shit pops off with guys, a lot of times there's a fucking girl involved.
So I was with someone who started fights at bars. It wasn't me. Like, it was him. He was always starting things. And I'm not a person. A lot of what you're saying, I feel like, oh, like, that's not me at all. Like, I don't really like going out.
I'm not saying all women are like this.
Oh, yeah, Chase can talk about creepy.
Generalities a little bit. Look, I'm just saying it's a bad look. You go out drinking with your girlfriend. Look, some women, they drink, they're just quiet, whatever. Some of y'all are fucking mouthy, especially when you drink alcohol. And some guy says something inconsiderate. Next thing you know, I gotta fucking defend my woman's honor because he said some drunk guy said some dumb shit. She's drunk, she's all upset. I'd rather just avoid the whole thing. Can't we just watch fucking Game of Thrones and fuck? Like, can't we just have quiet night in? Do we have to go out to fucking spend $20 for a drink? Some fucking Coronas. We're gonna watch Game of Thrones. We're gonna watch A Night of the Seven Kingdom.
Well, you can do both. Like, some nights you go out, some nights you stay in.
You just never go out.
You just never leave.
You
just like change the bed in your house. That's basically how it is.
Is it a normal like man thing to like want to stay inside and like watch a movie and then like fuck? Is that like a normal man thing? Because my man, like, we went to the bar because I wanted to see the fight, and I was like, well, then we can go home and like cuddle and stuff, right? And like he did not really like the idea of being at a bar. It was gonna be a low key bar because to get like leans and stuff, but he didn't like it. Is it just a man thing?
Is it just a man thing?
Like,
It's it depends on the man. I'm more introverted. Maybe your ex-boyfriend or whatever was more introverted.
He's quite introverted.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, we can watch the UFC here. I'll watch a UFC match with my girl at the house. We don't gotta go to the bar.
Well, like, what if she wanted to go? Like, wouldn't you want to do it for her? Similar to how, like,
No, the woman should acquiesce to the man.
We should act out to each other.
to each other.
Compromise.
No, if you look.
You're gonna have a hard time finding a
Ryan the
girl that's how you
dictator.
think, though.
No,
There he
actually,
is.
no. Women love this shit. But
I find it such
I guess I'm lucky that you went with me then.
He's so
Raise your hand if you love this shit.
love what?
Well, I agree with
Whatever
you.
he just said.
I don't like going out. I want to stay home. I want to pay. I don't want to stand in line to use the restroom. I don't like any of that.
it's cold.
But I mean,
Stay in
for
the comfort of our house. We can. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
agree.
to have
Chill,
fun,
of
but isn't
course,
like
like, we're
alcohol
all
and
here for
clubbing.
it,
But
yeah, I find it
You play
interesting.
Pokemon Go at the
Guys,
park.
one at a time, please. One at a time.
I would say you can play Pokemon Go at the park. Like that's a free
I don't
activity
wanna do
that's
that.
fun.
I think
I'll go to
that
the beach with a girl. We can go to the beach together. I know the best time. I know the best beaches in Santa Barbara. I know the best time to go. We've had some great weather recently. Yeah, like that's okay, you know. But I don't the bar. I don't really like big
There
crowds.
are plenty of places for good dates that don't include the bar. I do absolutely agree with you.
No, but I do look. I do think the woman should acquiesce to the man.
This is the clip farming segment.
No, it's not. There's no clip farm.
Because the
Most
most
money comes from the clips on the
There's no
podcast.
clip farm. Look,
ladies.
I think women should defer to a man's decision making, and if I decide,
And that's your opinion. And you're entitled to that
you're right,
opinion.
it is my opinion.
Right? We respect
I agree.
But okay, do you want to date a guy who, when, do you want to date a guy when, God damn it, fucking dropping shit? Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, my bad. Do you want to date a guy who you're like, okay, what do you want for dinner? And he's like, whatever you want.
No.
I know in every
Okay, now I
single
see the-
fucking instance, every single meal, I know
Holy shit.
exactly what I want.
There's
Some
some
girls like that
give
too,
me
though.
options.
I know exactly what.
Why does
I
dinner
wonder if
relate
that's
to
just a
this? Why does dinner relate to
Whatever you
this?
want, babe. No, those
Wait,
words.
but why does dinner
Those
relate
words
to
have
this?
never left my mouth. Oh, whatever you want, babe. No, we're getting fucking burritos. No,
Ah.
we're getting fucking pizza. No, we're getting.
Oh, she's not cooking? I mean, if you're getting it, if you're
Oh,
paying
well,
for
yes.
it, sure, we'll
Also,
go.
you're
I mean,
cooking
if you're cooking, then like,
Why
I
does
guess
this
we're picking
relate to
because-
what we were talking about before?
Yeah.
No, well, I'll tell her what she's gonna cook too. I guess.
Are you gonna buy the groceries?
Yeah, I cover everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Bro,
Okay.
Look,
You wouldn't
I
want
you
your-
guys to understand the frame here. So, okay, whoever I'm with long term, she doesn't have to work. Everything's taken care of. She doesn't need to work. Everything
What if she
financial.
wants to work? Will you let her?
Shut up, bitch.
That would feel insecure.
This is the wrong way.
You would feel insecure, ladies.
That's not my preference.
I think
Also, we gotta pump out 7 kids. She's
Wait.
gonna be. That's her job.
Oh,
She's
her job
gonna
is
be
to
busy with
breed.
7 kids.
hold on.
But yeah.
Before you guys have kids, like, say she already got a degree in something and she was like
Yeah.
passionate about it, she went to college for it. I'm not saying like she's doing sex work or she's doing
Sure.
social
Yeah.
media because you already expressed that those
Yeah.
things aren't something you look for in a partner.
Of course.
But like, say she like, you know, she has this thing she's really passionate about doing and she's like put her all into it. She's gone to college for
Yeah.
4 years or whatever, got a degree, and like she's happy doing work.
Well, to be fair, I am a bit individualistic in the sense that I enjoy time alone. I need some time alone. So I mean, when we don't have kids, then yeah, you know, she can preoccupy herself with her career, and but I mean, ultimately, like if we're living together and we don't have kids yet, yeah, I mean, I'll take some of her money and like buy guns or something, but
Oh, there it is.
but yeah, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question, I guess. Yeah, like her money is my money, basically.
So is your money her money too?
Yeah.
No, wait, can tell me your mic down.
I have a question.
Her money is going to be used to buy firearms.
Would you let
Ah.
her own a firearm?
That's right.
Yeah, she can have guns, I guess.
Well, when earlier
That's hot.
Use my money for firearms.
Earlier when you said that, like, if you have a girlfriend long term, you're gonna financially cover everything and like whatever, she just takes care of the kids. Like,
Everything.
I feel like okay, I want to ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
Are you the type to like have her like run through all her purchases with you, or like when you say you're providing for her financially, like you mean like you're like let's buy a new bag, does she have to ask you before that, or can she just do it?
Bag.
A purse.
What?
Like a purse. Or like something
Oh, she
fun,
doesn't
something
need-
that's
she
not
doesn't
like
need-
groceries or for the family. If she wanted to use that with your money,
Every goes with a fashion sense, let's be honest.
Hold on.
You're right.
So,
Just be curious
so I'm
with
gonna
your bare hands. No purse.
100%.
No, if
a Trader Joe's bag.
Hold on, let me answer the
How
question.
about that?
I'm gonna 100% cover everything. However, I'm still going to have oversight and authority over specific purchases. Amazon has fantastic handbags available for
Okay, I hope you find your Amazon card.
$20 to $50.
You gotta tell
You
me.
can use it even if I'm a millionaire. You can
Fuck
choose to
you.
get a fucking Louis Vuitton. She's not getting the fucking Birkin.
And you're
Why
getting
not?
7 kids.
You're a millionaire.
So he's like,
Boy, bye.
She's getting. Why? I know you're a fan of materialism, but
definitely, yeah.
Straight up,
why does
idiots.
she need my woman?
Fucking
is-
winners.
Is not going to care about these
She's a
materialistic
basic bitch.
things.
Do you need
I love
to care about
those, but,
material
like,
stuff?
It's giving.
Boom. Fucking idiots.
Then if that's
Now
what
they
it
look
is,
good.
I'm going to have a basic bitch who doesn't want to waste money. From my perspective, look, maybe if I'm like obscenely
What is
wealthy-
wasting money to you? Like, what do you think some expenses that like usual girls have?
Yeah, yeah. So the actual costs of making a purse, say it's $20, but because a company has a brand and a logo, they're gonna charge $5,000 for it.
But if it makes
That's
your,
retarded.
but
It's
if
a
it makes
wealth
your,
flex.
don't you want like, don't you think it like looks better for you too if like your girl is like dressed well, blah blah. It
Yeah.
makes you look.
Flux is ever.
Rags, but like she's gonna have the newest.
No, wait, she's
Costco.
chained to the
The
kitchen.
newest, the newest
She's
Kirkland
chained to the kitchen.
sweatpants. Okay.
She's chained to the bed.
Hey, they have
She's
some
going
nice
well.
stuff at
Okay.
Kirkland, okay?
I know, I'm
Don't
sure they
knock it.
do.
It's very
Basics.
Costco's taking it.
Amazon basics
Okay.
even better.
Amazon Basics.
3-pack for
Kirkland.
$10.
Bro, why do you guys want to spend?
Catch him at
No,
checkout.
not like want to, but like let's say it made her happy, like she really wanted it. Wouldn't you want your wife to be happy? Wouldn't you want to get it for her?
No.
Well,
I want her to be
say
miserable,
a
dumb
woman
bitch.
who derives happiness from possession of a $5,000 bag over a ton. The bag is for utility.
But you want
the
her to
bag,
carry
hold
around
on.
a firearm,
The
sorry.
bag.
This shit just blows my mind. Like,
What's wrong?
Americans are
Yeah,
fucking
firearms have a
crazy.
utility.
Like, what is this? This shit
Firearms
was
have a
just,
utility.
this shit doesn't happen.
But what if she's really into high fashion?
Actually, just might
Like
get
that's her
my
hobby and
complaint,
interest.
I don't think she'll get like she said. He probably won't get with
I
someone
probably
like that.
wouldn't. I want a simple woman. I want a simple woman who doesn't want to fucking what's this draw to fucking? You want a Birkin bag? What?
Well, it's like how guys want like I don't know the best skin pack in Fortnite or something.
That's stupid too. Okay.
Well, that's like my analogy. If that makes
Nice
sense.
car.
Or like a guy wants a nice car, a nice watch. It's the
Well,
same
cars are
idea.
also utility.
Okay. Well,
It doesn't
I
have to
but
be-
a bag is utility too. I
Yeah,
hold
but it-
stuff in it, no? Like your lip gloss, your keys.
A car doesn't have to be fancy to get you somewhere. You know, it just has to work
But it
well.
sure does look better if it's nicer, right? Like.
Well, I mean, certain luxury cars have actual superior amenities and safety. Like Lexus, for example, has certain like actual utility advantages over other. But of course, some of it is there's some different components. But like a Lamborghini, I mean, then you're just paying. Now you're paying for a brand. Ferrari, you're paying for a brand. Now, if I was obscenely wealthy,
But what's wrong with that?
maybe I would buy a Lamborghini. Look, it depends the level of wealth, right? I think some people have different thresholds, but I don't know. I don't think I would buy. I would want 10 million liquid before I bought like a Lamborghini. That's my threshold. Other people, they're like, oh well, I'm.
No.
They'll buy a fucking Lambo or Ferrari at 3M. I personally think that that's kind of stupid, but to each their own.
So you're just talking about making good and smart investments.
Well, yeah, I also, who knows what the future holds, but gotta pump out a lot of kids. Kids, that's gonna cost some money. So we're gonna have to sacrifice our own vain material pursuits for the sake of the children, and then also for the sake of, like, I want a really nice house. Like, I think you can maximize. I'd rather maximize like nice house and having like more land, or it's really modern, or I'm trying to think like
With 7 kids,
safer car.
don't you need like $10 million or like a lot of money in this economy to house that many kids?
Not 10.
Maybe you need
But he's driving
Oh.
around in
probably
his
need
Civic.
like five,
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I have a
six
Civic.
bedrooms.
Sorry.
5, 6 bedrooms, and I do you think I'm gonna have my kids to a bedroom?
I find this quite interesting actually. My dad came here when he was 2 from Germany and he got a degree in German.
Where is that dumb? You know what?
Ended up joining the police force.
I'm never
And
looking for
when I was
Tracy
growing
again.
up,
I'll tell you that too.
he was retired as a sergeant. He would work
You go
Costco.
fuck.
He would work Kirkland. He told me in his life all he needs is
Grammy
stores, Big Five, Walmart, and Costco. And when I
Next
was
time you
growing
gotta
up,
cry,
something that I wanted,
call somebody
I
else.
had to work for whatever I wanted. If it was like a special,
As you can see here, the first comment he says, "Your microphone doesn't have a cable in it. I need answer." And then right here, buddy goes on and says, "I'm a Grammy Award-winning producer." So you know, it's hurtful. Also, he says, "It's painfully he's thinking that we're all of the things he said." And I just want to address the allegations, y'all. So, as someone who prides himself on his live shows, who's been performing live for 20 years, who always talks about not rapping over background live vocals, I'd like to apologize. Wait. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Where did the cord go? Oh my God! One of the funniest things for me is when someone is so confident, all up in the comments over and over and over, "I'm the expert. I'm the Dunning-Kruger effect master." And you're so wrong. Congratulations, homie. You've played yourself. You have played yourself. You think, what the fuck you think I do, homie? Put some respect on your boy name. Yo, a Grammy Award-winning engineer, producer, artist, whatever, has accused me of lip syncing. Oh boy, here we go. As you can see here, the first comment he says, "Your microphone doesn't have a cable in it. I need answer." And then right here, buddy goes on and says, "I'm a Grammy Award-winning producer." So you know, it's hurtful. Also, he says, "It's painfully he's thinking that we're all of the things he said." And I just want to address the allegations, y'all. So, as someone who prides himself on his live shows, who's been performing live for 20 years, who always talks about not rapping over background live vocals, I'd like to apologize. Wait. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Where did the cord go? Oh my God! One of the funniest things for me is when someone is so confident, all up in the comments over and over and over, "I'm the expert. I'm the Dunning-Kruger effect master." And you're so wrong. Congratulations, homie. You've played yourself. You've played yourself. You think, what the fuck you think I do, homie? Put some respect on your boy name. Yo, a Grammy Award-winning engineer, producer, artist, whatever, has accused me of lip syncing.
No. No way, bro. Lip syncing, bro?
See here, the first comment
Oh
he says,
shit, bro.
"Your microphone doesn't have a cable in it. I need answer." And then right here, buddy goes on and says, "I'm a Grammy Award-winning producer." So you know, it's hurtful. Also, he says, "It's painfully he's thinking that we're all of the things he said." And I just want to address the allegations, y'all. So, as someone who prides himself on his live shows, who's been performing live for 20 years, who always talks about not rapping over background live vocals, I'd like to apologize. Wait. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Where did the cord go? Oh my God! One of the funniest things for me is when someone is so confident, all up in the comments over and over and over, "I'm the expert. I'm the Dunning-Kruger effect master." And you're so wrong. Congratulations, homie. You've played yourself. You've played yourself. You think, what the fuck you think I do, homie? Put some respect on your boy name. Yo, a Grammy Award-winning engineer, producer, artist, whatever, has accused me of lip syncing. Oh boy, here we go. As you can see here, the first comment he says, "Your microphone doesn't have a cable in it. I need answer." And then right here, buddy goes
What's up?
So you know, it's hurtful. Also, he says it's painfully he's lip syncing. That's weird. Things he said, and I just want to address.
It's painful he's lip syncing.
So
What
it's
the
someone
fuck?
who prides himself on his live shows, who's been performing live for 20 years, who always talks about not rapping with background live vocals. I'd like to apologize. Wait. Hold on. Dun dun dun. Where did the cord go? Oh my.
What the fuck? Trina Golden.
Hang out. It goes engine, engine,
same color. Oh. Walk away.
I really want my nails back.
People are so fucking stupid. They're just starting to realize that people are killing each other with fentanyl on purpose. Holy fuck, man. What kind of fucking country do we live in? What kind of country do I live in? Fucking idiots. I've never heard anything so fucking brain dead. They're calling it the perfect murder. Well, shit, no way. And people have been getting away with thousands of them a year? Wow. I saw these guys in a gang. Look, I'm in, or whatever they fucking want to call it. Gave a guy a hot shot up the alley from us, from me and my street wife. And she looked over. They realized she looked over. And they like pulled some Narcan out and fucking just sprayed it out. And left the needles there, the empty needles laying there. He's like, Ty, you have to go get a Narcan kit. I'm like, yeah, I'll go get a Narcan kit right now. And they tried to refuse to give me one. I was like, look, whatever your fucking name is, I don't care how new you are. You're not allowed to refuse to give me a Narcan kit. Hand it over. I'm gonna call my boss and see if that's okay. Like, shut your fucking mouth, bro. I fucking work here. Give me a fucking Narcan kit. It was so stupid. But they can't refuse to give them to addicts on the street. Never mind refuse to give them to somebody that fucking works at the fucking church with them. Like in the same fucking building. It's not my fault he didn't know who I was. So I'm drawing up a tattoo. It's a little bigger than I want it to be, though. I'm gonna have to maybe make it a little smaller. No, I guess I don't have to. It's pretty big, though. And that only just started. You know, honestly, I'm gonna need to put it on like my... I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna put it. It's huge. Do they look the same color to you as? Is one of those colorblind? And the other one's an artist? Are you colorblind as? I know for damn sure I'm not. Okay, so according to the Zubel watch, it is 1:20. No, it's 1 point. I don't know what the fuck kind of measurement this is. The fuck is this? Inches? No. Inches are way smaller than I think they are. Okay, yeah, it's what? No, it's like 2. What? Okay, so that makes it a total of. Like 5 by 5, that's pretty big. I think that's about what it'll be though. I'm so fucking dumb. I hope y'all think you're fucking geniuses right now. Cause I know I'm not. At least not right now. Motherfucker.
Crazies were so far away that I actually can't even.
My buddy gets so mad at me when I say the fucking N word. He's like, quit being racist. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. You know what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah. But I can't see.
I'm racist, I'm not prejudiced. I think. I recognize that people fall into these categories that look like races.
I see something black, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, I can't even see it.
I don't put any
I see that.
weight in the it's like fucking astrology. Like, oh look, Capricorns are lucky. Shut the fuck up. Or arrogant. Arrogant's a better word for Capricorn, isn't it?
Now they're staring at me.
I mean, kinda. Perfectionist?
They're really trying to find me. They just said I can't go down the side road. They just said I can't go that road. Literally, did he not tell me I can go around? He told me I can go around.
Man, what a mistake that was. Don't ever tell your kids that they're just naturally gonna be a perfectionist and a workaholic. Holy fuck, give me something to rebel against.
Shafter PD, if you're really trying to get a hold of me, just email me dabsonlive@gmail.com. Shafter PD, just email me dabsonlive@gmail.com. I'm not doing anything illegal or wrong. I'm on a public easement. I'm within my rights.
No, he's breaking law. Breaking the law. If I want this at this size, somebody else is gonna have to do it. The only place that I've got that much. The only part of my body with that much free space is like my ass cheek, or maybe my tummy or my back.
Nikon P1000 or P1100? It's a Nikon P1000. 1100.
Nope.
Okay, just bear with me. We're gonna walk back to my vehicle. It's gonna go dark real quick. Just bear with me, guys.
Hold up.
Yeah, that's how much my phone gets. That's how far away I am. Alright, guys, we're gonna get back to the car and get on out of here.
That's a big face tattoo.
Just bear with me, guys. That's how dark it is out here. Yeah. See the little dot? That's how far away it is. I don't know.
Hey yo, am I muted or what's going on here? Fuck out of here.
How they can, guys, but I do know that they're not.
Hold on, am I fucking muted? If I'm muted, I'm gonna be pissed.
On your First Amendment
No,
rights by telling them,
I'm not.
First Amendment rights, especially the fact that I'm an actual work for a media company.
I'm an actual First Amendment auditor.
A little crazy.
You know what? I bet it happened. Oh, it did, you fucking... You guys! Holy fuck. Are you serious right now? It was that fucked up that bad? And nobody said, hey, your fucking stupid mic's not working, bro. That's okay, I figured it out. One of these days, we're just gonna have a big old Captain Content crash out chat. Do you know what Captain Content is? You should really take a... Here, I'll do you a favor. Fucking thing. Holy fuck, yo. I wanna murder somebody. Don't be them. Fucking shit. I'll fucking throw you. This chat is called Bubble Chat. You like it? Shit shows up in bubbles. I listen to you guys.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Do you know when the drag brunch is gonna be? When is it gonna be? Oh, right now? Oh, awesome. Yes, I'm going in. Drag brunch, baby. Oh, yeah. I always wanted to be a part of a drag brunch.
And they have money to tip us. Hi, you got us on TV camera or what?
I'm with IP2.
Huh? You hear that?
We're anti-prostitutes. I always wanted to be a part of a drag brunch.
Listen up, yo.
And they have money to tip us. Hi, you got us on TV camera or what?
I'm with IP2.
With who?
IP2.
IP2.
We're anti-prostitutes and anti-drag queens.
Hey, get him out of here.
Get them out of here. You guys like my gimbal?
We don't. I want you to get out of here.
Get them out of here. Adios. Why are you touching me? Okay, I'll leave. Just don't touch me. You're out of here.
Get out.
You're out of here. You're out of here. Cucumbers. Cucumbers. Cucumbers.
Uh-oh.
Racist. The g***s are racist.
Uh-oh.
They were all screaming at me, bro. Yeah, I just exposed all those for being racist, y'all. It's over. Canceled. You got canceled by Dope Districts. Too easy.
Who went this way? Who went that way? A wrestler went that way?
I'm guessing Rey Mysterio, but I'm also not sure.
Huh?
This way, right? In the van.
Huh?
One went into the van. Probably Rey Mysterio.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Uh-huh. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, here he is. Yes, the Riddle. That's the guy they want to see. Hey, we got viewers. Say hello to YouTube. We're live on YouTube. Look. Oh, who are you? Oh, hey! What is up? What is up? Say hello to the viewers on YouTube, brother.
Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, who are you? Tell them who you are. Some of them don't know.
Oh, if you don't know, I'm Riddle, the original bro. You know, I wrestle for WWE.
Okay.
So what are you doing? You're just wandering?
Yeah, just wandering around, man. It's live on YouTube right now.
It's hot to be wandering.
Fucking
man.
hot as shit, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking,
It's very moist in Florida.
I'm gonna get a. How do you like it? Do you live down here?
I live in Orlando.
I know a lot of.
But I'm in Tampa for work tonight.
Thank you so much. Hey,
no
tell
problem.
them IP2 always wins.
IP2 always wins, dude.
There you go, brother. All right. There he is. The man, the one, the only.
Oh, no.
What? Oh, I forgot. That's bad? Oh no. I forgot.
There's Max.
Okay. Lol. Yeah, I mean, it was about time. Well, maybe not better, but better than this for sure. We call the fire department so they shove the...
No, don't do it. Don't throw up.
Never again. I got you.
You might need to send it, man. Here, let me take a little mini one.
Sir.
Move your feet, dog. Damn, super slow roll. Can I do that?
Don't tell me what to fucking do, though.
I'm not. You're still an asshole.
You're a fucking asshole, and you're fucking telling me what to do.
You know what? I'm gonna look at my stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, stream's over. Oh, wait, no, stream. I saved the stream.
No.
Let's see.
I'll f you up.
Chase the camera, chase the camera. You won't get him. You won't get the camera. What are you doing? Where's this woman? What are you doing?
She didn't drink. She was totally sober, like normal. She didn't even drink that much.
Dude. Are you acting, Gucci's?
You're acting like you're not drunk. Or I'm such weight, like, yeah.
Holy fuck.
You had like 2 sips out of that.
Whoa, don't fall. I'm putting my phone on autofocus.
Get this guy out of my face.
I'm just gonna drop her off at least.
I will break you, bitch.
Go, wait, stop, go. I'm gonna help you make sure you don't get too intoxicated where you get in trouble. So, alright, chat. I'm gonna help her get back to her hotel room. Alright. Yeah, I'm ending the stream right here. Goodbye, chat.
So you have like 1 million people on this side, and well, not really. You got more people. Look at this shit. Human. Oh my God! Look at the cattle. What happened? There's a gunfight. There's gunshots, I think. So everybody's running because there's gunshots. I'm gonna go into the fire.
Carl?
What's going on here? Active shooter.
Oh,
I'm gonna save the day. Active shooter. Everybody's running. Where is the active shooter? I want to save lives.
Yeah.
No, I'm going there. I'm going there to save lives. What are you doing? You're running away. I'm going to the fucking sea. You bitch. Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. I'll kick your man's skull with a baseball bat. You fucking wimp. You fucking coward. I want to get the active shooter without a weapon. Yes, wimps.
Guys, say what up to Big Beezy. Say what up to Beezy. Be like, yo, say what's up, Big Beezy. Yo.
That's what's up, man. How you doing? What are you up to?
Nah, I'm in Texas just chilling. Oh yeah, when's the last time you talked to Paul? Look at Paul.
And
Chilla, what's up? What do you mean? You know that. You've stayed with me. Chillin'. I might play Gator Ski when I walk out boxing.
Yo. On Keemstar's fight. He's fighting Keemstar's fight. Yo.
I'll play Gator Skin when I walk
Yo,
out.
he's gonna. What do you think about him walking out to Gator Skin?
Oh, that'd be incredible. That'd be an honor.
Bro, yo, hold up. What up? Yo, wouldn't it be crazy, bro? Wouldn't it be crazy if EBZ walks out with you performing like Lil Durk did with?
Well, I don't think that's. It's an undercard. It's not gonna
Yo,
be
what?
a performance like that, you know?
Right? Yo, imagine you shades, all that. Paul comes out boxing matches and you're there with the mic and everything. I'm a scared little boy and I don't know what to do. I'm a scared little boy.
You scared?
Yeah.
You scared?
I'm from Denmark. I don't know what to do. I'm scared.
Scared?
Where's the supermarket?
Which supermarket? You can go from the street left.
Left?
There's Albert Heijn. You can find the supermarket there.
Oh, Albert Heijn.
Yeah.
Oh, so
You go left.
left. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Not good. Not great. Fuck. Who gives a fucking shit about a fucking baker?
714 Jackson.
That's crazy. I don't know if they're looking for me or not. All I know is they were not very happy that I was there recording. They went to TAC when they realized that I was able to get an angle of the scene, and they started flashing flashlights around trying to see where I'm at. And after having another photographer inform me of how they treated him, I decided to get out of there and not go around any of Shafter Police Department's officers, because I don't know which is which, and that was 100% corruptness. They're corrupt. They're corrupt. They're not asking someone to record the scene. They're not allowing someone, a member of the media or the fire department photographer to record the scene. And the word right now, unofficial reports, which it's probably not going to be confirmed because they're not going to inform you of it, is that it's an off-duty Shafter Police Department officer. While I hope the off-duty officer heals and I hope he's okay, we're all equal. It doesn't matter whether you're a cop or not. If you're in a situation that is newsworthy, we should be legally allowed to go there unless it's a crime scene. Now, there's no reason for us not to be allowed within a mile of the scene. I saw what they were doing. They didn't want anybody to record it. But that officer, I have him on camera. I know. I have that officer on camera telling me to go around, and I did. I went around. I went on public easement roads. I just listened to him. And Shafter Police Department, I will be doing a FOIA request on body cam footage and the police report from this situation, and I will be requesting arrest records also from this situation. Because to me, that would be what I consider corrupt. That's my first experience with that. That's my first time ever dealing with that. First time ever. And I'm not even going to ask you to comment. Camera is down for safety reasons right now. It will be back up. Trump has nothing to do with corruptness with a local police department. There's agencies for that, and I'm going to be, I will be filing official legal complaints. I go by the law, not by opinions. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Yes, I have my camera recording. I have dash cams. I have everything. I also have Made It Ray-Bans. I have my cell phone that records. I have my live stream. I have it's recorded on multiple areas. And if they get one piece and they try to delete my footage, if they get a hold of my footage and delete it off my memory cards or something like that, that's fine. I have multiple other videos and recordings. So I do have Ultra Zoom. No, guys, you guys check this out. Look. Ready? You want to see how far we can zoom? Watch this. I don't know if it's going to work because I'm driving. So to focus it, I have to like mess with it. So, but look, I can focus that in. Look, I'm easily over a mile away from that second stoplight. I'll show you guys when I get parked. Oh well, I'll show you guys when I get parked. Shafter PD is going to be waiting at my house when I come home tonight. See, did you feel that when I pulled over to the left?
Yeah.
The lane assist?
Yeah.
It like was fighting me to go that way. I swear to God, dude. I know I'm not like constantly like the best payer attention person, but I swear to God, it does that a lot, where it pulls me onto the lane, and I don't know how to fix that. I probably should take it back to Toyota, huh? Watch, like right here, watch.
I think it's when...
See, like right here, how it's having me ride the lane? That's lane assist. And if I pull away while it's doing it, if I pull away, it tries to pull me back.
Because it probably thinks that you want to merge into that other lane.
No, if I go to merge, it pulls me back over, see?
Now do it with your blinker on?
Now if I do it with my blinker on, it lets me merge. Watch. So right now, blinker on, now I can go.
My car does the same thing.
But it's weird because it has me ride the line.
Yeah, it probably has to do with some type of sensor.
See, like my other car that didn't have lane assist, I was fine. Like I didn't really like do that. So what I do, wait till I get pulled over and just like, my lane assist sucks, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
14406 Spears Point Avenue, across of Rockingham.
Hey, LOL, I got police tag for Shafter. They said tag 6. I actually have that channel, believe it or not. It's not encrypted. I just wasn't next to my truck because I walked over a little bit.
So wait, I'll see you later.
Dude, I should. You know what I really should have done? I should have just walked up in there and let them arrest me.
No.
Dude, that'd be like a $1 or $2 million lawsuit if they would have done that.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%. But I don't want to go down that route.
Yeah, you're going down a spot you probably don't want to go down.
I'm not an auditor. I don't want to be an auditor. Hey, how's it going? Hold on one sec, guys. I gotta make a phone call. Or hold on, Alex. Hey guys, I'm on the phone with Alex, Califield Live, so I'll be back on the mic in a sec. Sorry guys, I'm just talking to Alex about something real quick.
Yeah. %.
Hey Moose, thank you so much. Get a coffee, your viewers. I appreciate everything you do, so chill out. If you're upset, we're upset. Thank you, thank you. No, I'm good. That wasn't, that's not legal what they did, you know?
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, David's still with us. No, I left him back there.
Second ambulance.
You've been back for like, I don't know how long. You're only banned for like a day.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
What that call?
Yeah. Oh,
I was wondering why you haven't come back in yet.
Dude, I literally cover like straight up riots with officers in riot gear, shooting everybody with pepper balls and flashbangs, rubber bullets, and I've been shot myself. And I've never ever.
I think this guy's a phony.
Had that happen like that, ever.
Okay, buddy.
They didn't have that shut down because they actually needed the scene cleared. You know, they shut it down the way they did because they didn't want anyone seeing it.
Right.
That's a difference. Watch everyone start live streaming in Shafter just to get footage.
That update is so fucked up.
410 Alpine Avenue.
You want a soda or anything? Thirsty? Water?
Might take a water or something like that.
I think I'm gonna get a water. I would like to get a coffee, but I'm probably gonna go home at 1. Oh wait, hold on. We'll stay out till 1 a.m. for $1, guys. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm gonna go get us both a water or something to drink. I'm kind of thirsty. I gave my water to the guy that was laying on the ground earlier.
In Bakersfield.
Well, that freaking energy drink made me crash, dude.
It does sometimes. I can't complain about monsters because I have a monster tattoo.
I think one of my
it's a bad habit.
I used to, but then I started drinking
cameras
Red
facing
Bulls.
my yard.
Yeah, those things hit different.
Yeah, so I tried to join the army. I say tried. Joined the army in 2011. I flunked out of basic training, got sent home. Not a vet. But when I went in the army, before I went in, I drank monsters
yeah,
like.
See in the top left corner, there's like a black square.
When I came out,
that's what my
monster
yard
was
looks
so
like.
freaking jittery, bro. Oh, look, that's
why it's so fucking black.
That's
the last couple days, it's just been like nighttime has been black.
Brandon Braza?
Yes.
Do you ever watch the news?
No,
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go inside real quick, and I'll be right back. My Venmo, it should Tony. It should be on my link tree. I did change it at one point, but I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna get water.
Yeah.
Ideations and wanting to cut herself within the night.
Yeah, that's exactly it too. Or I mean, do something super fucked up.
Yellow Union Boy 205 on a Lexus will be Redwood and
Like you're the patrol dog. Well, that kind of counts as quitting anyways, though. Really. Not any other reason to do that shit.
2013 Lexus 4-door lost off of Birch. Well, that would be nicely branded Texas Street. Recovering final stop at
Yeah, do you know who Crystal Ann is? Sorry. Do you know who Crystal Ann is? It's like a minor YouTube celebrity or something. Twitter celebrity. From the Aaron Carter verse. She was in the military, in the Air Force, I believe. And said she flunked out. She got kicked out, sorta, because she kept making disability claims or some shit while she was there. And she just got sent home. We don't need you here. But she was like a Jeep mechanic or something. Not that wasn't her title. It wasn't Jeep mechanic, but that's like what she was doing, was working on don't call SUVs. Whatever the selector called. She knows like Jewel and Trisha Licious, well, everybody really.
Once again, so we have an additional RP advisory.
Oh, she here, hold on.
Over here, 19-year autistic son who's under conservatorship. Primary point items inside the residence. Code 7.
How many pills is this bitch on?
Oh, it's Minette. Oh, my RV. My peeps. I wish we could see chat right now. Crystal Ann pooped her pants. Yeah. Hey, Antler. I mean, Anxie. And Alter. Ah, pigs. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, pigs. Run! Look how shitty the RV was, man. Mike and Eric are sure fucking big. Nope, no weapons. Come on, hurry up. Oh yeah, it definitely does. She's on like fucking, she's mental. I was trying to find the video, I'll find it, of her with her, here, Crystal and... Ready? This is how crazy she is. Gucci's terrified of babies, by the way. She hates babies. That's funny. Let's go. This lady's insane. Look how many of these babies she has. Now, ask yourself, why does a woman have 15 vinyl babies? No, but they sure look real. For a very good reason. Ozzy, do you know what these babies are for? I bet you do. Women seem to know what the fuck they're for. It took me a minute to figure it out. Yeah. Oh yeah, you would know too. So Crystal Ann's barren. And she's been collecting these fucking dolls since she was like 16. And they're all named Oliver. Yeah. Those are them. Man, can you imagine waking up with fucking 16 babies crawling all over you? This lady's insane. It is kind of funny. Especially because it's Gucci's, because she's gonna fucking freak. Oh fuck! Woohoo! Jesus Christ! So, Chicken Andy met these dolls of hers. I bet the clip doesn't exist. I bet it got pulled off YouTube. So Chicken Andy took one of the dolls and he turned his chat on and turned his YouTube stream on. Came live. He had one of the babies in his hand, didn't say anything about it, and just started fucking bashing his head on the corner of a dresser, and it looked like he was like murdering a baby. Oh, it was so fucked up. People were like, what the fuck? Call the police. This is wrong. It was so funny. I knew it was Oliver right away, but I was in the Discord before and all that shit fucking unfolded. Let's see if I can find the Chicken Andy clip. Oh yeah. What? Chicken Andy describes his toxic relationship with the Aussie girl. Huh? We didn't know that. Chicken Andy did that shit. Yes. This should be it. Reborn babies or something. Oh, these are so fucked up. She's got a closet full of them. Like, you should... Oh, man. I haven't seen it. I've seen, like, a little bit. So his chicken went live with his stream somewhere in the middle of this conversation. And all you get to see is what he's gonna... Oh, man! I'm pretty sure Gamble offered him money to do something to Oliver. Pretty sure. Oh, man. So fucked up. Oh, yeah, he is. They are so... Man, are they ever fucked up. Ugh. Does he ever look... Man. Holy fuck. He doesn't look very happy. So this baby, she says, is Aaron Carter's baby. Because she said she lost Aaron Carter's baby. Have you ever seen any of the women Aaron Carter dated? They didn't look like her. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Oh yeah. She was like the head of his fan club or something. I was just thinking about how cool it is to hold babies earlier. Holy fuck! That is so crazy. Yeah, that's what she says. Yeah. She's got like 15 of them though. She's got a whole closet full of them. Holy fuck, he looks rough. Holy shit. He's like grew with the eating disorder. I hate that stock monkey. That's hilarious, eh? Stuffed unicorn? What is that about? So this is Crystal's house, by the way. Her parents bought it for her. I had her in my DMs and shit for a little while. But my buddy was like actually interested in her, so I just quit pausing her. That's pretty funny. I used to be like that. The first, I don't know, probably the first 10 years of holding babies.
This is my favorite one. Is this great?
But once they're yours, you develop this little, like a particular grasp that like somebody could throw a baby at you and it would just, you'd catch it in your arm perfectly. And all the fear goes away once you know that you can, that just happens. You're just like, ah! Look out, baby. You become like a baby catching fucking machine. Not women though. Alter ego. Only men have that skill. Don't throw a baby to a woman. I wouldn't even throw a baseball to a woman.
Where's the good shit at?
Maybe a beach ball. Or volleyball.
Fucking talking about, Crystal? Some Lunchables? Fuck yeah. Yeah, sounds great.
Certainly not a baby. Or an egg.
Oh my god, Crystal, we just drove like 9 hours to get here. Non-stop, no.
That kind of reminds me though. Aussie girl. Do you Aww. Aw, that's sweet. That is so sweet. You just wanted a picture of you holding something, eh? That was here too. That was awesome.
Ice? Is this an ice machine?
Those things are like fucking $200. It's ridiculous. I was gonna buy an ice machine. I was scared to hold my fucking baby. I tell you. Like walked over and tried to hand her to me. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, what did I do? Oh shit. Fuck.
I'm clearly on drugs. Don't hand me that baby. Mom's right there.
Alright, I think it's time for a cigarette. You guys have a cigarette?
Dude, yeah, me too. My kid was so little. That's good. Just know that if you have a baby, you can't be scared to hold it because that'll make you, what's the word? Reluctant. And you have to be super confident when you're holding babies. Because people really do drop them and shit. But you only ever drop a baby when you're not confident about it. Right? And Aussie girl, don't feel bad. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. I was gonna say, don't feel bad, Aussie girl. I swear to God, every fucking human being on this earth was dropped at least once as a baby. You can't help it. They're slippery. Sneaky little bastards. Like, oh, all my baby can do is lay on its back. 10 seconds later, it's like rolled off the bed. Where did the baby go? Not crying or nothing, but it definitely fell. They're little bastards, I'm telling you. Women are so bad about it. I think men are more nervous. All the women I knew that had babies were all like arrogantly confident. They're like, no, stupid, I'm not gonna drop my own baby. No, he's fine. He's fine laying there on the change table. Don't worry about it. No, I can turn my back. Like it said in the thing, don't turn your back. They can just fucking flip right over. Can't flip over till the 3-month lap. Honey, can you pick the baby up? I think maybe he fell. Dude, me too. Oh, dude, you know what's scary, Alter? When you notice they're not breathing. When there's not a sound, and there's not a cough, not a choke, not nothing, it just, all of a sudden your body's like, fuck, check the baby. Something doesn't sound right. Man, holy fuck, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. That was like the scariest shit. Oh, hands down. Yeah. Fucking breathe. What do you think you're doing? Ozzy can't shake babies either like that. You want to sometimes. You just totally can't do it because they can't take even one shake. I've seen videos. Oh man. So, new moms are really fucking scary too. I don't know, about like 10, 11 days after babies are born, women go through this stage in their heads where like they're the only one that can protect the baby. And they like decide to start a fight with you while you're holding the baby. Like, give me my kid. And you're not giving your kid to anybody that's acting like that, ever. You'd have to be crazy to. Fuck man, they start throwing shit. Holy. Like, Jesus Christ, all I can do is protect the baby. Stop hitting me. I don't know if that's postpartum or what the fuck. You're damn right. Is it... Man, if you could, like you're allowed to just fucking punch a dude, women would have totally different attitudes if they, like, were expected to take a punch like that once in a while. Like, oh, you got too lippy, huh? And somebody punched you in the mouth? Fuck. That sounds pretty familiar. It's like everybody else's experience on this planet. Women are lucky. Oh man, that is the worst.
You're talking about
Yeah. You gotta wonder, like, do they yell at cats like that? Like, I don't know what you're saying. Let the baby sleep. It's just, it's fucking scary out here. Yeah, all the burps. Yeah, instant relief, man. That's the awesomest thing. Fucking, hot summer nights, like fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's cooking. The baby won't stop crying 'cause it sucks. I mean, the gas sucks or whatever. And then, yeah, they finally burp. It's like, they're done. They weren't teething. It wasn't teeth. I got home from fucking work one day, and so, not my first baby. I heard the kid crying from like the further away from the end of the drive than the end of the driveway, and it was that like super like alarm baby cry where it's like and like going. I'm like, what the fuck? Babies only do that when they've been alone for like 4 hours. What the fuck's going on in my house? I think she was asleep. I was so pissed off though. I'm like, man, somebody's gonna call fucking social services if you keep letting the baby cry like that. You're crazy. Like, I gotta sleep sometime. Like, well, sleep when I'm home. For fuck's sake. I don't know, man. Yeah, me too. And you know what? In between your babies, they'll change the rules. Which is fucking stupid, because there's only, like, either do this or don't do this, right? And the first time you have a baby, they'll be like, okay, make sure you always lay them on their side. And then the second baby, they're like, make sure they only lay on their face. Like, what? Like, no, turn them over every 15 minutes, make them do a little fucking circle like a I don't even know, a wiener dog. Like, I hate that shit. But it was maddening because they're like, by the third baby, and the third baby's mom, I'm like, you know what? Don't fucking listen to these guys. This is the same people that was here last time I was here, and now they're telling a different story. So don't fucking listen. It's crazy. Like every year, they're like, oh, put out the manual that says the other thing. Don't feed your baby water. Only feed your baby water. You fucking abusive bitch. It's crazy. And the way that they act, like if you get it wrong, you can't do that. You have to wrap the blanket around their neck before you put them in the car seat. Holy fuck. Can't go home unless you got a fucking car with a tether and a seat. What if I take the bus? They actually let us take the bus. Ridiculous. Oh, no kidding. If I ever have another kid now, it's just gonna be for the sole purpose of selling it somewhere. And probably like not into sex slavery, but like somebody that actually wants to have a kid. You know? It has some morals about it a little bit. Those people like selling their kids into slavery and shit. Fuck out of here. Oh, it's gonna be a questionnaire. It's gonna be like a fucking A. Part of it out. That is not good. Yeah. Yeah, Chicken. I mean, Chicken Andy's, he is definitely not very mechanically inclined. Yeah, you do too, you know. More than that, even in some cases. Fuck. I was trying to get one. I was trying to get one for sure. I was asking questions, getting people to reach into their like their family history and shit, and make some connections for me, but too expensive. Oh, she's so weird. Who won that fucking thing? Must have been Seattle, right? That fucking thing I said. Haha. I don't watch football. You do not have 3 kidneys. Are they all functioning? What's your blood type? Just random questions, don't worry about it. But really. What? So you know what, Alter Ego? I know, right? That's greedy over there. Is it like a common thing? Ah, you fucking weirdo with the AV plot, whatever, dude. That's insane. I guess you know that. The AV is super rare, and 3 kidneys is even rarer. That is so weird. Yeah, probably we're gonna get, there's like a nuke's gonna go off or something. We're all toast. That sounds like quite a possibility. Why is this chick such a fucking weirdo? Anybody? Any idea? Well, you're not crazy for that one thing, at least. Oh, shit. Okay, we need a 3D printer. Me. Oh, I have to go downtown tomorrow anyway. Library, here I come. Holy fuck, was that ever closed? Dude. Holy shit. It is a fancy library, yeah. Could you hear that? You had to have been hearing that. They won't take my blood. They won't take her blood either. They better not take your blood, you You inky little thing, you. Because she, tattoos. I'm not sure what the like international laws are for it, but I know here you can only give blood if you haven't had a tattoo in the last it's either 6 months or a year. Yeah. I mean, you can lie on it, but most people that give blood don't lie on those things for some reason. You know what else is fucked up? You can't sell your blood in Canada. There's like a limit on what they're allowed to buy from you, and they only buy like platelets and serum or something like that. It's fucking dumb as shit. Like they can't buy red blood cells. So they like have to fractionalize your blood out and fucking, I don't know. Oh man, there's probably there's at least probably one place in every, gotta be more than one place in every city that buys blood. Like St. John's Ambulance, I'm sure they do. But yeah, isn't there like Red Cross or somebody? I think it was the Red Cross that used to come to like my school.
Chad, I have a little something different. I hope this is good, but it's...
No, it's not gonna be good. No. 10 years ago, the multiverse? Holy shit. Yeah, well, I think they're like everywhere. Them and like, yeah, United Way, too, I think. United Way deals with like some particular disease more though. It's gotta be the Red Cross.
On September 11, 2001.
Oh, this is gonna be
September
stupid.
11, 2001, Al-Qaeda executed the deadliest terrorist attack in modern history. It spawned numerous conspiracy theories that mostly fall apart under close inspection. But there's one particular claim that I've always wanted to put under a microscope.
Federal officials have begun a major investigation.
Many Wall Street analysts believe is that the terrorists made bets. This could very well be insider trading.
Well, I don't know why they think the terrorists did the bet. That's the craziest thing I ever heard.
On the 5th of September, Osama bin Laden was
They're like
that the attacks would be carried out 6 days later on the 11th.
I can't even remember what they call it.
Because he said so himself in one of the videos.
They're like a distributed organization.
Almost immediately, there is a spike in trades that would make money if UAL stock was to decline. UAL is the ticker symbol for United Airlines, the operator of 2 of the...
Because they do so much like
the next day,
they're probably based
for these bets skyrocketed
not anywhere near you.
times the level from 2 days prior. and 96% of the buying that day was done by a single US investment advisor. On Sunday, the 9th of September, about 2,000
when the Red Cross was doing Hurricane Katrina relief, they were pulling people from here to work there. My buddy went. He set up some whole fucking relief camp.
The volume of bets against the stock surged. In the early hours of the following day,
Boy, did that ever give me a lot of confidence, I tell you.
rocked by an unthinkable disaster.
Seeing people that you know are like far from competent go and succeed at something like huge.
The New York Stock Exchange did not open that day and remained closed for the rest of the week, the longest market shutdown since the Great Depression. When it reopened on Monday the 17th, markets collapsed. American Airlines stock plunged 40%. And
Yeah, probably.
Airlines also saw nearly half its value wipe
Yeah,
out.
but like we're
Bets placed on the decline were worth 10 times more in a handful of days, making some traders millions in profit.
some ski hill, I'm sure.
This timeline of
They got
raises suspicions that the terrorist groups involved in the attack
for sure they got a Red Cross something there.
profited from it by
Tent
using
maybe.
the very thing those buildings represent. And it spawned an even more
But yeah, you guys don't even get like a lot of natural disasters or fuck all. It's like a little silent little portion of the country.
instead of using that information to help prevent them happening in the first place. The official conclusion
It's gotta be
from
pretty
the
advantageous.
SEC and FBI investigations stated there was no evidence that anyone with advanced knowledge of the terrorist attacks traded on the basis of
Are most of your guys tourists, like
statistical
Americans?
analysis says otherwise. That market activity in the days leading up to September 11 is consistent with trading on advanced knowledge of the attacks.
If you bet right, the rewards can be
You
huge.
see Russia?
The risks
Holy
are also
fuck!
huge. Unless of
Holy
course something
fuck!
bad is going to happen to the company you're betting against.
I could not believe that
I
shit.
want to start with a
Oh yeah.
question that might seem fairly redundant. Would it have actually been insider trading? Insider trading laws exist to
Canadians are
prevent
basically
company
Americans.
insiders from using non-public
We
information to
consume your guys' media so much.
with knowledge of a
Ah,
new
fucking
business
frogs.
deal that hasn't been announced yet, has a fiduciary duty not to screw over the shareholders who are effectively their employer. However, the laws don't prevent trading on all non-public information. In the case of September 11, Al-Qaeda would have been trading on non-public information that they themselves created. And they're not company insiders, so they have no fiduciary to shareholders. So while obviously
So it wouldn't be illegal?
immoral, it's not clear that it's insider trading. And it's why you see phrases like trading on advanced knowledge in all of the reports rather than calling it insider trading. But to be clear, even if it's not insider
Hey,
trading, it's still
where's the
gonna be
bubble?
illegal. If you buy fire insurance on your neighbor's house and then
Where's
set
my
it
bubble?
ablaze, you'll obviously go to prison for arson, but also
What?
for defrauding the insurance company. The same kind of principle.
That's not okay,
It's
yo.
clearly securities fraud to
Who can do that?
manipulate a stock by attacking the underlying company. If we're going to find any substantive evidence of trading on advanced knowledge,
Did you?
it will be in the options market.
Did you see my thumbnail, by the way?
Primary choice for insider traders because you can bet that a large decline will happen in a
That's
short
Mr. Noisy holding a roofie.
Since that's a very unlikely thing to happen, the payouts for being right can be huge. Take for example the recommendation from that September 9th newsletter. Buy the AMR October 30 put for $170. Buying that option would give you the right but not the obligation to sell American Airlines stock for $30 a share before the 19th of October. And it costs just $1.70 per share, or $170 for the contract representing 100 shares.
I can't
When the
believe
stock
it.
plunged to $18
Man,
after
Bubble
the
Boots,
attack,
I'm sorry, buddy.
executing those
I don't know what the
contracts
fuck
would be
happened.
buying at $18
I
and
literally
selling
don't know what
at
happened.
$30. A profit
I can
of
add
over
one,
$10
that's no problem.
A $10,000
Like,
bet
yours was like the
turned
first
into
one.
$60,000 in less than a
Man.
week. Making that bet blind would
Fucking
be
turtles.
incredibly stupid. But if you knew for sure that the attacks were coming 2 days later, then there's no risk. So if the attacks were known by somebody and they tried to profit from it, we'll see it in the options market activity. In the days leading up to September 11, that data looked very unusual, and not just for American and United Airlines stock. In the 2 weeks prior to the attacks, the price of September 1100 S&P put options stopped declining as the expiry date approached. The index was above 1100 before the attacks, so the value of those contracts should have approached $0 as time ran out. The fact that they didn't means there was an abnormal amount of demand for them, that people were betting on the stock market declining later in September. But this is probably the weakest argument. The market was falling already, so it's not surprising that bets on further declines were popular.
Oh,
Insurance
who's out of
stocks
here?
had abnormal activity too. Shares in the world's largest reinsurer, Munich Re, saw a 30% spike in volatility between the 4th and 7th.
Check you later, Alter, if you're out of here.
Bets against some of the World Trade Center tenants surged. 2,157 Morgan Stanley puts were bought in 3 days, compared to a daily average of 27. And 12,000 Merrill Lynch puts were bought in the 4 days prior, compared to a 252 daily average. But by far the most compelling anomalies occurred in the airlines. The surge in put option contracts for United Airlines on the 6th, and for American Airlines on the 10th. What's really weird about this is that the other airlines didn't see the same activity, only the 2 airlines that just so happened to be hijacked. Okay, but all of this could still be just a coincidence. The best way to get to the truth would be to investigate the specific people who made those trades, interview them about why they made the bets, and look at their other trades, which is what the FBI did, and now that the documents are declassified, we can see it all. Well, most of it, at least. But before we even know anything about the traders, we can learn a lot through a statistical analysis of the data. Professor Alan Pottishman from the University of Illinois presented his findings in 2006. The first way you can look at the data is by calculating the put-call ratio. This is how many put option contracts were traded compared to the number of call options traded on the same day. Usually the ratio is about 1, meaning a similar number of bets are being placed on the stock rising or falling. If the ratio was 5, then 5 times as many traders are betting on a decline than a rise. And that's something that may indicate that traders have some kind of knowledge that isn't public yet, and therefore isn't reflected in the stock price yet. On September 10, the put-call ratio for American Airlines was over 7, and on the 6th, United Airlines ratio was a staggering 105. But the analysis goes another step further. Using the put-call ratio has a huge flaw. It lumps together 2 very different types of traders. Those buying puts and therefore wanting to see stocks crash, and those selling puts who expect the price to rise. If you don't get it, don't worry. Essentially, he was cleaning up the data just to focus on people who were betting that the 2 airline stocks would crash. And what he found was that the activity on the 6th and 10th was at the 99th quintile, meaning the level of betting against these 2 specific airlines was higher than it had been on 99% of all other days in history. It's so unlikely that the paper concluded that the data is consistent with investors trading on advanced knowledge of the attacks. The official SEC investigation suggests a number of innocent explanations for the abnormal trading activity. On the 6th of September, influential airline industry analyst Glenn Engel lowered his earnings estimate for several major airlines. And on the 10th, analysts lowered their expected industry earnings again after American Airlines management released a warning on the 7th, stating that losses in the quarter would be worse than expected. Both of the downgrades coincide with the dates United and American Airlines saw their put option volume spike. So it's plausible that investors reacted to this new information with more bets on stock declines, not because they had advanced knowledge of the hijackings. The only problem is that the statistical analysis already takes this into account. He analysed historical options volume for 1,000 companies, creating a benchmark that takes changes in market conditions into consideration. Essentially, if bad news for a company comes out and the stock price declines, how many put option contracts should we see being bought that day? On the 10th, American Airlines stock did decline, but its increase in put options volume was astronomically high. So the stock price was reacting to the new analyst price downgrades, but the options market seems to have reacted to the downgrades and something else that wasn't widely known. Then there's the lottery ticket argument. Imagine for a moment that you know for a fact that in 3 days' time, Tesla stock will drop 30%. No one else knows this, and for argument's sake, we'll say it's not illegal to trade on this information. You definitely want to use put options to maximize your profits. But which ones? Options contracts have expiry dates. The closer the expiry date is, the cheaper that option will cost. The July put option for Tesla is about $50 because the stock could move a lot in 6 months. In contrast, the put expiring in just a few days is much cheaper because it will expire worthless unless there is an abnormal move. Since you know for a fact that a 30% decline is coming in 3 days, you'd obviously buy the one with an expiry as short as possible. The other key factor is the strike price, the price at which you can sell Tesla stock at. Close your ears for a second if you're an options trader, but for the average person, the strike price for a put option is basically how far you think the stock will fall. You could buy put options that expire in a few days with a strike price so low that the contract is worthless if the stock doesn't absolutely collapse. It's such an unlikely bet that it will cost you just a few cents a share, and when it happens, a $1,000 bet would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like buying a lottery ticket when you know which numbers will show up. All of this is to say that the traders who made bets on the airlines declining before 9/11 didn't do this. They were mostly buying contracts that expired in October, and they chose strike prices that were close to the stock's price at the time. If they knew for sure that the attacks were happening on the 11th, they would have made much more money by picking September contracts with much lower strike prices. Although, of course, doing that would have been much harder to explain to regulators, and they did have to explain their trades to regulators. Which brings us at last to the investigations of the traders themselves, the handful of people who loaded up on these bets in extremely suspicious amounts. First, the United Airlines spike. 96% of the put options bought that day were traced to one entity, an American investment advisor who manages $5.3 billion across several hedge funds. The firm's name was redacted, so I downloaded all of the SEC registrations from 2001 to try figure out who it was. Unfortunately, there's about 10 different firms that it could possibly be, and so I could only speculate. In interviews with the CEO and the trader who executed the trade, they claimed the bet was made because of a bearish view of the airline industry. They were following the percentage of flights departing on time and concluded that fewer people had been flying. The advisor also bought 115,000 shares of American Airlines on September 10, believing the stock decline was over. Still, it's possible the puts were bought for one client who knew about the attacks and the AMR stock for another client who didn't. But the CEO insisted that no clients made the decision to buy the puts. And after looking at all of their trades, the SEC concluded that they had nothing to do with the attacks or Al-Qaeda. As for the spike in American Airlines puts on the 10th, the SEC traced most of the activity to Steve Sarnoff, the editor of the Options Hotline newsletter. He's the one who distributed an AMR put option recommendation to about 2,000 email subscribers on the 9th. Specifically, he recommended the $30 strike price puts with an expiry on the 3rd Friday of October, the 19th. And of the 2,282 puts bought the next day, 67% of them were exactly those $30 October puts. Sarnoff was interviewed about why he made that specific recommendation, but the explanation is redacted under the invasion of personal privacy rule. These two cases represent the vast majority of the suspicious trading activity in the lead up to the attacks. And even the other smaller trades all had innocent explanations according to the official reports. Ultimately, there's no conclusive answer, so it's no surprise it's been the bedrock of many conspiracy theories over the years. The academic analysis confirms that trades betting against United and American Airlines were consistent with having foreknowledge of the attacks. However, the federal investigations of the specific trades chalk it up to an unusual coincidence. No evidence that anyone profited from advanced knowledge of the tragedy. Hit subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and check out this playlist of similar deep dives if you need something to watch next. Cheers.
Man, that's loud. Yes. Okay. Now. Holy cow, kid. He's going nuts over there. Come on. Okay. Ready? And hey, where the hell is it? I wonder why Discord was closed like that. Holy shit. See you later, Alter Ego. By the way, what did I just do? So I'm like 60% through designing my tattoo. I suppose you're right. I better get back to drawing. It's not like it's gonna take a lot of effort. In fact, I don't know why I'm gonna finish this one. I should actually start. I know I have to make it smaller. else out there that's an artist that has a consistency issue with either moving, like, say, so, like, your arc, right? When you're drawing with a pencil, say, if you're making an arc that, like, sweeps up and to your left, do you find it's less consistent or a totally different angle than if you do it to the right and attempt to do it at the same angle, if you know what I mean? Like, trying to draw two things that are identical, I don't know. Usually takes me a couple of tries to get it perfect. If I really want it to be, like, real symmetrical and shit. And shit. Give me 1 second here, I'll put this up so you can see it a little bit. At least see it better than you can't see it right now. It's not quite done, but you'll at least see what I'm doing now. Trust me, it's not worth not worth worrying about. I can't see. You're not gonna be able to see it either. Well, if you can't see, you're gonna have to wait. Well, you can't. That's not fair. Oh. Fuck off, idiot. Look at that picture. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you fucking serious? That is hilarious, dude. You can't see it is amazing. Still can't see it. Oh. Now you can, sort of. Way too big though. Unless I decide I'm going like all the way all out. Knock it off, buddy. You want your meds? Yeah? Does that mean yes? What's up? You don't know? that. And slip it away. This leave it away. Ah. It's 4:20 somewhere. As it's probably 4:20 where you are, buddy. I was I don't know what. I don't know what I would what. Man, I hope Az was kidding about them all being the same color, man. Holy fuck. Hey, what the hell? Not it. Yeah, the other one will be better.
Casey Tron calls Emerald a pick-me for incel for...
That is going to give cover to the media. Whether they're complicit or not, I don't really care.
Holy shit.
Anytime they merge.
Air command will be in route as description or vehicle or something.
Air 3 taking 180.
I like going to this car so I don't have to get out the car. Car get it. Car won, RV didn't win.
Fuck.
Air 10 as well, suspect male, 50 to 70, correction, 50 years old, wearing a gray butcher black pants.
It's Mike.
762 West 131,
Correct.
Okay, 80 of the progress, Austin Broadway. Suspect 1 male black wearing all black consistent. 2-3 male static wearing baseball caps. Code 3 incident 103 RD 1571.
Incident 113 251. 1265. Ambulance battery.
14 Roger.
862 no further. 57th Street, code 2, incident 0101 and RD 1215. Go over on number of shots fired. Code 3, incident 112 and RD 315, conclusion identified. 116 and child abuse suspect, 3616 San Marino Street, apartment 202, second info from the 10-year-old neighbor. Suspect is not his son, 20 years, 6 feet, black hat, gray long sleeve shirt, blue pants, assaulted his 15-year-old sister, with incident 115 or 2062.
Nine Nora Robert Lydia 89.
That's me. Okay, Roger. Stand by. Whitley, Hollywood is Whitley. Flashing eastbound on Hollywood, approaching Schrader. 6 female white, 40 years, in a white sweater, blue pants, attempting to open vehicle doors and walking into oncoming traffic. Code 3 incident 0116 RD 636. I'm going to recall from Western Virginia. An ambulance with simple size 750 South Avenue, code 2, 105, ready 269, referring NSC on that incident. 269 seconds. 2 West 131st Street for ADW suspect. Male black, gray sweater, black pants. Where travel 24, Robert, 9, yes, Caesar, 21.
I don't even know if I should go to vehicle fires. It's just that sometimes they start as a vehicle fire and they'll turn into a structure fire, or it'll be more than just a vehicle fire. It'll be like an accident, arsonist or something.
Hospital, RA 891.
2 days of record. For temporary device, and then Lincoln 11 calls 21, and Lincoln 1 calls 21. Second order for the May 1st series, that's down for 20120, ready for 73.
Keeper, 5105, your code line. CPR turned up a launch mat. She's in a camper with a black stripe. 4 winds. On conference code 2, incident 0421, RD 1126.
3 5th Street, incident 23, RD 147.
What the fuck?
Very nice. X-26 has the front yard contained.
Hey, partner, I did also have another one, another person in the back with gray over black in his backyard. He just walked in the house. I don't know who it is.
Roger. If you need to, it's split 96.
Did everyone here watch The Horse yesterday?
The sword, and he has blood all over him.
What, buddy?
If you watch it, just reply in course, The Horse. Course. That was a very, very rare call yesterday to a horse rescue.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, yeah, we saw it.
It's pretty graphic, so you go back and watch it from last night. It's a feel good, it's a good story at the end. But it's pretty graphic.
Man, it was rough.
Big guy, left on floor of Village Building, woman heard screaming for help. It's code 3 incident 126 under 639.
My viewers is paying all of that bill too. That'd be cool if they did. God. That's gonna be a lot of money. I got the person's number there. Maybe I'll call him tomorrow. I thought it was gonna be on the news today. I don't think none of the stations bought it, bro.
What, the horse?
The Super Bowl Sunday. And it's Sunday, especially Super Bowl Sunday. Remember I said yesterday, like, I don't think it's gonna get a lot of play.
70, 170, come in. That's the vision unit southeast. One person first and another one.
We're gonna go to Hollywood and see if we can run into a gangbang.
Number 2 dark blue or black t-shirt, jeans, no one can see. Social security number white, excuse me, let's get that 130 under 1028.
I just think if it would have gone on the local news and the big stations, they would have they gave out their contact information. They would have reached somebody that could help, or just could have started
Male, no further description. Number 2, an additional passenger male. No further description. Last seen running into the alley for the location. Suspect vehicle was a black Infiniti 4-door sedan. License 8 George Bravo 698. 8 George Bravo 698. And it's 0134 next 89. Appreciate 97. 42nd Street. 818 West 42nd Apartment 3 plus 3. It's at 136. And 396. That's what you until I identify.
Yeah, it was barely 12:40.
399, Roger.
It's been dead tonight.
399, 20th Street with a delay from Adams West down to 818 West 42nd Street.
I'm moving slow. Yesterday was so busy.
Yes, it's 399. I'm on trouble. The parent's neighbor is a female to his death. There's nothing on the
First time I looked at the clock, it was already like 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Additional incident 136.
Then how much are the fucking gift memberships? And why do they keep going back to some crazy number? There we go. Back again. I think it's because I did those 5 free giveaway ones or whatever.
He is the chasing person with 3.611 constant of force and central 13XL3, 13XL3 comes to response to incident 132 to chase on 500. That's how you get scraping child, 6 in wall, 6 in wall, so 3 incident 137, ready, 155.
3 Roger, show me back.
Restraint.
I started to set up a Wix store and then I didn't do it.
Earlier, officers in the front door,
Some idiot.
keep an eye on the front door in case someone comes out. 8 years. Go to the 144, D2 incident. Information online.
Thank you for your
Officers responding from Red and Second.
Response to our
1877.
You don't think there's like a charity or something that would help the guy with the horse?
Look at the horse.
Southwest units, domestic non-stream or violation, 1130 West 48th Place, 1130 West 48th Place. Suspect is possibly in the backyard. No
There's gotta be something, bro.
Description the incident 10147.
People volunteer time or they give a big discount at least.
Back there in the property.
You spoke to who was wearing that one coming out right now, wearing a denim, jacket, denim jeans.
Hey, wait a minute.
Are you able to respond?
And I thought maybe black pants.
Holy shit. That Pibble video got a shit ton of views.
Anybody could offer to pay. Can't believe everything on the internet.
You can. I don't know why the fuck you would say that, bro. You totally can.
We'll see. I'm gonna contact the guy tomorrow and ask him what happened.
456, 8836, have you arrived?
Let's see if he was able to do it, or if he needs money, like how much. We can have a little fundraiser to go print out some, what's his name? Espejito t-shirts and hats. Would actually be pretty fucking dope, actually. If we made...
Correction, N77, 8218 South Normandy Avenue, code 2, incident 48 in Argent.
Then what if we made some hats of the horse embroidered on the hat? Like the horse. Espejito standing up. With his bandages and everything.
What's wrong with this guy?
Pierre Carbon is Hospital 6 and San Julian and disconnected. Additional on your incident 137. What is it? This is for San Julian. What time is it? In the area, San Julian. In the area. 3140, please. Suspect that your messages that he's in the yard. Here is not seen or heard suspect. Unlawful description. Suspect possibly arrived on a small e-bike. No weapons mentioned. Additional incident 147. 399 further. Deal over. Provide additional. Suspect now 3824 Central Boulevard. Suspect mobilized 30 forward game. Sweater on
Josh Brown is taking care of the horse. How? How are they in contact with anybody? Well, it'd be nice if someone did. I don't know if there's a GoFundMe or something, but I don't know.
Unit 414, Woman, Hollywood and Vine, Hollywood and Vine, Suspect walking eastbound on Hollywood, approaching Arda, Suspect 140 years, point quarter, blue traffic, code 3 moving connecting Arda, 636, Hollywood Unit 7.
415 Woman, Hollywood and Vine.
Engineering traffic hazard, Union and more parts, and Christian northbound P15 unoccupied black four-door sedan, possibly Mazda or Mustang. 20165 RD 985. Walking towards each from the location. Suspect is another Sonic 390, royal white shirt, light blue jeans, indicating vehicles with this half and sweater. Footprints 0168 or 162.
Yeah, did the number come out? I tried to mute it at the end, bro.
One comes for additional. Still code 2 says 124 RD 362.
Oops.
367, Suspect 1130 play.
Shout out to Josh if he did take care of it.
Coconut and Center on close between Center and Central Pierce in a white RV.
If someone took care of it, it'd be worth all the fucking
140 wearing a blue baseball cap, gray hooded sweatshirt,
hate calls that person would get, or hate texts.
So 2 incident 170, 114, 66. Incident 0121. Hollywood 57 running for Hollywood Station, Hollywood Line.
Hollywood and Vine, some crazy lady walking down the street.
3 domestic violence, 1040 and a half, 157th Street. Good. 5850, disregard.
415 women walking down Hollywood and Vine right here. Last seen headed east, they said. Go Hollywood and Vine. Be on the lookout for a loca.
3777 advising suspect is possibly the same one from the previous 415. Advising suspect is possibly the same one from the previous 415 code recall and RD person incident 116.
I think we found her.
At 1821 East 115th Street. Suspect in victims of on the street.
I think we found her. She doesn't seem that crazy though. She's just walking in the middle of the street. Yeah, she has like a white sweater on.
Oh wow.
It's a little reflective too. I don't know, they said that she was there was a previous call with her in it, I think. She just looks lost and confused. You alright? She's a cup in her hand.
Is that a cop?
Sippy. Well, if the cops already dealt with her,
no.
She's probably not a threat. I think she's just lost. If they already dealt with it, they're probably not going to rush out here. They said it was a code 3 call, so I thought she was going crazy or something.
At the cell phone store, approximately 69, possibly mail threats and other ethnicities. They came to the cell phone store. Suspect should break the glass. It's code 20179.
You say 69? Oh, we got a break in. It sounds like a takeover.
No, you can have 61. Pick up the call. Broadcast the phone here.
69 suspect?
Suspect there now, Ethan Parkway. Across from the market at the cell phone store, approximately 69.
Oh, 69.
Mail threats and other ethnicities. They came to the cell phone store. Suspect should break the glass. It's code 20179, 3163.
6 to 9.
Respond. Kelly Associates out of just cleared 620 West, 81st Street, apartment 2, suspect, female, black, 47 years, white t-shirts, sweatpants, no weapons, code 2, 181 ID 1267.
I think we're too far out.
Contact unit, information only on a TC in the area of Gate and Western. It's information only to 178 or 1243.
I don't think we'll make it in time. If it was 69, I'd go, because that sounded like one of those takeover things. It's 6 to 9. I don't know, you guys want to go over there? We're downtown. It's going to take us like 10 minutes to get over there. I don't think they're going to be around by that time.
1754, 1754, in front of the Watchmaner's office.
What do you guys think? Go for it.
Yeah? Duh.
Fuck it. What are we doing?
What the fuck else you gonna do, bro? Right?
What else are we doing? We watching the lake.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, is that the Apple Store? That's the Apple Store, I think. Across cell phone.
Cancel your processor 171, cancel those here.
Midnight looting.
Oh, wow.
Spring Street, 20145, RD 1822.
Thanks for making a right turn from the left lane. I don't know where.
Is there a Harvard Union? I don't know what's up.
Event 5885, response to ambulance, EB.
1411, Roger.
Your location for your child abuse suspect is 3316 Tamarind Island Street, also related to incident 89. Location 25 suspect, non-Hispanic. Suspect arguing and citing non-common traditional code 2, incident 184, by 23.
As soon as we get over to downtown, it's gonna be like.
What the fuck?
Lady walking in the middle of the street in Hollywood, fucking pulled out a machete.
5659 cancel the call in southeast. 555 powering 5885 declaring.
She attacked the car.
43. Deputy City Rocket, those are metro proposal. Suspect is block 4083 response Murfield Road, 16 email block 2 incident 198 or 363.
Trapper gang, there's been a lot of
information only on page 3 to pursue.
I covered this a couple of days ago, basically talking about an alleged Fortnite account that had apparently been reactivated after Jeffrey Epstein died. It was apparently his account. Well, now there's a lot of mixed messages coming out. Fortnite themselves are denying that this is Epstein's account. They're saying that somebody is playing a prank. But then there's other stuff circulating where people think they found even more proof that Epstein could still be alive. Maybe he faked his death, maybe he was smuggled out. They may have made a fake Epstein corpse out of some boxes. It's crazy. And I'm going to break it all down for you in this video. So the first thing I'm going to show you is this. This is from Fortnite Station. It says, hey, official Fortnite here. This was a ruse by a Fortnite player a few days ago. An existing Fortnite account, Oda, changed their username to something totally unrelated to Little Saint Jeff 1, following the revelation of Little Saint Jeff 1 as a name on YouTube. These Fortnite trackers only display your current name, not any prior changes to it. We have no record of the subject's email addresses or reference in a public document existing in the Fortnite account system. Since the public document releases, people have created Fortnite accounts with similar looking email addresses and usernames. So they're saying it's cat. Okay, I hope Fortnite aren't trying to cover for Jeffrey Epstein. That's I pray that's not what's going on. Okay, people saying thanks for the clarification. Right, they're saying we have no record of the suspect's email addresses referenced in the public document existing in the Epic account system. Well, what's this? Charge for V-Bucks on Fortnite. Okay. Says if you have no record of his email, then your records are incomplete. Given the records show his email tied to V-Bucks purchases, assign this 0 credibility score. We're not with a Fisher. Come on, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But look, it says I'm sure it's a coincidence he bought V-Bucks back in 2019. All right? There's a lot of strange things going around. But one of the craziest things going around, okay, since now we've got to believe that Fortnite are in on the conspiracy, okay? But the theory that Epstein is still alive, it's moved from the fringes of the internet, now it's becoming, you know, a big question mark that people are digging into. And people are saying they're finding new evidence in the files that there's actually a high-level cover-up going on. So this is going around, okay? This is an interesting Reddit post I saw yesterday. I thought I need to talk about this. So it says, I'm a former maximum security CO who posted about Epstein's suspicious death 6 months ago. There's a new data point, and now Occam is finally rolling over in his grave. 6 months ago, I posted my perspective on Epstein's death. My position was that the official story doesn't hold up operationally. Cameras failing, officers sleeping simultaneously, suicide watch conveniently removed, cell design defeated, and forensics that don't match. Each one unlikely, but together nearly impossible. It says now we have the document dumped 3.5 million pages. Buried in there is a detail that caught my attention: the decoy body. According to the released files, when Epstein's body was removed from the Metropolitan Correctional Center, jail staff created what appeared to be a body, using boxes and sheets. They loaded this into a white van marked as medical examiner, and the media then followed that van. The actual body was loaded into a black vehicle that left unnoticed. This is not normal. This is not a thing. In my entire time in corrections, I've never heard of a decoy body transport. There's no protocol for it, no training for it, no reason to do it. When an inmate dies, you document everything. You follow chain of custody and you move the body through the proper channels. You don't create fake corpses to misdirect journalists. This was an operational misdirection. The question is, misdirection from what? Let me lay it out again. Camera failure. Federal facilities have redundant camera systems. They're checked regularly, and when they go out, it's considered emergency maintenance. Total failure at the exact moment of a high-profile inmate's death is extremely unlikely. Sleeping officers. 2 officers allegedly fell asleep simultaneously and falsified records. These are federal correctional officers, selected, trained, and assigned to one of the most sensitive posts in corrections history.
Yeah.
Officer falling asleep is a fireable offense. 2 at the same time on this particular inmate.
On this case, it's insane. Everybody's losing their job.
Epstein was placed on watch after a previous incident. Removal requires administrative approval. It's not a casual decision. It was removed shortly before his death, drastically lowering the protection around him at exactly the wrong moment. The cell design. Federal high-security cells are specifically engineered to prevent the S-word. Fixtures are designed to prevent ligature points. Bedding is designed to tear underweight. It's not impossible to, do the big sad, but the cells are designed to make it difficult.
Do the big sad. That's so funny. Guys, don't do the big sad. Holy shit, that's funny.
Another data point that doesn't fit the official narrative cleanly. The new data point, decoy body. I've literally never heard of this before in years of corrections. Occam's razor. People misuse this concept constantly. Occam's razor doesn't say the simplest sounding explanation is true. It says you shouldn't multiply entities unnecessarily because the explanation that requires the fewest independent assumptions is usually correct. The official story requires you to believe 1. Redundant camera systems failed simultaneously by coincidence at the exact moment of death.
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
federal officers fell asleep at the same time on the highest profile inmate in the country by coincidence. 3. Administrative approval was given to remove S-Watch shortly before death by coincidence. 4. An inmate defeated cell design specifically engineered to prevent what he allegedly did. 5. Forensic findings don't match the described method, are explainable or irrelevant. 6. Staff constructed a decoy body and ran a misdirection operation on the press for reasons. Each of these is independent. For the official story to be true, all of them have to be true simultaneously with no connection between them. The alternative requires you to believe powerful people with a lot to move had a motive to ensure Epstein never testified. Someone with access and authority coordinated the conditions for his death. The scene was managed before, during, and after. That's one assumption. It was managed. Everything else flows from that. For honesty's sake, I will again leave the room for the possibility he was just given space to off himself and succeeded. Still a cover-up, still illegal. Also previously I assigned a non-zero but extremely low likelihood that he is still alive. That possibility is now increased by orders of magnitude. The records also detail a trick that jail staffers used to fool the media gathered outside while Epstein's body was removed. They used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a body and loaded it into a white van labelled as belonging to the office of the chief medical examiner. The reporters followed the van till it left the jail, not knowing that Epstein's actual body was loaded into a black vehicle which departed unnoticed according to the interview notes. Why would they do that? What's the point? Right? Interesting. Okay, it says there's other sources as well. No edit. No one variable has to be impossible to explain. The point is the accumulated probability of all variables coincidentally happening simultaneously in a way that benefits extremely powerful people. And this is the ABC News article. Huge cash extra includes emails, financial exchange with wealthy and powerful people. And it is here in ABC News in black and white. The latest batch of documents includes emails between investigators about Epstein's death, including an investigator's observation that his final communication doesn't look like an S note. Multiple investigations determined that his death was an S. The records also detail a trick. Why this one simple prosecutors and everybody in the world hates this one simple trick. Okay, a trick that staff has used to fool the media gathered outside while Epstein's body was removed. They used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a body, loaded it into a white van labelled as belonging to the office of the chief medical examiner. The reporters followed that van when it left the jail, not knowing Epstein's actual body was loaded into a black vehicle which departed unnoticed, according to the interviewer notes. It's insane. Fascinating, and I've read enough to be very sympathetic to your viewpoint. All those yachts in the Caribbean on New Year, some reunion. Okay, what's this going to be? Yeah, that was silly. That was a good. File codes related to the decoy body. Okay, I found something. Document related to the ABC article you linked. The exchange between agents about the S note. It says we separately wanted to flag to you in our unredacted portion of the report. OCME makes reference to a handwritten note that was found in his cell at the time of his death, though the report makes it clear it was not an S note. We have a photograph of the note, but it's difficult to grievances about the conditions at MCC, including the food, the showers, the presence of bugs, but we agree with OCME assessment that it does not appear to be an S note. This is, however, what ABC wrote. To me, okay, so I already this is from the basically saying that it was concluded that it was a self-deletion. To me, it looks like a complete misunderstanding of what was written in the file, whether intentional or not. This specific exchange says the letter specifically is not an S note, while not getting at all in the merit of whether the death was an S. Saying the agents are implying that is misleading. To me, it looks like a way to either mention something that could put mystery on the death for engagement's sake, or a way to reinforce the S narrative. Case in point, what the document says is not what ABC says it's saying. Decoy body tracks 100%. Okay, that part's very damning. We need to see the actual file. It's a very bold claim. Saying what's your take on this? This says prisoner count in Z to A went from 73 to 72 right before Epstein died. Ari count slips. Why did the count change from 73 to 72 between 12 AM and 3 AM? Yeah, why? We got an answer for that? We got an answer? Someone was missing? Someone was missing. Bro, I wonder if the missing inmate has the same build as Epstein. What I did find is looking for records from prison until I found email chains. I looked for emails around the date of death. I found a bunch of emails from redacted prison staff. Two of them had a very unique email signature that wasn't redacted. One of them was the IT guy, I think, who had a very nerdy one with no interesting results. The other one helped me find this email. My theory is that if there's anything in these documents worth finding, it's not going to be something you're going to find by searching the person's name or words like murder, because these are what people would have done first. Anything of interest needs to have been missed, like this. Maybe it's nothing, maybe there's a totally reasonable explanation for why the numbers are different. Honestly, I didn't even know what a slip count was until I read this email and looked it up. It's definitely suspicious. It's crazy. It's crazy. It just keeps on coming. Okay, some of the exact verbiage is on page 102 here. This is the document number on the page. I haven't read it all. Edit, I appreciate how detailed you went into this post beyond reasonable doubt. I'm very reasonably doubtful. Page 1 of this link shows Epstein made an unrecorded call the day before he was deleted. The call was to his mother. His mother died in 2004. I don't think this is news, but like, what the F? Unrecorded call in federal custody. You can't even do that in a little Kodak county jail. Oh dear. Alright, so this is basically like the FBI, I guess, opening of an investigation into the death of Jeffrey Epstein. They initiated the investigation. Here it says, on August 10th, 2019, at approximately 1:45 PM hours, a report investigator basically conducted. There was basically a review of Epstein's inmate records, and they found out the following. Epstein had no phone calls on files with BOP. They found that inquiry to be odd because she was informed that Epstein had in fact made a call on the 9th of August, the day before he died. Inquiry of another inmate was conducted to ensure the database was operating correctly. Phone records were revealed for the test inmate run. The call was provided by BOP supervisor, who also reported that the call informed the call was made on an unsecure line or legal line, which was not recorded. reason for the call was placed in a manner because Epstein was related to blank, and there was an issue with his phone account. He could not make a normal call. When asked to utilize Epstein's code to make a test call to determine the validity of the reason for the unsecure call, he was informed that it would be impossible to test because the system is voice recognizable and voice activated. Further informed, it makes him calls once per every 30 days. One call may last 30 minutes. All calls are made from within the cell, and the person will bring a receiver or handmate for the inmates to utilize. His commissary had $566 on the account. Blank was able to retrieve a record of Epstein's last call. It was placed in an unsecure line approximately 7 p.m. It was made to Blank. According to Blank, Epstein indicated he was calling his mother. Blank was informed that Epstein's mother is deceased. Epstein's last cellmate was Ephraim Reyes. Who's this? No way. No way. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. On November the 27th, 2020, Ephraim Stone Reyes died in his mother's Bronx, New York apartment from COVID. Oh, that's convenient. Reyes was questioned by the FBI about Epstein and his alleged mistreatment by MCC staff. Wait. Did we just get 6ix9ine in the Epstein files? No way. Reyes cooperated, albeit reluctantly, which earned him a move to QCC, where cooperating witnesses like rapper 6ix9ine were held. Why didn't I ask 6ix9ine about this when I linked up with him? Next time I link up with 6ix9ine, I'm going to ask him about this. What? Hell. What? The hell? I'm tired of this, man. I'm scared. So I looked up his name some more, and I'm finding stuff like this. More than 24 people linked to him have died under mysterious circumstances. They're all connected through a money trail, apparently. 22 people have died under murky circumstances. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's just loads. There's just loads of them. I don't have time to go into him. His final cellmate, 3 of his accusers. The Palm Beach detective who led the investigation died. His ex-butler died, who swiped his little black book and offered to sell it to an FBI undercover agent. Died after serving 13 months in a federal prison. 2 high-powered attorneys who helped him escape in the original case have died. The MIT artificial intelligence pioneer, he was 88, so that Ronald, Miami Hemp, who was allegedly the first to traffic Virginia Guthrie, died. 2 investigative journalists chasing the scandal, former NYPD detective and Epstein book author passed away. Celebrity biographer Wendy Lee also died. Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modelling agency boss, was waiting trial for trafficking girls to Epstein, died in a prison cell, hung exact same way. Movie producer Steve Bing plunged from the 27th floor of his LA apartment building after talking to the FBI. Mark Middleton, advisor to Bill Clinton with ties to Epstein, was found hanged and shot. Hanged and shot. Thomas Bowers, head of Deutsche Bank Wealth Management, who moved money for Epstein, was also found hanged inside his California. Epstein Powell and former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson died in his sleep. Stephen Hawking. Les Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secret, who gave him a bunch of money, died. 43-year-old lawyer was gunned down weeks before he was about to be investigated by the IRS. God. The guy who was suspected into Shapiro, the previous person's unsolved murder, died. I'm over this at this point, right? I'm over this. Crazy, right? What? Alright, let me go back to the original post, okay? Let me go back to the original post. Alright, so look, let's just dig a little bit deeper into some of the aspects of this. As that Reddit post kind of said, you've got to believe all of these things at the same time to actually accept the official version of the story. So let's look a little bit closer into just each one of those aspects. All right, let's kick off with the camera angles, okay? Because basically, following Epstein's death, the official government narrative is basically that the guards on duty, they just both happen to fall asleep at the same time whilst working their federal job.
Where the nation's highest profile inmate was locked up alone. His cellmate having been transferred elsewhere just hours earlier. The guards are expected to perform rounds every half hour and count inmates 5 times a shift. But prosecutors say they did none of that and instead falsified the logs. That 41-year-old Michael Thomas and his partner, 31-year-old Tova Noel, remained in their common area for 8 straight hours, surfing the internet and apparently sleeping. until they went to serve breakfast at 6:30 a.m. and found Jeffrey Epstein with a bedsheet tied around his neck.
Okay. So after this, right, the story would then shift basically to people looking at kind of this footage from the cell block. Its only working camera was eventually released, and this apparently showed that the guards were awake, and it revealed a very convenient blind spot for the camera. Look at this.
I am obsessed with this staircase, right? It has 8 steps. It has black banisters on both sides. It is narrow, about the width of a standard doorway. The staircase is the only access point to the jail cell where Jeffrey Epstein died on the night of August 9th, 2019. And I've been trying to figure out whether someone could go up those stairs without being seen by the one working security camera in the cell block. According to the Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, it's impossible.
There's video that when you look at the video, you're going to see there's no one there but him. There's just nobody there.
Dan Bongino says he's entirely convinced of it because video shows nobody could have gone near Epstein's cell that night. Nobody could have gone up those stairs without being seen. But here's the thing. That's not what the video shows at all. On the video, you can see an officer walk from her desk out of shot at 10:38 p.m. A minute later, you see an orange shape go up the stairs towards Epstein's wing of the cell block. Now, government investigators say that this orange shape is the same officer, Officer Noel, carrying orange bed sheets and jumpsuits up the stairs. Then, 2 minutes later, at 10:41 p.m., you see Officer Noel walk back across the floor. So, to recap, you see the orange shape, presumably her, go up the stairs, and then you see her back on the ground floor. You never see her come back down the stairs. So, someone can walk up and down the stairs undetected by the camera. And yet, Dan Bongino said
that when you look at the video, you're going to see there's no one there but him. There's just nobody there.
There could have been somebody there. The entry to the cell block is off-screen. The entirety of SEAL Team 6 could have gone in and out of Epstein's cell without the camera seeing, as long as they hugged the right-hand banister. So now you can see why I'm obsessed with this staircase.
Yeah, it's a little bit sketchy, right? So, elsewhere, okay, prolific YouTuber Dr. G would basically give his thoughts, and he would present what he believed was evidence of the cover-up, basically revealing that multiple other cameras in the cell block were actually functional at the time.
If you look at the footage to the right here, it's labeled August 11th, 2019, around 2200 hours. And according to the government, this footage does not exist. Now let me explain what I mean by that, because this was actually released in the latest batch of Epstein files. Jeffrey Epstein's body was found on August 10th, 2019 at 6:33 a.m. Now, I want you to keep in mind, this is the next day, so you're going, well, who cares? This is the day following. But this is extremely significant when you really understand everything that's been reported and all of the details of the case. In just a moment, I'm going to show you a map of this area. I'm going to show you where all of the cameras are. I'm going to show you where everybody is housed. I'm going to explain why, according to the government, this footage cannot exist. Now, watch these officers right here. I want to show you where they're going to go. Now, you see the staircase right here, the one that these officers are getting ready to walk on. This is where Jeffrey Epstein was housed. This is up to what's called L tier. This is referred to, this whole area is referred to as the SHU in the MCC. The MCC is the prison. The SHU is the special housing unit. So it's for people that are not in the general population of put. And each little area is called a tier. There's an upper tier and a lower tier. Jeffrey Epstein is housed in tier L, which is the upper tier. That's where these officers are walking right now. As you can see, you have a pretty clear shot. If you've seen previous videos about the footage that was released on the night of Jeffrey Epstein's death, the quality is terrible. It's actually from back here. If you look in the upper right, that's where that camera is. Actually, let's look at a map of all of this.
So you get the gist, right? It's like this footage isn't supposed to exist. Okay, where's the rest of it? We've only got the next day. It's a little bit strange, okay? Now, as all of these files start coming out, okay, then we start getting kind of detailed reviews of the 170-page case file that highlights just how suspicious Epstein's entire stay in prison was, that basically led up to the discovery of the body, okay? There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff that's been going around. So this was posted in r/Epstein said this guy said read all 170 pages. So there's a wild read. Investigators in 2021 talking to the SIS investigator for Jeffrey Epstein. This person constantly contradicting themselves. So many sketchy things happening in this. Cameras, keys, access, mischecks, no room searches for days. Jeffrey Epstein in the wrong cell. Cellmate removed 1 day prior and not replaced. Excessive linens, 1 mattress, then 2 mattresses, non-secure phone calls, removing items, pill bottles, multiple nooses. JD found on the ground with nooses, not actually hanging. I'm literally so deep in this. Ask me anything, okay? It says, what happens to the inmate? What does the MCC do with the inmate? It said if it was an incident where he was found, let's say, while I was a lieutenant on, and it happened, I would remove him from the cell, of course, immediately notify psychology of what occurred. At that point, I would be placing him on S-Watch with inmate companion watching him, but I would make sure, we take all of his clothing, everything, and we would make sure he got nothing but an S-Smog and an S-Blanket. And they said, how long does that normal S-Watch last? They said it could vary. What's the shortest you've ever seen somebody placed on S-Watch? Maybe a couple of days, but I can't tell you, 1 or 2 days, 3 maybe, but maybe a couple of days. Based on what we found out, it looks like this attempt was on the 23rd, and 24th morning, he was removed from S-Watch and placed under psych observation. He says, right. It's crazy. It says, recall by that anyone from upper management or even psych mentioned that he was required to have a cellmate. I didn't hear it per se, but normally when they come off S-Watch or a psych observation, they usually have to have a cellmate. And psychology usually harbour on that, they have to. Why is it? Have a cellmate? Why is it that they need a cellmate? I don't want to guess, but I would say that even though an attempt was possibly made, you want to prevent something like that happening going forward. And do you recall, but you said you're not sure, but do you recall that there was a requirement for Epstein to have a cellmate? He said, yes, I do recall him saying he had to have a cellmate, and that was by word of mouth. And he said, yep, by word of mouth. And they said, so you consider that like a policy violation? He said, yes, if it's not logged in the system, it's almost as if it never happened. Yes, go ahead. That's all I have. I know that you looked into the monitor, the phone call that Epstein made the night before on August the 9th, right? And what's your understanding of what transpired? Like, how did he make that phone call? He said, my understanding is that his unit manager gave him the phone call on an unsecured line. Placed Epstein in the shower area. That's what my understanding. And he plugged the phone into an unsecured line and he gave him a phone call. And based on what we based the interviews on, it looks like Epstein asked to speak to his mother. Right. And he asked for his pack and his PIN was not set up. He said, well, let's ask her. Can't be talking about the mother, right? What's your understanding of what happened? That was my understanding that he made a phone call to his mother. Have you learned anything since then? No. Well, I did learn that his mother was deceased on the 10th. And they said, and do you know who he actually called? I don't. I actually was present when we did, this is so creepy, when we did get the number and the NYPD guy called the number back, but I don't know who it was. Don't know, didn't check. Moving on. He actually dialed the phone to check to, rather than doing a search, he called the number that they, I think he did a search, and he called the number. From here at the BOP, he said, no, I want to say he might have called from a phone that he had. He had a cell phone? Yeah. I want to say that he called from his phone. Was this in your presence? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was there. He said, did they bring their cell phones into the institution? We got approval for them to bring their phones in because they were doing an investigation. He said, oh, okay. He said, yes. And do you know if someone answered when he called? I want to say a female answered, but then hung up. Did he identify himself? I can't remember. Okay, I can't remember. Bro. He said, yes. Blank, our country? Wait, what? Wait, what? Yes, redacted. Our country? Okay, cool. So did you assist her when... Yeah, I was there when she walked in. You both were, yes. What was your impression when you saw it? Like, what did you see when you walked in? It wasn't much in the cell. It was just more like linen sheets, linen stuff. Was there an excessive? Yeah, an excessive amount of linen and sheets. Yes. Did you inventory that? No, I didn't. Do you know around how many linens and sheets were in there? Oh, no. So this is from the outside of the cell, the second picture. Yeah, with blank. This is on the outside, yes. So what is this wire coming out? Is this the CPAP machine? Yes. Okay, and you said you removed it from the cell. Yes, we took the CPAP machine. Okay, and the CPAP machine only extends to right there. I can't remember where it was located at. I just know that she went, took it out. So what he said was there on the CPAP machine, and that cord specifically was there. Any indication that he might have used that to strangle or attempt to do stuff to himself, or someone else attempt to do stuff to him? He said, no, just like the CPAP machine with the cord. So was the cord not like disheveled or out of place? Was it straight from the machine all the way to where it was plugged in? He said, I can't remember. I said, okay, but there was nothing? I can't. He said, that indicated that he was strangled or anything other than the noose, what they found in there? He said, no, nothing indicated the CPAP machine cord was used. He said, no. No, okay. What happened to the CPAP machine? It's in the SIS shop in the inventory. Oh, it's still there? It should still be there. It's been gone for a while, but yes. People in the comments saying, hey, remember to take a break, have a nice cup of tea or coffee.
Hey Lori, what's up? I'm just drawing, making like tattoo stencil for a little thing I'm doing. It's a little penguin. Just a little penguin head though. What are you doing?
Also, state-sponsored safety nets and elite ties, which just hold on for the next line to swing to the next lever he can pull. Even a pardon, basically, even when pinned down with international condemnation, he still had maneuvers to make, and that's why they offed him. These maneuvers could only be retaliatory for those who had blackmail on them. Said you're in deep social theory.
I was kind of getting ready to do a, well, do that actually, but I don't think I'm doing it yet. Listen to this Epstein thing. It's starting to sound like maybe he didn't kill himself, or I don't know. Maybe he's not even dead.
I'm gonna have a mental breakdown at some point, I swear. Okay, so this is 300 pages. This is 300 pages. I don't know if I've got this in me, but I am seeing some stuff basically where he's talking about showing a picture, saying did he fall to the floor? So what did you do? So I'll do a little snippet of this, and I'm gonna have to dig into this deeper. Okay, they're basically saying so.
I don't believe I was just drawing with that fucking flashing light going. What's wrong with me?
It wasn't just a single piece. It might have more rope to it. There was more rope to it. But this is what was hanging. He was hanging. It was something. I don't know if it's a sheet or a shirt or where it might be. But yeah, he was hanging from over there, from this area. Yeah. Said, all right, mind just initialing and dating that. All right. So when you went in, you found him and he was still hanging. Yep. He said, and what did you do? I ripped him down and I yelled help and started CPR. How did you rip him down? Yeah, I just ripped the sheet.
God, I hope I didn't take service.
Oh, so you could just rip it. So he could hang his whole body weight with it, but you just ripped it. And then did you like pick him up or did you just throw him on the floor? Yeah. Or did he fall on the floor? Just kind of like got him to the floor, I ripped it off and then he dropped of course, and then I laid him onto the ground. So he dropped, fall after you? Well, it wasn't, as you can see, it's not that. As you can see by the thing, it's like that. Where's the picture? Right here. Can I have the picture back? The ground, right here. Like, if you take his maybe plop to the, he was maybe like an inch and a half off the ground. So he was lower than the... So after you ripped this thing, did he just fall first? Just drop down, yeah. He dropped down, and then you moved him. So alright. I did not move him to... You can't hear it. So you ripped the sheet and falls to the floor. So then you moved him. Where did you start CPR? So yeah. So I could lay him down and start CPR. So do you remember if he's like anything, his body hit anywhere? I don't remember when he fell. No, I don't remember his body hit anywhere. We just, the reason why we're asking is like with the autopsy, we've got to make sure of that. Yeah, it's just like a drop down. So he dropped. So basically, do you remember if he landed on his butt? Yeah, on his butt. Yeah, he landed on his butt there. He landed on his butt. But his head remained upright? Nah, I'm sure he... I don't mean upright, like looking at you, I mean he was like, body was upright. I would guess he just limped over. I would say limped over, okay. And then you physically moved him to, to the floor. The floor, yeah. Alright, do you remember if he's like, anything hit harder than another when you moved him? I really don't, to the floor. Remember other than, no worries. No worries. Said, so he was still hanging, that was the position he found him in. He ripped it off, he fell to the floor, and he moved him to the ground. What was he wearing at the time? Do you remember pants? Was he naked or anything like that? Did he have his clothes on? He wasn't naked, he still had I'm going to say, he had a jumper on. He had his jumper, you know how they have it all the way around the top right there, it's like around the waist. Maybe he had pants on. I do remember he wasn't totally naked. Okay, he wasn't in his boxer shorts or anything like that, but he had no shirt on, didn't have a shirt on. Didn't have a shirt. When he fell off, did that come away from his he didn't have anything around his neck. Was it either a sheet or a shirt? I don't know which one it is. A sheet or a shirt? I don't really pay attention to it. Now the sheets and the shirts both orange? Yes. What, like the orange ones they brought through? Oh my god. So it wasn't, you weren't able to tell if it was, you couldn't tell if it was a sheet or a shirt. No, I didn't. I didn't look to see what it was. Now what did he look like? A white male? I don't know. Was he completely purple? No, absolutely not. He wasn't completely. He was just looked like he just himself. So it wasn't like he was red or blue or his lips weren't like a different colour. It wasn't any of that stuff. He was just, it looked like it happened just recently or like, I mean, I'm not a doctor. Sure. Tell if you're a doctor, he just didn't look, I didn't say he looked different. I mean, he just like he himself. There's no discoloration like that, if that's what you're trying to get at. It's just like he himself. So he didn't look that much different to when he was alive. Yeah, he pretty much looked the same. Pretty much looked the same. And you said you didn't notice anything unusual in his cell? No, I didn't. And you said that you started CPR. What did you do? I started doing chest compressions, like mouth-to-mouth type stuff. It wasn't long before they came with the thing and they started doing all the other stuff. I can't remember the medic name. Can't remember the guy's name. He was all kind of right there next to the bed. Okay. They did everything. They were doing AED, everything there right inside the cell. I'm doing my chest compressions, just laying out right there with 3 feet. Okay. Yeah. You didn't really have to move him much. After you moved him from the hang position to the ground to the floor, chest compressions. Do you do anything else? There was a whole bunch of staff there. Didn't know how long he was doing it for. Seemed like the blink of an eye. Everybody was around him. Did he seem gone at the time? He said no, he didn't. He actually seemed like he was alive. Well, he didn't. I don't really want to say dead or alive. I was doing chest compressions. I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just kept going. I didn't know if he was dead or anything at the time. Did you notice he had a pulse? He checked for a pulse. He said the doctor was there. I know when I was doing chest compressions, I didn't stop to check for a pulse. Let the medical staff do that because somebody from medical was doing it. So how do you know how to do chest compressions if you didn't? He said, I mean, I don't know if somebody looked like they're not breathing or anything like that. He's just not talking. I'm yelling out his name. He's not, responding. So did you check your breath? Yeah, I checked your breath. So prior to doing chest compressions, you checked your breath. I said, yes, I checked your breath. How did you do that? I would just go like, I was telling Epstein, like, yo, Epstein, he wasn't breathing. So that's my interpretation, is checking. I'm yelling, he's not breathing, he's not calling to me, he's not saying anything. So I guess what I'm asking is did I put my hand over here and check your breath? Yeah, no, I didn't. So you didn't I was yelling his name and everything to see if he was doing anything there. I'm like, yo, Epstein. I'm pushing his upper torso, so he didn't really feel for a pulse or check for his breath. No, I didn't do all that stuff. Alright, but you believed he wasn't breathing. I don't know if he wasn't breathing. I don't know if he was just hanging. I was just trying to get him to start. He was just trying to rev him up. So you saw him hanging and your just natural reaction was to do chest compressions. She said, absolutely. So you don't actually know if he was breathing. I don't know. I don't know if he was breathing, you don't know if he was alive. I don't know if he was alive or not. So you didn't actually check for anything, you went straight to chest compressions. Yeah, I went straight to chest compressions and yelling, I was getting no response. Did you hit him or anything first? I said, nah. Like trying to wake him up, so I just kept yelling his name, I'm shaking him, I'm doing chest compressions. That should be enough to wake somebody up, like, hey, like, that and I didn't, so they didn't teach you CPR? So that's part of the ART. Did you teach you that prior to doing CPR, you're supposed to check if they're alive first? Prior to CPR, the standard model is to check airways and everything like that. Of course, in the moment, I didn't slow down and say, let me check for responsiveness. That's exactly what I did. I'm yelling your name, that was checking for a response. I wasn't getting a response. So the only reason I'm going into more details is like, you weren't sure if he was alive or not. I said, said, alright, I understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's more questions I need to ask with regard to that. Crazy. Alright, look, I'm not going to sit here and read all 300 pages, but I'm definitely going to bookmark that for later. That's crazy. Okay, that's actually insane. The fact that that's another thing is insanity. Okay, now what we're going to move on to, okay, is the fact that they're basically, I'm going to say this. That's crazy. This is insane. This is just insane. So, alright, so since then, more videos have revealed apparently a very happy Jeffrey Epstein recording himself in what some people are saying is some sort of coded message, right? So, this is a secret prison video showing Epstein recording creepy messages from women from jail. You just say he had a sore on his face from some dirt colour guy trying to kiss him. Now, I don't buy that for a second, but that's crazy to even say that. People are saying, I don't think he committed S, I think they killed him. But just to remind you all, nobody looks S until they do the D. Right? So, doesn't mean he mauled himself. He definitely could have made a story along the line part of his deal getting away from jail. We know the amount of investment he would have turned away to simply offer himself. What a creep. So look, alright, I think that's enough for one video, okay? I'm already having nightmares about this stuff, and it is getting creepy, okay? I was going to stop making videos about this. Some of this stuff I want to react to today. There's like one more thing that I want to dig into and react to, but I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to go to bed, because this is just a little bit too much. But honestly, it's so hard to believe the official story about this, but there's really, there's not enough to go on. I mean, just because it sounds a bit fishy, the way that they describe finding him, I don't know if there's... I'm just tired of this, man. Can somebody just solve this? Can CoffeeZilla just solve this for us? And we can just all sleep easy, right? We can just all sleep easy and just never talk about this creep ever again. I'm so tired. Right? I'm exhausted. I'm done. I don't want to make videos about this anymore. But anyway, okay, let me know what you thought of that breakdown. I could dig deeper into some of this stuff. Let me know if you want that, if you want to torture me more, like I'm imprisoned on the island. I could do more of this, okay? There's not really much else going on. All I'm seeing when I go on social media all day is Epstein files, left, right, center, files. I'm tired of it. But that's all you got. That's all you want to hear about. That's all I'm hearing about. It's the only game in town right now. I'm not trying to belittle the seriousness of this, but it really is like, I'm trying to find other things to look at, be interested in. But this is all that's going on. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next video. Thank you for following and supporting everything that I do. Love you guys. I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
I drew a pretty cute penguin, you guys. Woo. Ah. Is there really 3 people here? I don't know who they are. Botrix and Sleep and Lori. And me. Who is that? Oh, Nick. Not in here, but on Discord. On Discord, I said. Ugh. Boy, was I ever drinking. And yeah. Yeah.
Today we look at Jeffrey Epstein and the not well-known story of the prophet Ezekiel and the hole in the wall in the temple. This takes place in the Old Testament, and you've probably heard the term hole in the wall, or you've even used the term hole in the wall. It can mean a small diner, place that's not well known.
Oh man.
Might use it for a peep show. But
or another hole in the wall.
Is a term that comes from the Old Testament.
comes from the prophet Ezekiel. And we're going to talk about that today.
Ezekiel in the glory hole.
What I'm calling double layer religion. What is double layer religion? Anthropologists will call it folk religion. It is the case when you have a dominant religion in an area, and then you have an occult, secret, pagan, magical religion, a subversive religion, witchcraft, that exists underneath that dominant religion. And the practitioners of that occult, pagan, witchcraft religion often outwardly conform to a dominant religion on the surface. But they use that surface religion as a shield to allow them to commit atrocities. And we've seen with the release of Epstein files, and again, they talk about curiosity, and we don't want to go down that trail. We've seen atrocious information, and it's not something that's new. We've known for a long time that vulnerable children, sadly, are trafficked throughout the whole world. We know that infant life, in the womb, out of the womb, is not regarded as sacred, is not regarded as having dignity in the image and likeness of God. Throughout history, if you read the Old Testament, children have been sacrificed to false gods, to demons, for the sake of weather, for the sake of magic, for the sake of all kinds of wicked things. And behind all of this is the devil. The devil from day one seduced Eve into thinking that she could become like unto God by disobeying God. That is the satanic lie from day one. So we're going to look at this story, true story, from Ezekiel chapter 8, in which Ezekiel looks into a hole in the wall of the temple and eventually digs through it, and he sees the elders and the priests of the ancient Jews who pretend to be worshiping God are in fact engaging in wicked, occult, pagan practices, not just in their homes, but in the very temple. This is a true story from the Old Testament, and it relates to how we see organized witchcraft, paganism, the offering, I be careful with my words, the offering of children, the destruction of innocence, all for the sake of power and wealth and fame. And I think the Epstein details are revealing that there were a lot of people, not just Epstein, but a lot of people who sort of have an outward dominant shell of I'm a good person, or I do these charities, or I belong to this religion. But underneath, it is completely pagan. It is completely wicked. And there are details of this is related to magic, witchcraft, Kabbalah, occult practices. So that's today's show. What are we going to talk about here in the opening? We had a great Lent webinar a couple nights ago, and I think there was 2,500 people of y'all there, and it absolutely fantastic. We talked about the history and theology of Lent, and not just making Lent something that you know, what are you going to give up this year? I'm giving up chocolate, I'm giving up alcohol. Looking at Lent from a global point of view, from the intention of the Catholic Church, from the heart of the Catholic Church, as a season of resetting to our baptism, resetting to Christian discipleship, and then how the ancient Christians were so penitential and sacrificial during that time of Lent, and how just as new people are coming into the Catholic Church on Easter Vigil, we, during Lent, reset ourselves. We don't get baptized again, but we use this season to sort of default back to our system settings of being a baptized Christian, which has to do with A, stopping sin, but B, penance, prayer, deeper in the liturgy. So if you missed that webinar, it's fantastic, it's high energy, it's encouraging. I give you a lot of things from the saints. I give away tons of resources. I give 2 free books. I give away a bunch of calendars. I give away Thomas Aquinas' book on Lenten meditation, St. Alphonsus of Gori's book on the Passion of Christ, a reading list to read through Matthew and John, a system to do the 33-day consecration. I give you a mini book on the 33-day consecration. tons of stuff there. It's totally free, and you can watch the replay if you click the link below. Also related to that, as I talked about in the webinar, over at the New St. Thomas Institute, we have an exciting course on Lent. So if you'd like to take a course, it's a 10-video course on Lent. The origin of Lent, the history of Lent, the way Lent was hard in the beginning and how over time it got easier and easier. And then I also give you many courses on Thomas Aquinas, on Mass, on the Last Supper, on the Passion of Christ, on the death of Christ, on the descent of Christ into hell, and there's a final class on the resurrection, all from a Thomistic point of view. So I'd encourage you, if you want to do theology, the theology of Lent and the history of Lent, take this course. And between now and Ash Wednesday, we have a special offer. You can join for $1. You'll get the Lent course, you'll get our other 13 courses, you'll get our online Douay Rheims Bible, the Latin Vulgate, the Church Fathers, everything is all an initial offer for $1, and that link is below here on YouTube. It's an incredible offer, and if you need something to study and fully understand what Lent is, it's not difficult. It's 10 classes, but it's a great thing for families to get together and watch and understand. It's like a mini docu-series on Lent and the Passion of Christ. So you can join for $1, the special offer between now and Ash Wednesday. It is the first link below here on YouTube. All right, let's talk about Epstein, the hole in the wall, occult practices, and what I'm calling double-layer religion. In the Old Testament, there's a big misunderstanding about the Old Testament. Now, I hope you read the Old Testament. I hope you read the whole Bible. By the way, at New St. Thomas Institute, if you sign up for my course, you'll get my whole course on the Old Testament. I walk you through every single book of the Old Testament. I give you a reading plan if you want to read the whole thing, and I give you the Catholic theology in every book of the Old Testament. We also have a course on the New Testament. I walk you through every single book of the New Testament, and I give you all the Catholic theology from the saints and the fathers on the New Testament. If you join for the Lent course, you'll also get those as well. Okay, so massive offer here. But anyway, back to the Old Testament. People think the Old Testament is kind of like this. Adam and Eve, there was the tree, they ate, they sinned, some of their kids were bad, you know, the world got worse and worse, there was a flood with Noah got off, nothing really happened, Abraham came along, God chose Abraham. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob had 12 sons, they're the nation of Israel, and they just loved God, worshiped God, and then eventually over hundreds and hundreds of years, Jesus was born of Virgin Mary, and most of the Jews didn't accept him, and that's kind of a sad situation, and then the Catholic Church started, and we have the sacraments and we believe in Jesus. Most people kind of think that's the story of the Bible. The story of the Old Testament is very tragic. It's not just that when Jesus came, they didn't accept Jesus. The entire Old Testament, with very few exceptions, is about the Jewish people rejecting God, worshiping idols, committing sexual fornication, offering their children to Moloch and Chemosh, child sacrifice, and general warfare, disobedience, and division. If you read 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, you read all these stories, most of the people in Israel in the Old Testament are bad, are wayward. There are great lights and shining saints through in the Old Testament, but they tend to be the minority. And the Old Testament calls the tiny group of faithful Israelites the remnant of Israel, because most of Israel is evil. All right, outwardly they may say, we're Jewish, we worship Yahweh, we worship the God of Israel. But if you look at what they actually do, and we'll show in today's show, they're actually worshiping idols, they're sexually immoral, and they're offering their children to false gods. And obviously that's a big problem. Let's take a couple of... if we have time to talk about the Seal of Solomon in 666. Solomon is In a way, the greatest king of the Old Testament, we often talk about David. Solomon was David's son, and Solomon inherited everything David achieved. All right, he's the ultimate trust fund king. He receives everything. And it's the task is given to Solomon to build the temple of Jerusalem, to house the Ark of the Covenant. But Solomon himself was one of these double-layered.
Am I no one muted?
All right, and Solomon is a foreshadowing of the final Antichrist, as I talk about in my book, Antichrist and Apocalypse. And the reason we know that is because the only person in the Old Testament who's associated with 666 is Solomon. And Solomon perverted people and led them away from God into idols. For example, 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 7. Then did Solomon build a high place for Chemosh, the detestation of Moab, in the mount that is before Jerusalem, and for Moab, the detestation of the children of Ammon. And so Solomon, who is the king of Israel, the leader of Israel, the son of King David, he's in the Messianic line of Jesus Christ. He brings in foreign gods, and he actually sets up an altar or a place for the Jewish people to bring their babies to offer them in sacrifice. King Solomon did this. We haven't even got to Ezekiel yet. Hold on. And this is something that St. Stephen, the first martyr in the book of Acts, he accuses the Jewish people of his own day of being like this. He says in Acts chapter 7, verse 17, by the way, when Stephen says this, the Jews stone him, they kill him, they murder him. He's the first martyr. And Stephen says, and you took unto you the tabernacle of Moloch, that's the god that you sacrificed your children to, and the star of your god Remphan. Some people believe this is the star of David. We might talk about that a little bit. Figures which you made to adore them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. So Saint Stephen, who was the first of the 7 deacons, the first martyr who was stoned to death in the book of Acts, he tells the Jews and the religious leaders and the scribes and the Pharisees and the priests at this time, you took unto yourself the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of God Remphan. You're no different from Solomon, who built an altar for people to kill their kids. This is like King Solomon building a religious Planned Parenthood in Jerusalem, saying, bring your kids, slaughter them. All right, are you understanding the Old Testament and how bad things were? And I'll wait, and if you're kind of like Solomon was bad and Antichrist and all, listen to this right here, 1 Kings 10:14. This is the only reference to 666 in the Old Testament, in the whole Bible except the book of Revelation. And the weight of gold that came to Solomon every year was 666 talents of gold. Now in the book of Revelation, as I talk about in my book Antichrist and Apocalypse, by the way, many of the church fathers relate the Antichrist to King Solomon, and I document all that in my book Antichrist and Apocalypse. But in the Apocalypse of St. John, he says for us to understand and calculate the number of the Antichrist. Now, if you're a biblical Christian, if you're an early Christian in the first century, if you're a church father, you're thinking, okay, well, what's the key to understanding 666? Early Christians said, well, the key to understanding that is the Bible. And so when they read the Old Testament, they found the number 666, and it's related to Solomon, who built the temple. And we know that the Antichrist, at the end of time, will be a false Jewish Messiah, and he will rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, the Temple Mount. All the church fathers teach that. It's unanimous teaching in Catholicism, in the church fathers. And if you're Eastern Orthodox, it's also held there. The Antichrist will be a false Jewish Messiah who will rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, and he will be a scoundrel, just as Solomon was. I guess while we're at it, we'll talk about the seal of Solomon. Here's the seal of Solomon, by the way. You'll notice it's the six-sided star, what nowadays is called the Star of David. And the seal of Solomon is six-sided. It's got 6 angles, and it's got 6 triangles on there. It's 666. All right, draw your own conclusions. But and this seal, by the way, is related to stories in the Jewish Talmud All right, now we're getting into some deep stuff here. But in the Jewish Talmud, there is a story of King Solomon, and he has the seal or the ring of Solomon. And there's a demon named Asmodeus, same demon that appears in our Catholic book of Tobit.
Asmodeus, you fuck.
And I'll read you a little bit of the story relating to the seal in the reign of King Solomon. This is from the Talmud.
Oh. So it's from the,
Solomon thereupon sent
Greater
Benahu, son of Jehoiada, giving him a chain on which was graven the divine name in the ring. I'll skip that a little bit here. His assistant pours wine down into a deep pool. And when Asmodeus came, that's the demon, and examined the seal, he opened the pit and found it full of wine. He said, "It is written, wine is a mocker, wine drink and brawler, and whosoever erreth thereby is not wise. It is also written, pour to me wine, and new wine takes away understanding, I will not drink it. Growing thirsty, however, he resisted, and he drank till he became drunk and fell asleep. Then Benayahu came down and threw the chain over and fastened it, and when he awoke, began to struggle. Whereupon Benayahu said, "The name of thy master is upon me, the name of thy master is upon me." Solomon kept Asmodeus with him until he had built the temple. So Solomon sort of keeps this demon as a pet, using the power of a seal. One day when he was alone with him, he said, "It is written, he hath, as it were, Tuataf and Ra'im, the strength of wild ox." And we explain that, and this is the Talmud going on to explain to it. The reason I bring this up is, in the Jewish folklore, in the Talmud, in their religion, Solomon uses this seal, this power, as a sort of a magician to control demons. Right? He's like a demon master. But he's not like an exorcist like we understand in Catholicism, where you expel the demon in hell. He's kind of hanging out with the demons. The demon here is like a pet on a chain for him, right? So that's the seal of Solomon. So what we see here is this two-layered religion. Solomon is apparently a worshiper of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He should be a monotheist. His father King David was a monotheist who worshipped the one true God, who brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem, who was a man after God's heart. David did sin by committing adultery with Bathsheba, but we don't see David God's polytheism, paganism. His son Solomon is the trust fund kid who inherits everything. He has 700 wives, 300 concubines, and he brings in altars and temples, and he creates altars and temples to false gods all over Jerusalem. All right, so we see explicitly this double-layered religion. As time goes on, the prophets are preaching against this, and that's when we get to today's topic, and that is Ezekiel, the prophet Ezekiel. By the way, if you do read my book, Antichrist and Apocalypse, the key to understanding the book of Revelation and Apocalypse, most of the imagery in that book comes from Ezekiel, which we're talking about today, Daniel, Jeremiah, and also Isaiah. All right, so if you haven't read those Old Testament books and you try to read the book of Revelation, you're not going to get it. All right, you're off. You don't have the stories, you don't have the imagery, you don't understand what the beasts are, you don't understand what the Whore of Babylon is. All of that is already described in these books. In particular, Whore of Babylon, Ezekiel is in there as well. Okay, so let's look now at this chapter. Ezekiel, chapter 8. God brings Ezekiel to Jerusalem in a vision. Here's what it says, verse 2. "And I saw and beheld a likeness of the appearance of fire, and from the appearance of his loins down fire, from his loins upward, as the appearance of brightness, and the appearance of amber. And the likeness of the hand was put forth and took me by the lock of head." So this is God. All right, it's probably the second person of the Trinity in a theophany. And it reaches out and grabs Ezekiel by the head, and then it says, "And the Spirit," this is the Holy Spirit, "and the Spirit lifted me up between earth and the heaven, and brought me in a vision of God into Jerusalem, near the inner gate that looked towards the north, where where they will set the idol of jealousy to provoke to jealousy. And behold, the glory of the God of Israel was there, according to the vision which I had seen in the plain. So God picks him up, brings him to Jerusalem, and he sees right away an idol set up there. He calls it the idol of jealousy. Why is it called the idol of jealousy? Because in the Old Testament, God is married to Israel. Israel is the bride. God is the groom. He's the husband. That's why when Christ comes in the New Testament, he says that he's the groom and the people are the bride. That's why we call the church the bride of Christ. Okay, all this goes back to the Old Testament. Verse 5. And he said to me, Son of man, lift up your eyes towards the way of the north. And I lifted up my eyes towards the way of the north, and behold, on the north side of the gate of the altar, the idol of jealousy in the very entry. So the jealousy here is, in a way, it's the jealousy of God. He is the husband of Israel, and Israel has chosen a false god, symbolized by the idol. Right, so just as a husband, if he found out his wife was cheating on him, there'd be a spirit of jealousy. Here, God is showing Ezekiel, Israel, the people in Jerusalem, have chosen another husband, this idol, this demon. Verse 6, and he said to me, Son of man, dost thou see, thinkest thou, what these are doing? The great abominations that the house of Israel commits here, that I should depart far off from my sanctuary. And turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations. And he brought me into the door of the court, and I saw, and behold, a hole in the wall. Okay, so this is the hole in the wall I talked about in the beginning. He comes to the temple, there's a hole in the wall. And in verse 8, he says to Ezekiel, Son of man, dig in the wall, and when I dig in the wall, behold a door. So he sees a hole, he begins to sort of break open the hole, and as he breaks it open, there's a door. Verse 9, God says, Go in and see the wicked abominations which they commit here. And I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing and living creatures, the abomination, and all the idols of the house of Israel were painted on the wall all round about. So he sees in this secret chamber in the temple, painted on the walls and idols, creeping things like serpents, lizards, living creatures, abominations. The idols are all depicted in the temple. In God's house, they have created a secret chamber of pagan occult magic. Verse 11. And 70 men of the elders of the house of Israel. By the way, the 70 men of the elders is the Sanhedrin. And Jezaniah, the son of Sa'aphan, stood in the midst of them, that stood before the pictures. And everyone had an incense censer in his hand, and a cloud of smoke went up from the incense. So the Sanhedrin, right, the leaders of the priesthood, are in the chamber, and they have incense, and they are sensing all the images and the idols and the serpents, the false gods, in God's house. Verse 12, and he said to me, Surely thou see, O son of man, what the elders of the house of Israel do in the dark. Everyone in private is in his own chamber, for they say, The Lord sees us not. The Lord has forsaken the earth. So let's keep going here. I think when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, it was Jewish, but it also could apply to Catholics. These people who are engaging in dark arts, paganism, idolatry, the destruction of innocence. As in the story, they're offering incense to these evil images. And what do they say? Do they say, praise these evil images or some mantra? No, here's what they say. The Lord sees us not. The Lord has forsaken the earth. They know God exists, but they think God doesn't see them. They think they're protected in their dark arts, that God can't see them, and they believe that God has forsaken the earth. God doesn't care anymore. God is on to other things. If we do these wicked acts in darkness, God doesn't see us, and He's forsaken us. He doesn't care anyway. And I think when you look into the private lives of Epstein and all these people that are involved, not only are they performing, I think, a double religion of, hey, I'm a good person on the outside, but on this island or in that blue and white temple there that's on Epstein's island, we do these things in secret. These wicked, horrible things. God doesn't see us. And even if He did see us, He's already forsaken this world. We don't have to worry about it. Verse 13. And God said to me, if thou turn thee again, thou shalt see greater abominations which these commit. Verse 14. And He brought me in by the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which looked to the north. And behold, women sat there mourning for Adonis. And He said to me, surely thou hast seen, O son of man, but turn thee again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. So in the Middle East, in the Vulgate it's Adonis, but in the Middle East there was a religious cult of women who would mourn every year the death of Adonis. It was primarily a female cult, but very pagan, very wicked. And so He sees in the Lord's house, by the way, women are not allowed in the Lord's house, in the temple, in the Old Testament. That's a law, that's a rule. And before Vatican II, women weren't allowed into the sanctuary. The only time they were was to clean with permission. And the only time officially women were allowed into the sanctuary is when a woman was getting married. The groom and the bride are actually brought in past the rail, past the altar rail, to the altar because they are conferring the sacrament of matrimony. It's very beautiful. Symbol of tradition. Unfortunately, now with churches around, the altar rails taken out, all that symbolism has been lost. But anyway, there's women in there, and they're worshiping and lamenting and adoring Adonis, a false god, not the true God. And then God says, surely thou hast seen, O son of man, but turn again, and I will show you even greater abominations than these. And He brought me into the inner court of the house of the Lord, and behold, at the door of the temple, between the porch and the altar, stood about 25 men, having their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces to the east, and they adored the rising of the sun. And God said, surely thou hast seen, O son of man, is this a light thing to the house of Judah, that they should commit these abominations, which they have committed here? Because they have filled the land with iniquity, and have turned and provoked me to anger, and behold, they put a branch to their nose. So God is showing Ezekiel, look, the leaders of Israel, the women of Israel, have invaded my house, the temple of God, and are using the temple of God, which should be monotheistic in order to the one true God of Israel. They're using that as a place for evil, magic, witchcraft, sacrifice of children, destruction of innocence, trafficking, all manner of wickedness. I think this is an important conversation to have without going into some details, because I think it's pretty clear to the person who's paying attention that at the highest levels of politics, we have people who are doing these wicked, as it says in Ezekiel, abominations. Abominations. And we need to bring the word abomination back into our vocabulary. Certain sins are abominations. And it includes idolatry, includes magic, but it also includes all the sexual and homicidal thing and abusive things that these people do. And why do they do it? Why do people do these things? Well, if you talk to exorcists, I've talked to Father Ripper about this. Why do some people voluntarily get possessed by the devil? And people voluntarily get involved in black magic and occult practices. Not just Ouija boards, but seances and things much worse. Why do they do it? And there's one answer that they all have. And that is they were seeking power. They were seeking power to influence others, power over someone who would hurt them, injured them. Power over someone who they loved and betrayed them. Or power in general because they grew up and they were ground down and they were spit out and no one liked them and no one loved them, and then determined no matter what it took, they would be above everyone else. It's a satanic mentality. Remember, God said, Satan said, I will not serve God, non-servient. He wanted to be God. He wanted power. And that satanic impulse comes into the minds and hearts of people. They want power. And I'll tell you, we don't want to get too much into details, but in Hollywood and in politics, there are many stories of people who maybe start off with good intentions and they get into the crossroads here, and they are asked to do things that are abominations. There are people who are gatekeepers in politics, social media, Hollywood, international politics, businesses, corporations, where in order to control other people and to secure their place in power, they need the people with them to also be compromised, to also be indulging in abominations. It's how they retain power. All right, so let's just today burn into our minds, committing abominations is a grasping for power. And Epstein was a very powerful man. Look at the company he kept, look at the people he entertained, look at the deals he did. He won the Powerball, once or twice? I think maybe twice, but he definitely won the Powerball once. Is he just that lucky? He started off as a high school teacher, became a billionaire. People were trying all they could to get onto his island with his little white temple with all the abominations there. Why? Because it was a magnet of power. And powerful people use abominations to secure power. And Satan, the mastermind of this whole infernal program, he also recruits humans into his army through abominations for his own power. It's very sick. I've said before, there's people being bad. You commit sins, and they're always sinful and they're always bad. If it's a sin, it's a sin. But then there are people who are truly evil and wicked. And the difference is, people who sin and make mistakes and they go to confession, right? They are trying to conform imperfectly to the will of God. And I hope that's you, and I hope that's me. But wicked people, evil people, they don't just commit sins. They are trying to get other people on a massive scale to commit sins, and not just sins, but abominations. They are actively trying to corrupt the human race, to disfigure the image and likeness of God as much as they can. That is evil. That is wicked. As we say in the Lord's Prayer, deliver us from evil. In the Greek, it's deliver us from the evil one. Satan is evil. He's not just a bad guy. He's evil. Because his pursuit of power is to recruit people through abominations. Remember, he got 1/3 of the angels to fall in abomination and fall in. Don, my wife, says they revel in it. Yes. They take pleasure in evil. I hope if you're on the path to sanctity and you commit a sin, even a small venial sin, there is compunction. There is the moment of, I am wrong. I'm sorry, God. It's a mortal sin. It's like, I have to go to confession. I want to be right with God. That's a different mentality than, say, the Epstein people, who are actively planning the corruption of little people and famous people and politicians because they want to control the banks and the nations and with Bill Gates, the medical agenda. want to control it all. Power, power, power requires abomination, abomination, abomination. And that's what Satan, when he appears to people in possessions and tries to seduce them. As he appeared to Eve, what did he tell Eve? Oh, if you eat the fruit, you'll be beautiful. Oh, the fruit is great skincare. Oh, the fruit will make you a great mom. What did Satan tell Eve? You will become like unto God. It was a power play. You will become the most powerful thing in the universe. You will be God. That is the voice of Epstein. That is the voice of every evil person. And in particular, throughout time, you see that the most evil people are using religion as a cloak. It's like what we saw with Solomon. It's like what we saw in the Old Testament with the Jews. Outwardly, they belong to this faith, but inwardly, if you look through the hole in the wall, as we read in the book of Ezekiel, if you look through the hole in the wall, you see them all in there offering incense to demons. It's evil. So I'll go to your comments and to your questions. Today's big thing is, if you want to take my new St. Thomas Institute course on Lent, you can get started. Initial special offer, $1. The link is in the show notes. You'll also get the course on the traditional Latin Mass, where I teach you how to pronounce and understand all the basic Latin prayers, including all the responses in the Latin Mass. I give you a walkthrough of the entire traditional Latin Mass, the whole course on the Old Testament. I walk through every book of the Old Testament with you. The New Testament, I walk through every book of the New Testament. There's a course on Thomistic philosophy that I walk you through. There's a course on apologetics, how to share and defend your faith. There's a course on Mariology, the Blessed Virgin Mary. There's an amazing course on angels, demons, and exorcisms, which includes interviews with Father Ripper, Father Dan Rehill, Bishop Strickland, and just the Catholic theology of angels and demons and spiritual warfare. So all 14 courses are there. Between now and Ash Wednesday, if you sign up, it's $1. The New St. Thomas Institute. The New St. Thomas Institute is where I teach online courses. New St. Thomas Institute is my passion project for 12 years now. And I've been teaching courses there for 12 years. Thousands of students. We have homeschoolers, we have lawyers, we have grandparents, we have deacons, we have priests, we have nuns, we have people of all ages, all walks of life. This is your opportunity to take online master classes in Catholic theology, and I'd love to be there as your professor and guide you through with our large, thriving, fervent community over at the New St. Thomas Institute. So we have a special offer because we have a special course, the history and theology of Lent, and then the theology of the Passion, or theology of the Eucharist, Passion, death, and descent of Jesus into hell, summed up with the resurrection. So it's a 10-part course that you can take over the 6 weeks of Lent. Really, the last 4 courses are for Holy Week, and you can do the other courses once a week. It's a great little course on Lent. And if you want to go deeper in Lent and understand the history, the theology, how things changed over time, and then dive into the Passion of Christ, it's perfect for you. So you go to nsti.com to learn more. But if you want to get that special offer, you have to use the link in the show notes here at Amazon. Half Pint Gunner, do you have Latin classes? We have a course on the traditional Latin Mass in which I teach you how to read and pronounce Latin. I teach you how to read, pronounce, and translate the Our Father, the Hail Mary, the Glory Be, the Fatima,
Hey, little girl.
the Apostles' Creed,
What up, dude?
Dinner Prayer, Bless us, O Lord, all the responses in the traditional Latin Mass in Latin. I tell you what those mean, how to pronounce them, how to read. So you get I don't teach Latin because teaching Latin is a
How you doing?
intensive 2 to 4 year process. What I do teach you at NSTI is I teach you the pronunciation and
I drew a little tattoo guy earlier,
of understanding what you're saying,
like about an hour
so you
ago.
know what we're saying, and you're pronouncing it correctly. And you also go through the Latin Mass and go through all the meaning,
It's pretty cute.
Latin translated into English. So if you're looking for like
I'm so cold.
honest, guys, I have been playing the shit out of this game. I have, but I really like it actually. Like, I'll show you guys how far I've gotten. Wow. Holy shit. This is probably one of their most successful games, right? Yeah, this is actually their most successful game ever. Their second most successful game was Wulong Fallen Dynasty, and then Dynasty Warriors, and then Neo 2. Wow. W Team Ninja, they really cooked, man. They did. I'm happy to see this. I still believe that Rise of the Ronin is their best game. It's their best game that I've played. But like, other than that, like, I think it's, I think so far it's better than Neo 3, but like right now, like, so I've gotten through the first zone of the game. I got through the first zone of the game. Neo 1's their best game. I never played that. Do you think PUBG deserves to be top 10 Steam games 2026? Yeah, because it's a fun game, man. That game is really fun. You know, maybe one day I could go back and do that. And so right now, I went through this. I'm like level fucking, whatever the hell it is. I got these new swords. What? Look, see how, look, watch. And now I'm a fucking ninja. John PUBG? Well, I'm thinking about playing PUBG again. Like, if maybe we could get the boys back together. Me, McConnell, maybe S-Fan, maybe Train, maybe, I don't know, maybe XQC, maybe, like, I can see what Zach's doing, see if Zach want to play again. We used to play PUBG all the time, man. We did. Shroud, we didn't really play with Shroud. Was too good for us. Like, not that he thought he was too good, but we knew he was too good. Like, he was that guy. And so, no, Forza, we play Forza either. So look how much damage he does. Like, I mean, right now, like, I feel like I'm just really, and I just hit him with one of those. I feel like I'm that guy now. I really do. Like, I'm feeling really good about myself. And, like, I've been doing more of this and playing a little bit more, learning how to play. And, I don't know if he plays that or not. So, I don't know really how much gaming he gets into. So this game, though, like, I'll talk a little bit about it, right? So, like, it's definitely, as I said, you know, my favorite game was Rise of the Ronin, and it still is so far. But Neo 3 is becoming better. Like, I'm beginning to enjoy it more. I think that in terms of graphics and everything, Neo 3 is a better game. Like, in terms of, not graphics per se.
So did Shailene die or what?
Style.
Just RIP? For life? It's really weird though. What the hell, yo? Ugh. Excuse me. What the fuck? What got copyrighted in my fucking palms? Shut the fuck up. Salam. Group chat rooms. Chat and party with fellow Arabs in private and public rooms. Party with Arabs, you guys. That's right. Oh, hey, I wish Lori was still here. She brought up a really interesting thing earlier. The Amigos app. I wonder if that's Chinese. Come on. I said. Jump in the fight, yeah. I said. Too loud.
These documents so you don't have to. I'm trying to give you guys as much information as possible in a little amount of time. Hit subscribe to my channel. Let's go. Alright, why don't we start with the terrible one? From Redacted to Jeffrey, March 2014. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little novel. I asked again, why is this person redacted and being protected? Who is it? Now this email's from Mark Trino, 2017.
Again.
This is some sort of professor from UCLA. Hi Jeffrey, thanks for sending Richard Johnson on my way. I trust the kind of share with him acceptable to you. If not, please let me know what's happening on the road. I hope you guys this recognition for all you do for someone who else is, in my opinion, overdue and well deserved. Was just reading today that newborns will sometimes classify more vigorously if it triggers playback of a recording of his mother, voiced in another woman's voice. Have you read David Brooks' Social Animal? And this is a PS, by the way. So without context, apparently this guy was like basically bootlicking Epstein for funding for some sort of research or something. So here's the Institute for Music and Brain Science. It's a whole bunch of nerdy shit about this study, but who knows if this guy's actually involved. But it's definitely not a good look to even be communicating with him and bringing up newborns sucking on something vigorously. Another strange and concerning email from this guy, Deepak Chopra. Am I pronouncing that name right? I have no idea, dude. Apparently this guy's well known. I don't know. He messaged in March 8th, 2017. God is a construct. Cute girls are real. So the spiritual guru was talking about cute girls to Epstein. Each day as people read these emails, it just gets worse and worse, huh? Oh my God, there's another one. Come to Israel with us. Relax and have fun with interesting people. You want to use a fake name. Bring your girls. It will be fun to have you. Love. Bro, look what Woody Allen emails us. Jeffrey, how are you? I hear from Eva that your incarceration period is now about over. What a great relief for you. I know you have to remain in Florida for a while, but at least you can get about and sleep in your own bed. Kathy and Isabel are at Interlaken right now for a 2-day look-see. Isabel has become at age 12 an amazing accomplished flutist. She has a self-driven passion for it. I hear you were very involved there. Isabel's not sure yet. She wants to spend the summer rehearsing 8 hours a day. I believe she has seen it all. We'll see 6 months from now what she wants. They love Traverse City, one of my best friend's college roommates spent every summer and was always singing its praises. Caitlin will sorely miss Redacted being at Spence next year, blah blah blah. That's it for now. Congrats on having mostly been come through such an awful ordeal with your head. Why is he emailing Epstein like he's innocent? And
oh, Melissa, did you see the? Nah, forget it.
Messaging him about his 12-year-old daughter. What the is that? That is so odd and very, very concerning. I'm struggling to find if that's Woody Allen's children or not, but it's some young girl that's 12 years old. Who knows? I've got a picture of Ghislaine Epstein and Clinton here. Very terrible quality. Apparently it was deleted. And of course, someone just found this 20 minutes ago. I don't know if this has been seen, but it looks like it could probably be Mar-a-Lago, maybe. Who knows? Oh my God. Hi, Rich. Sarah Kate to Rich Barnett, whoever these people are, who knows? Jeffrey's asked if you can FedEx a painting he made of the Massacre of the Innocents to the ranch. It's the large 9x9 canvas that we had rolled out for him to see in the entryway where they're babies. He wants to use it on the ranch and is hoping he could FedEx it to arrive by Wednesday. Thanks, Sarah. So at first glance, it looks like there's an entryway in the house that they're kicking babies at, but it's actually just, she's describing the painting. And of course, Epstein was interested in this type of artwork and shit, bro. No surprise there. A bunch of redacted. Epstein. Meet him. He's interesting. Very much like Joe Roberts. Boring, rich hick. Remember, he's the one who was blackmailed by the girl and PB, Palm Beach, I'm guessing, from Donald Trump's party. The year isn't very accurate, so I don't know what year it was. From Epstein to whoever this is at the top, 2010, Marty has been at my ranch. He is great. Apparently this Marty is another professor from the University of Pennsylvania. If you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe. I appreciate the support. Back to the video, boys. Look at this post, trafficker Julia Santos. I've come across this woman who appears to be someone who found and trafficked models to Epstein, generally from Eastern Europe. She trafficked, and she lists them in each document. Anya, Liza, Blue Eyes.
What's crazy is nobody will ever be charged for any of this because they're not illegal.
Someone found more. The German, too old. I mean, the list just goes on. But remember, the government says there's no other third parties that could be charged with anything. Alright, I gotta show you guys this website. It's called jmail.world. And the user interface is now basically I'm logged in as Epstein.
Why do you gotta keep reminding people that? Like,
contacted me over the years, listed on the left.
are you having a hard time believing it or what, buddy?
All these people have been messaging each other. So whoever made
Who cares? All these people who send emails, all of them are legal?
Same email here. From 2006, he's messaging some sort of lawyer named Mitch Weber. So August 23rd, 2006, Epstein says, let's also look at sex tourism laws, going someplace, with specific intent of having underage sex. This lawyer responds to him. Mr. Epstein, I'm sorry I was a little confused about what you were asking on the phone. I see what you were asking now. The question is, what would happen if one were to transport a minor for sex or transport oneself with the intent to have sex with a minor into a state in which the age of consent is below 18, assuming the minor is above the age of consent in the given state? The answer is there's no violation of law. The plain language of the federal sex trafficking statute specifies that a person has not violated that federal law unless he has committed another chargeable offense, presumably under state law. And he quotes the law here. As I wrote my August 11th memo, in Epstein's case, 1, he never transported any girl across state lines. 2, he never traveled with the intent of soliciting prostitution from underage girls. Sincerely, Mitch. A lot of people would say this is unethical or it's just a lawyer helping their client. So that was August 2006, around the time everything that happened in Florida when he got charged. By November 2004, the feds were already tipped that shit was going on at his house. And there was a 13-month investigation into Epstein at that point in time. A former employee told the police that Epstein would receive massages 3 times a day. Eventually, the FBI compiled reports on 34 confirmed minors eligible for restitution, increased to 40 in the non-prosecution agreement. And then by May 2006, 3 months before this email, Palm Beach police filed a probable cause affidavit saying that Epstein should be charged with 4 counts of unlawful sex with minors and 1 count of sexual abuse. And then he was arrested in July 2006. So what it seems like to me is he's panicking about being charged federally now because he just got picked up for state charges 2 months prior to this email. Holy shit. Please listen to this email. This is from December 2018. Jeffrey says, a friend of a friend Skyped me because they wanted some advice. She said she was working on a sex trafficking movie. She said she met this really beautiful girl that used to be a sex slave for a guy with a private island. She met this pilot/girl at Burning Man. I asked her if she had ever met Epstein. She said no, she hadn't. And I said, yes, you have. She almost fainted. So it's a little confusing, right? And the person is redacted, replying saying, I'm confused, never talked to her about anything to do with you, but she knows. Jeffrey says no, she was telling me that she was doing a movie on sex trafficking and met a sex slave. She had no idea that the Jeffrey she was talking to, me, was the Jeffrey she was talking about. Imagine this girl now, talking about working on this movie about a Jeffrey with an island that is doing f***ed up shit to people, and it turns out you're speaking to him right in front of you. That girl probably shit her pants. And Jeffrey proceeds to brag about it on the email. Here's October 1st, 2007 email. A whole bizarre email from a Harvard professor. Hi Jeffrey, I've been thinking more about the virtues of sex with a 40-year-old woman who you know well and have come to love. This is a good thing. Here's why. And this is after Jeffrey was arrested. Why are Harvard professors emailing this creep? Claim 1, factors that make someone physically attractive trigger the desire to procreate, and those factors have this effect throughout life. Blah, blah, blah. Claim 2, I mean, if you want to pause and read it, it's just a bunch of weird shit about sex. Whatever. Claim 5, older women are better able to be intimate partners. Personal growth is important. Sex is not just about pleasures of the flesh, it's all about pleasures of the
he doesn't get it. This philosophy is why people are doing this.
Harvard University.
You're so
The
stupid.
fact that the vast majority of sports creates a community and cohesiveness doesn't make it natural. Claim 4 and 5 are apart from sex. Look at that part. It's the sex part I'm having trouble with. Dude, this professor has emailed him over the years. Now, Steve Bannon is mentioned hundreds of times. There's over 500 emails in here with Steve Bannon. I mean, here's a December 20th. Come visit, very private, lots to talk about. Jeffrey, cool, Steve Bannon replies. Do you stay in Palm Beach? No, head back to DC. Alright, more Steve Bannon here, linking a YouTube video to Epstein. Epstein says, wow, great. Really well done, much better than Morris. Click the link, it still works. It's some trailer for a documentary about Steve Bannon.
If I had not come as the CEO of the campaign, Trump would not have won. And that's a fact. The White House, there's no glamour to the job at all. I hated every second I was there. Just stay focused.
So Steve literally claims he helped Trump get elected in 2016, and he's this close with Epstein emailing trailers. Like, what are we doing, man? Alright, so I'm on the website showing a bunch of pictures now. Just gonna go through them. It's 11,000 pictures. All in data set 10, I believe, and this is obviously, it looks like the island. I think it's the island, yeah. It's extremely eerie to see some of these pictures because you know so much terrible shit happened here. Like, why is this on the island, bro? Why do you have this type of room? And what are these on the wall, bro? What is this creepy ass shit? And like a doctor's room. What the f? Did they put those on to like hide their identity? Is that girl pregnant right here on the far right? I can't tell. Some girl writing about going to Africa or something. Always wearing this USA quarter zip or whatever. This is Happy Birthday Jeffrey 2007. Bro, I might have to blur this, but there's a toy in the door. Is this? It says power deception in this chalkboard. I saw someone say, I think on Twitter, that this is for disposing of bodies, and they just threw bodies in there and then sharks would eat them. Who knows if that's true? I don't know if there's raw evidence of it, but oh, this one's bad. This is definitely a victim. Bro's taking selfies with victims. I can't believe you got away with this much shit, bro. Okay, well this is not redacted. What are we doing? I'm gonna have to blur this girl's face. She looks like she's maybe somewhere in her teens. What's this? Pictures at the White House with redacted faces. More redacted faces. What are we doing here? Look, not redacted face. I mean, I know there's a glare on it, but then redacted. Redacted. Not redacted. Okay, I'm gonna have to redact this. I'm just trying to show you guys that they, like, weren't good at redacting shit when this is literally about protecting victims. That's the whole reason they did all this. Some people are saying that they did this shit on purpose, by the way. They didn't redact some people to, you know, punish them in a way. Alright, this is from 2005. Bunch of kids with s'mores and shit. Alright, so they took these two pictures together. I'm gonna have to blur the girl's face sitting on his lap. What are we doing? Why is this not redacted? Literally, you can see half the girl's face sitting on his lap. And then I'm guessing that's a picture of the girl at the bottom. Now here's a picture of Bill Clinton painted on one of Epstein's walls in New York, I believe. Literally Bill Clinton in a dress. Like, what are we doing, bro? What is this reality? Is there no up-close picture of what is said next to it? Now, Bill Gates talking about how he enjoyed breakfast a lot on December 11th, 2014. Now, they are talking about business shit here and, like, philanthropy, but I don't know why Bill Gates thought it was a good idea to even be talking to him. I wonder why. What is this? Epstein says, I guess I won't be able to run for office for a while. The Forbes 400 list is now over $3 trillion in wealth that will be transferred. Obama will try to avoid that step up. It won't pass the time, but more of an impetus for sure. They'll hardly need it. Run for office? Hold on. In 2015, Epstein thought he was going to be able to run for president? And this is to Bill Gates and Larry Cohen. Alright, Jeffrey to this guy Boris, who apparently worked for Bill Gates. Redacted had emailed me a couple times over the past 2 months. After I sent her the note, she said she had little money, couldn't afford air conditioner, and was living on a friend's couch. Really needed money. I sent her some. Quote, your friend Bill's nuts. His former girl cannot afford air conditioner, can't afford to travel to Bridge. She said that Sharon Osbourne used to arrange. The lawyer helped her with papers, so she is okay, but broke. That story would take Trump off the front pages. The rich man in the world is so cheap. His former bridge girl and toy lives on her friend's sofa. Wow. This is Epstein messaging this guy Boris saying, this story could take the headlines over Trump. Now someone answer this question, why is Epstein even thinking about this? Why is he trying to help Trump and the media coverage? Here's a 72-page deposition of one of the security guards at the jail that Epstein died at. Inspector General interview with MCC Captain, June 15, 2021. Camera system down. Cameras in the shoe where Epstein was housed were non-functional. We all know that. The cameras were down, remember? Captain admits he left early Thursday and wasn't present when camera issues were discussed. He states he doesn't know to this date if cameras on Epstein's range were actually down. Guards were sleeping. Captain person interviewed camera footage and confirmed seeing both guards asleep. I heard that, and what camera photo saw, I could physically observe them sleeping. What are the odds of this, bro? This guy dies, cameras are down, and guards are sleeping. Mandatory 30-minute checks not done too. Oh, would you look at that? Required rounds every 30 minutes were falsified. Falsified. Guards were supposed to log what inmates were doing in their cells. Multiple references to accounts at 4 and 10 p.m. not being conducted. When asked if count wasn't actually conducted, and they asked about falsifying that, Captain confirms this would be the whole unit. Cellmate removal. Epstein was supposed to have a cellmate, but didn't. If proper counts had been done at 4 p.m. and 10 p.m., they would have discovered Epstein was alone. This should have been reported up the chain immediately. What's out of the ordinary? Captain admits he was monitoring camera footage only after the incident and was appalled that the shoe staff were doing it during off hours. Multiple system failures. The interview revealed significant supervisory failures. Captain wasn't present for key meetings, wasn't monitoring the staff properly. That's pretty much it for this video. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Love you always. Peace out.
time is it? 5:49. Man, who knows what's up tonight?
Made it before the fucking song ended. That was the goal. I did not see a car on fire here. 104th Street. I don't see no car on fire. I don't smell nothing on fire. I
I'm joined now by two of the hosts for the QAnon Anonymous podcast, Jake Rokitansky and Travis View. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Kind of.
So, So y'all are the foremost experts on all things conspiracy theories, kind of downstream from QAnon, and I think what we're seeing right now as the Epstein files are front and center in the news is, and I feel like I have to give an apology here because a lot of this stuff where it relates to the basis of QAnon, that there's this elite pedophile ring, this cabal of people who act with impunity. A lot of us on the left, I think, scoffed at this because it just seems so fantastical. But in fact, I think we're seeing, as it relates to Epstein, that it's very much a real thing.
You fucking
Maybe
idiot.
not, a pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place that has no basement, but in effect, this stuff does exist. And so I'm curious, as you have all of these adherents to the whole QAnon conspiracy theory, the whole QAnon universe, whether there's any acknowledgement of the fact that the people that they voted for to usher in exposure and all of this stuff are the very people that are participating in the crime that they want to condemn.
No, I wouldn't say that there is a lot of self-awareness about that. I mean, there's because they spin these wild stories on the idea that, for example, Trump was somehow undercover working with Epstein to take him down. They credit Trump with the fact that Epstein was arrested under his last administration, even though he was not sort of watched carefully enough that would allow him to die in his prison cell. And they also credit him with the fact that these files are being released now. So yeah, no, there's not a lot of knowledge, even though Trump was a close associate with Epstein, and so was, as we discovered his email, so was Howard Lutnick, the current Secretary of Commerce, and Steve Bannon was also extremely close with Epstein. They exchanged hundreds of messages according to his new tranche documents.
Well, it seems like there's just this really blatant cognitive dissonance then, because I guess the question is this more about exposing this cabal of pedophiles, or is it about protecting Trump? Because anybody who is acting in good faith, who's legitimately interested in taking down or exposing the people involved in this pedophile ring, could easily see, okay, Trump is involved, Lutnick is involved, he named Alex Acosta, who obviously gave Epstein his sweetheart deal in his first term. He was involved. Trump's new Fed chair pick was implicated in the Epstein files. And so you have all these people. Anybody acting in good faith would just be able to say, okay, these people are clearly not on the level. They are the very people that we're seeking to expose. And so is QAnon more about exposing pedophiles, this cabal of pedophiles, or is it about just protecting Trump?
I think you can see two sort of differing systems of belief here, and it tends to be between the QAnon influencers and your sort of standard on-the-ground believers. I mean, if you go to the most popular sort of QAnon, pro-QAnon accounts on X, they also are combing through the Epstein files and finding things that label people that, kind of match their general area of target. So they too are combing through, and ignoring everything else. And I mean, Travis pointed out to me, we had an episode come out about 7 years ago that was called Epstein, the Real Pizzagate. This has always been the hardest part of my job is, on some level, understanding that QAnon directionally is kind of right given everything that we know about Epstein. And I think you have a lot of influencers, at least that I've seen, who are going to do whatever they can to keep reframing the information as it comes out to align with their pro-QAnon beliefs. Now, I do think there is an opportunity for your run-of-the-mill believer to see this, and if they are, here's the question: are they more passionate about anti-pedophilia than they are pro-Trump? And I do think that the answer for some is yes. I think this could be a potential exit ramp in the same way that Trump called Epstein a hoax. Think about that now, given everything that's come out. When we called it a hoax, there were a lot of people who said, "Wait a minute, absolutely not." And they
began to kind of fall away.
Well, what are you guys seeing in online forums and stuff? I mean, you have to part of your job is that you have to subject yourself to an even darker part of the internet than even I have to deal with on a daily basis. And so, but your loss is our gain. So what are you seeing, on these online forums from folks?
I mean, there's lots of claims of vindication, if you can believe it, from these people, just because the general narrative about elite corruption and child abuse and cover-ups and elite impunity was generally correct. But like we mentioned, like on our podcast, we've been talking about that for 7+ years. I mean, the fact that there's elite abuse and impunity and people who sometimes abuse children and cover up for those who do. That part has been well known. We've got a lot more details about what this network looks like thanks to these documents. But they do this thing where they sort of retreat into these abstractions where they feel like they were generally right. So their wildest nonsense about pizza code words are also right, which is just not the case.
But they feel vindicated at the fact that they ushered in a Trump administration who are themselves the ones who are implicated in all of this. And so where does the vindication come from? Okay, yes, that there is a cabal of people, but the people who they empowered to expose all of this stuff are the ones who did it. And so does that part of it register?
Well, I mean, kind of baked into the theory. There's so many little rules kind of baked into QAnon that allow you to kind of opt out when you run up against a piece of real information that makes the entire that makes the entire mind pyramid collapse, otherwise. And one thing that has been consistent is that Trump is I remember what's really interesting about the Epstein stuff is that QAnon people and conspiracy theorists, they would always use Epstein as a stepping stone to then launch into another unproven conspiracy to say that that's real. They never talk about the facts of Epstein himself, but they would always use Epstein and say, well, because Epstein exists, then all of these other conspiracy theories about Hillary Clinton and all this stuff are real. And they've consistently believed that Trump has infiltrated this circle. All of the stuff about Trump, being a Democrat in a former life, being friends with the Clintons, attending Chelsea's wedding, all of his interactions with Epstein that we've seen up until this point.
He was just a double agent this entire time for the last 50 years.
Exactly. Now, my brother sent me a video this morning of him audibly shitting his pants during a meeting and ending. So the idea of him being like Liam Neeson from Taken and infiltrating the biggest, child trafficking ring, and he is this sort of hero at the center, is becoming less and less plausible. But it was unplausible in 2017, when the first Q drops started happening. So the idea, if they believed it then, you're gonna believe it now.
Right. Is there? I mean, why do you need Epstein to be a stepping stone into some bigger conspiracy when Epstein's situation in and of itself is already gigantic? I mean, you have world leaders, you have princes, you have you have all these people. I mean, Elon Musk was planning visits to Epstein's islands that we found out. Half the Trump administration is named in these files. Why do you need this to be just some little stepping stone to a more vast conspiracy theory when this is pretty damn vast unto itself?
Yeah, I share your frustration with the way they interpret this, because I always feel isn't this enough? What we know isn't this relevant enough? Isn't this outlandish enough without having to add on all of these extra sort of wilder theories that have no evidentiary basis at all? And I think the problem with a lot of conspiracists is that they're really attracted to this idea of secret, esoteric information. And if it's being reported in everywhere, if it's provable in documents to the point that just normal casual news consumers know about it, it's no longer secret esoteric.
Right. It's kind of like embracing conspiracy theory because they want to be in that world of conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and they want to feel like they have sort of like they possess a higher level of knowledge of how the world works than everyone else. I feel like this feeling of like specialness, I think, is really more important to them than sort of like adhering to what's known and what's well evidenced.
Do you think that it was a mistake for the Trump orbit? And I don't necessarily say Trump himself because I don't think he was ever that involved in like the QAnon stuff, but there are plenty of people in Trump's orbit who were. Do you think it was a mistake for them to embrace this, given the fact that, you know, we're now in a situation where all of these people themselves are you know, either implicated or are part of an administration that's implicated in this, and so it's only reflecting poorly off of them. Like, there's no world in which the last few releases of the Epstein files do anything but reflect poorly on, you know, Trump and Bannon and Lutnick and Warsh and, you know, and Elon Musk, whoever it may be. So do you think that embracing this whole world from the outset, given where we are now, was a mistake?
Well, I mean, I think like politically, maybe their idea was like, well, we're going to sort of like encourage this sort of like this very passionate sort of like but minority base of people who believe that, you know, Trump and the circle can do no wrong, and anyone who opposes him are pure evil, right? And then all of a sudden you don't have to worry about, you know, things like, you know, like proving your case. I mean, I feel like this was sort of their way of trying to solidify their base and keep them in a bubble and keeping them from ever questioning why, you know, for example, Epstein called like Trump like his best friend in a recording and these sorts of things. I mean, I think it's like it's kind of like a desperate strategy, but I think that's probably what they're trying to do.
Yeah, my general opinion is that they kind of had no choice to a certain degree. I see this happen with Trump just since 2016. He's constantly kind of left with the bottom of the barrel as he sort of peels away anybody still reasonable that's sort of in his orbit. And like Travis said, I think there must have been some kind of internal data that QAnon was enough of a contingency and enough of a voter bloc that they eventually had no choice. And who knows? I mean, in the early days, I remember, you know, they were trying to distance themselves from QAnon as much as possible. And it was Trump who was going, well, I don't know, I think they like me quite a bit. You know, he was the one who kind of, he couldn't stop talking about it because they were, you know, they loved him the most.
Right. I mean, the crazy thing, like, even with the shooting of Renee Good, it was like the perfect foil for Trump. The fact that her parents were apparently Trump supporters, like, that gets to him. It doesn't matter ideology or beliefs or philosophy. He just likes that you like him. That's it.
I mean, I think he's very strategic in terms of like coalition building, where he's like even if he doesn't necessarily agree with people, it's like he said that when there's only two times he's really asked about QAnon during his first administration, and one of the times he asked what he knew about it, he said, like, I know they like me very much, and that's really that's important. It's like I knew that these were people who were passionate about them, who supported him, and he was not interested in alienating them as a consequence of that.
What is the state of the QAnon movement right now? I presume that it probably peaked sometime around, you know, 2016, 2017, 2018, maybe around the time that Marjorie Taylor Greene was getting into Congress. But I'm just curious whether you think that it's hit its peak or whether we're still seeing this movement grow as more people come online, more people get sucked into rabbit holes and conspiracy theories, and you know we have obviously less digital literacy with the introduction of more AI and on and on. I feel like just people's general sense of what's real and what's not is kind of getting worse, not better.
Well, I mean, I think it kind of just sort of got absorbed into the wider kind of like right-wing media sphere. I mean, we saw recently, like just a few weeks ago, that the Department of Labor Twitter account was tweeting out QAnon-related slogans. And so, you know, it's like either someone at the Department of Labor social media team is very pilled, or they understand that this is still a base that's worth signaling to.
Or they know how much it upsets liberals or even your who hate QAnon more than anything because it you know, to them, it made the whole conservative movement look like complete idiots, you know, completely disconnected from reality. You know, so that's like the third option is that they know that people know where it's coming from. They know that some journalist is going to go, why is the Department of Labor doing where we go, what we go, you know, they know it's going to cause a reaction, and that is unfortunately a part of politics now is this like sort of like antagonistic nature that I really think, you know, began you know, in 2016 with Donald Trump.
I mean, look, it's rage bait, and it's the currency of the internet. I think that if they have the opportunity to get a bunch of libs mad, so they can you know, own the libs online, and like that's a perfectly acceptable thing for them to do as far as they're concerned. How many people do you think we're talking about here? Because you're talking about this contingent, and I think for normies like myself, I cannot grasp a world where there are more than like a handful of them in some, you know, MySpace group or some Facebook group circa like 2013. But like, roughly, what are we talking about here?
Oh, it's bad. It's pretty bad, Travis. The last numbers were really bad.
I'll confess, I haven't checked on the polling. People haven't done polling on QAnon belief in a couple of years. But like last they checked, it was like it was in the neighborhood of sometimes like 4 or 5%, which is, you know, millions
of America?
Yeah.
That's like 15 to 17 billion people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
people are filled.
It also happens to be roughly the same level of polling for belief in that there's a cabal of lizard people who rule the world. There's lots of people who believe in silver things.
We're getting close to like the number of people who think that Tylenol is safe. You know, like we're gonna have more people who believe in QAnon than believe that like you can take Tylenol and be okay.
But like, look how powerful QAnon is to a certain degree. I mean, if you watch that original Marjorie Taylor Greene Facebook post video where she's going over all the Q stuff, she's not looking great, but her steadfast belief in QAnon propelled her to, you know, some of the highest levels of power one can achieve in America, only now to have her kind of back away from it. Now, she's an interesting example of somebody whose true beliefs might put them at odds with the president. Now, I don't want to give Marjorie Taylor Greene that kind of credit. I think it's probably more likely that she kind of just senses where the wind is going and is an opportunist and doesn't actually believe in anything and will go wherever she feels is like, you know, most advantageous for her. But you know, there is an example of a very public person who has you know, gone against Donald Trump in the wake of how he's handled the Epstein files.
I'm curious what the reaction has been to her, because she was even more bought in. She was a better representative, a clear representative of the whole QAnon movement than Trump ever was. But there is a lot of kind of allegiance to Donald Trump within the whole QAnon movement too. And so now that those two hate each other, are in conflict with each other, where is the movement more closely aligned with? Like, is it Trump, even though he was never really like a QAnon, you know, true believer like Marjorie Taylor Greene was?
Greene is interesting because, she's someone who very sincerely believed she was on the QAnon bandwagon just a couple months after the first Q drops. And then she somehow got cut in Congress. But the problem is that she was the true believer. According to reporting, one of the things that caused the rift is that she pushed for release of the Epstein files, which Trump was a lot more uncomfortable with. And it was really interesting if you watch her video in which she announced her resignation, which was in November of last year. She said that there is no plan to save the world and no 4D chess being played. This seems to be a direct reference to QAnon. The plan to save the world was very successful, very popular QAnon video. So she seems to be saying, what got her is to stop believing some of the wilder claims of QAnon was working with Trump directly.
Yeah, but I mean, there's irony in that the whole basis basis of this thing is that Trump is going to be the salvation, right?
Yeah, that's the big fantasy. But like I said, it's like we have the only example of a QAnon true believer who got to Congress and was able to work with Trump himself. Well, come to realize that that's not true. He's not the savior.
I'd be curious to know how many people lost faith in Trump, because you have this one true believer, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is now at odds with Trump over this very issue, because he's the one suppressing these files and clearly implicated in these files. If that's not enough for a bunch of these people to say, look, if Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's like the only one in Washington, D.C., who's actually like, on our level, if even she is going to break with Trump because of his involvement in all of this stuff that we claim to condemn, then like, how is that not good enough for these people who put their faith in Trump?
That's a good question.
I'm coming here with logic too. Yeah, a lot of this is kind of have to suspend that.
Yeah, I mean, we are increasingly barreling towards a world where it's of no use to look at time poorly spent and reflect. If that makes any sense, why go? Because now at this point, if you're still on the QAnon bandwagon, you've now waited through 4 years of Trump, 4 years of Biden, and a year into this new administration for Hillary Clinton to be perp-walked, and it's just the opposite. It seems like Hillary Clinton is doing far better than Trump is. So at this point, you would have to say, you know what, wow, these last like 10 years almost that I've spent are like wasted. That's really hard for people to do. You can do it. I just, right before we jumped on, I checked one of the very popular pro-QAnon accounts on X, or Twitter, or whatever. And the post today was, taking a break, gonna go spend some time with my family.
It's bad. Even like the terminally online people are like, yeah, we can touch grass outside right now.
And that is, I think, in my opinion, probably the best thing that could come from this for people who are still wrapped up in conspiracy theories, QAnon, all that stuff, is if it makes them upset enough to want to take a break. One thing that we've seen over time is that the less time you spend on the internet and the more time you spend with loved ones, family, something that's grounded in reality, these conspiracies can become less passionate about them as other things sort of like take their place. But that's, it's for a lot of people it's fun. I was on Blue Sky and Threads looking at all the posts about Epstein and all of this stuff. And look, people are baking. It's fun to go online and try to figure out a narrative that makes sense, no matter what political aisle you sort of reside on. It's tough. As long as the internet's there, there's going to be people that are going to have a narrative for you that aligns with something that you like, and it's increasingly useless to try to go, well, this is just from this one source, or who is this from? Let me go check out this outlet is publishing to get the real ideas. It's way easier to just find something that you go, yeah, that sounds right to me, and that's reality.
You guys said something interesting in our last conversation that stuck with me, and that is there's always going to be a new, like if you're in the world of conspiracy theory, there's always going to be another conspiracy theory to explain away conspiracy theories that aren't neatly resolved, or that don't make sense. And so I say that as the backdrop for this question. Will there come a point where Trump will have been in office 4 years during his first term, 4 years during his second term, and even now, full control of government, full control of the Department of Justice, he's got as compliant Attorney General as he could possibly ask for. We're still not going to see, Hillary Clinton perp-walk because of some, pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place. It's just not going to happen. And so will there ever be a point where those folks who believed in all of this stuff will say, even under the best conditions possible, all of our people in charge, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, all those people, we're not getting what we want, maybe it was always bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, the research really shows that, conspiracism is really a mindset, and that
does something for people. It aids sort of like, you know, sort of like sometimes like social bubbles. I mean, like being a conspiracist gives you instant access to a passionate community who are kind of like interested in the same things as you. You know, it's sort of like sometimes it's more a way to like, you know, ward off uncertainty and fear and anxiety and loneliness more than it is an earnest attempt to find the truth. So yeah, for that reason, of course, there's always going to be people who concoct these elaborate theories, not because they're really interested in uncovering corruption, because it just makes them feel connected, makes them feel special in a way that nothing else does.
It's more like it's a journey, not the destination type deal.
Yeah.
You know, when you know, one reason that I started the QAA pod was because I myself default kind of to conspiratorial thinking. You know, I was working in the entertainment industry, and you know, I always wanted to be a screenwriter, and so I followed conspiracy theories casually because I loved the story. You know, I was always looking for a really interesting story, and I can tell you that when I was at my most vulnerable and susceptible to believing conspiracy theories, and even being pulled further right wing, I credit finding like more lefty political podcasts like Chapel Trap House and just other people in like the lefty space that were critical of government but not going to such a conspiratorial means. I think in a lot of ways that saved me from going further right. And I can tell you that at that time in my life I was struggling financially. I was lonely. A lot of my friends were partnered up and were kind of feeling like they had moved on with their adult lives. I was angry. I was bitter at people who were having more success than I was, and that is when I was the most susceptible. So I think a lot of it has to do with where people are in their lives, which can change. You know, like. There are times when you can be really susceptible to these kind of things, and there are times when life is so good outside of the internet that these theories hold a lot less weight. So, unfortunately, the answer is as long as there is this community there to accept people who are lost, who are looking for an answer, who are looking for somebody to blame, there's always going to be these communities online, especially there to welcome them with open arms. But that's not to say that there aren't points of exit. And my hope is that, you know, I don't know. You know, part of me is like, I hope Trump makes it to 4 years, because if he dies in office, there's going to be a new slew of conspiracy theories about poisoning him or whatnot. But my hope is that in the decades to come, that maybe we can sort of pull back. I don't know. I mean, the people who have the power to do so, which the people who run these big social media companies, it seems like they're not on our side. So, especially given some of the revelations from the Epstein emails. So, I don't know. It's kind of a bad answer. I sort of think people are just going to continue to get more pilled and more segregated unless we can find like some kind of like political figure who can make everybody feel loved and listened to. I don't know. It's a bad answer.
Yeah. No. I mean, that does make sense. Well, I am curious, because you mentioned like moving forward, you know, in time here. Is there something on the horizon that somebody like me, like again in kind of the more normie space of the internet, doesn't know is coming, but is coming? Like in very much the same way that I learned about QAnon Blast. Like I'm not in those corners of the internet, but I'm curious, like what's coming down the pike that we should know about?
Liberal QAnon.
Well, I think people are always kind of like aware of this, but like I think partly in consequence of the fact that Trump was reelected, a lot of social media networks like Facebook sort of like just took off our trails. You know, there was before they had some sort of moderation and fact checking efforts before, but boy, those are all but gone now. That's better for that's better for their bottom line because they have to invest in less moderation, and it's good because they clicks from conspiracists are just as good as the clicks from everyone else. And so there's a lot more nonsense that's going to. So you just have to be more guarded. You have to be a cautious person. I mean, we saw this with the recent release of the new Epstein documents. There were some fake ones floating around, like with Elon Musk. It is true that there are a few emails that show him actively trying to get invited to the island. But there's one in particular. It says something like, can I go? Girls for the win. I think it was said. Yeah. That one was totally fake. And a lot of people thought it was real, but it's like one of those things that's very convincing. I mean, that's all. It's like as bad sort of misinformation was before. The fact that now there's essentially no regulatory pressure on the social media companies now means that you have to be a conscious consumer of social media moving forward.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my buddy Dave from college yesterday. He actually put it really succinctly, and he said that I asked him if something was real or not, because he had sent me one of the files, actually one of the documents from the Epstein files. I asked, "Is this real?" And he said, "I just assume that everything is real and also that everything is AI." It's like you just the line between what's real and what's not is just obliterated these days. Where we are immersed in so much lunacy that if you told me any of this stuff was real, I believe you, because look at what's happening. Look at the world we're living in. But at the same time, you told me it was all fake. I believe you said that too.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm getting videos coming across my feed, and it's like, can you tell the difference between the AI and the real one? And I can't anymore. I think past 40 years old, you lose that ability to detect AI. Maybe it's just me, but I think that's where we're going. That's what to look out for. And the sad truth is that it's already here. I mean, we used to never talk about AI on podcasts. Now I feel like every other episode we have to debunk some kind of AI image or video or something. There were so many that came out revolving around the two ICE murders. I mean, the two most recent ICE murders, I should say. It's just, it's exhausting, and all I can say is to folks listening is just to try to have a little bit of patience. There's such a rush for information to come out, and there's this whole ecosystem of influencers and independent journalists who really want to be first on the scene with some kind of narrative, and it's really easy to just kind of take that as fact. But as I've seen, if you wait long enough, usually enough information comes out that you kind of have some picture of the truth, and that's okay. Maybe a picture is all we're able to get, but it's better than nothing.
Totally. Hey, Jake and Travis, where can folks who are watching right now, listening right now, see and hear from you?
Yeah, you can check us out on any podcasting app, go to QAA, and you can find our free feed. If you like what we do, we also have Patreon, which we offer premium episodes. We also have a podcast network where we do really fun mini-series about topics like online trad-wise. It's called Curse Media. You can find that at cursemedia.net.
Awesome. I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Jake and Travis, thank you guys for the time. Thanks for navigating corners of the internet that save us from having to navigate those corners. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, Brian.
Always a pleasure, man. Good to talk to you.
You know, in the world of open source AI, trust is pretty much the foundation of everything. But what happens when that trust gets turned into a weapon? Today, we're going to break down a heist that used a community's own tools against them. It's a wild story of deception, data theft, and honestly, a huge warning for the future of AI.
So let's just start with a number, 341. That's how many malicious AI skills were discovered hiding in plain sight on a super popular AI marketplace. Every single one of them was a carefully laid trap, part of this massive campaign to steal people's most valuable digital stuff. Okay, so where did all this go down? Well, the attack targeted this two-part ecosystem.
Okay.
First, you've got OpenClaw, which is this powerful AI assistant you can run right on your own computer. And then there's Claw Hub, just think of it like an app store, but for your AI, where you can download new skills to make it even smarter. So let's get into the nitty-gritty, the anatomy of this attack, which researchers have codenamed Claw Havoc. Now, this wasn't some clumsy brute force assault. No way. This was a slick, carefully planned operation that preyed on user trust and a little bit of clever psychological trickery. And the core of the whole scam, it was honestly brilliantly simple. Just like researcher Oren Yamtov points out, you'd find a skill that looks totally useful, but buried in the instructions, there was this little prerequisite section, a classic social engineering trick that basically convinced the user to manually install the malware themselves. The attackers were smart too. They tailored the trap for different users. If you were on Windows, you were told to download a simple zip file, something we all do, seems harmless enough. But if you were on macOS, you were given a much more direct and way more dangerous command. Copy the script and paste it straight into your terminal. For a power user, it just looks like a quick setup step, right? But in reality, you were handing the attacker the keys to the kingdom. And that one little command, it kicked off this whole hidden, multi-stage infection chain. First, that script reached out to an attacker server to grab a second, more powerful script. Then, that second script delivered the final payload, a nasty piece of malware called Atomic Stealer, which is specifically designed to just vacuum up every valuable piece of data it can find on a computer. So, what was the end game here? What were they after? As the security researcher Six Mile explains, this whole sophisticated setup was designed to steal the high-value stuff. We're not talking about just random files. We're talking crypto wallet keys, API keys for exchanges, and all your safe browser passwords. I mean, basically the keys to your entire digital and financial life. So how on earth did the attackers fool so many people? Well, they were masters of disguise. They hid their malware inside skills that looked not just legit, but actually incredibly useful. Let's take a look at the different masks they wore. Their strategy was basically to cast a super wide net. They used typo squatting to mimic popular tools. They created these tempting lures for high-value targets, people in crypto and finance. They offered handy utilities for YouTube and Google Workspace. They even disguised their malware as something as boring and essential as an auto-updater. It's like there was a hook for just about every type of user out there. And just when you think it couldn't get worse, oh it does. Some of these skills were way beyond just stealing data. One of them, called Better Polymarket, actually installed a reverse shell backdoor, which basically gives the attacker a permanent remote control pass to the entire machine. Another one was designed to attack the AI system itself, stealing API keys directly from its own configuration files.
Which, leads to the big question. How did 341 malicious packages get onto a popular platform in the first place? Well, the problem wasn't just how skilled the attackers were. It was a fundamental weakness in the platform itself. Seriously, how does this even happen on a platform that's growing so fast? How could it possibly be this vulnerable? The answer is almost shockingly simple. ClawHub was designed to be so open that the only barrier to publishing a new skill was having a GitHub account that was just 1 week old. That's it. The gates were basically wide open, with almost no checks or balances at all. So, to plug this massive hole, OpenClaw's creator rolled out a new community-powered defense system. Now, users who are signed in can flag skills that look suspicious. And if a skill gets just 3 unique reports, it gets automatically hidden from the marketplace. It's a clever way to use the power of the community to police itself. Okay, let's zoom out for a second. Because this whole ClawHub mess, it isn't just a one-off story. It is a perfect, real-world example of a fundamental design flaw in a lot of modern AI systems. A flaw that some experts are starting to call the lethal trifecta. This idea was coined by programmer Simon Willison, and this trifecta describes a combination of 3 key capabilities that, when they all come together, create a perfect storm. When an AI has all 3, it becomes dangerously vulnerable by its very design. So what are these 3 components? First, the AI has access to your private data, your files, your keys, everything. Second, it's constantly exposed to untrusted content from the outside world, like these third-party skills from ClawHub. And third, it has the ability to communicate externally, to send data back out to the internet. You can already see how these 3 things together are just a recipe for disaster. But wait, there's one last ingredient that just pours gasoline on this fire. Persistent memory. An AI like OpenClaw is designed to remember things, right? And as researchers point out, this memory acts as an accelerant, making an already dangerous situation so much worse. And this is where it gets genuinely chilly. With memory, attacks don't have to happen right away. A threat can be fed to the AI in little, harmless-looking pieces over time, poisoning its memory. The AI just stores these pieces, waiting. And then, maybe much later, it assembles them to trigger the attack when the conditions are just right. It's a digital time bomb, built by the AI itself. And that leaves us all with this massive question, right? The incredible power of AI comes from its ability to be open and extensible. But as the ClawHub heist clearly shows, that very openness can be its greatest weakness. So how do we find the balance? How do we innovate and build these amazing open ecosystems without just building a playground for attackers? That's the challenge we're all facing now.
Aww. He's up drawing stupid shit all night. What an idiot. Isn't that sweet? Aw, what a dummy, you guys. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I do know. Okay. Never mind. I don't know anything.
The AI race got a really strong response. Some people agreed, others didn't. Thank you to everyone who left a comment to share their insights. When I went through the comments, I realised that the main reason why people disagreed was that Apple signed the deal with Google to put Gemini in Siri. And to many people, that's Apple admitting defeat, waving the white flag and handing the AI crown to Google. And if we're talking just about LLMs, then I'd say fair enough, that's a completely valid argument. But I realise that people might be confusing LLMs with AI. LLMs are not AI, they're a type of AI. So in this video, I'd like to take you through 6 decades of brilliant ideas, spectacular failures, and the breakthroughs that got us here, and explain what AI actually is. And look, after that, people might still feel that Apple has been left behind, and that's completely valid, but as I'll explain, the limitation with AI is not necessarily the software, but the hardware that it requires.
Yeah.
If I asked you to define AI right now, you'd probably describe something that talks about a machine working like a human. But that's like describing the ocean as something that you can surf on. It's true, but it's incomplete. AI is actually any system designed to do tasks that we associate with intelligence. Learning from experience and recognizing patterns, understanding speech, planning, and making decisions when you don't have all of the available information. But notice what's not in.
Ouch.
What's not in that definition? Chatting and conversation. What's not in that definition? Chatting and conversations. Those are part of AI, but they're not the core function of AI. Over the last few decades, this field of AI has gone through some massive optimism and crushing disappointments, along with some really genuine breakthroughs. But they're usually driven by 3 things colliding at once: new ideas, more data, and most importantly, better hardware. So while Apple did ask Google to power Siri, that's by no means admitting defeat. In the 1960s, scientists thought that they could build a thinking machine in about 20 years. Turns out they were hugely optimistic. Early AI researchers had the idea that human intelligence is basically just reasoning. It's a series of logical steps. So if we could write down those steps and program them, voila, we have a
Because the real thing,
and this is what we
is
call
the ability
symbolic
to
AI.
choose those
But they all kept falling into the problem that everything broke when somebody asked a question that wasn't in the predefined set of rules. So these systems broke all the time, and computers of that era didn't have the speed or the memory to handle the real world messiness. And the researchers started to realise maybe intelligence just isn't just logic after all. By the 1970s, the approach had shifted. Instead of trying to build general intelligence, researchers narrowed the focus on expertise. The idea was that they would interview doctors, engineers, geologists, specialists in their field, and capture their knowledge as a whole series of if-then rules.
Yep.
If the patient has this
I just went over this
symptom,
with my
then
chat the other
this
day.
could be the diagnosis.
Thanks, buddy.
If the rock looks like that, then drill for oil.
Got a
here.
couple days behind.
These
One of
were
our
expert
viewers.
systems that worked in very limited domains, and some of them were really, really useful. But maintaining them was a nightmare. You ended up with thousands of rules.
That's what happens when you have a 140 IQ, this guy.
overrides, and every time the real world changed, like a new disease or new discoveries, humans had to manipulate and update all the rules manually. But these systems were really brittle. They couldn't learn.
What everyone assumes about Jeffrey Epstein, The Epstein files reveal that plenty of powerful people tolerated or participated in disgusting, shameful, and even criminal behavior, but that they also bolster the case that there was never any grand conspiracy, this person argues.
How's it going?
Man, this is the great fake child sex trafficking epidemic. Man. That's what they do. This is what they do. And what is this here? I'm gonna read it. Scroll down to in death. Epstein has taken on far more significance. Wait, what? Let me see. What does it even mean to be in the Epstein files? In the case of Jeffrey Epstein, association seems to imply guilt. And so the release of the so-called Guys. Man. I really feel bad for this. It's sad. It really is. Oh my fucking god. 100% a PDF? Maybe, I have no idea. Epstein Files is generating a wave of firings, resignation, and public apologies. The health influencer Peter Attia had to resign from his protein bar company after emails showed him participating in crude banter with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, CBS News, where Attia was recently hired as a contributor, pulled a 60-minute segment featuring him.
Hate Rav, hate Mike, hate.
Epstein gushed, "You're amazing," is stepping down as a chair of the...
I know, right?
Well, I mean, has it ever occurred to you that maybe there's a reason why they're stepping down, why this is happening? I don't know. Mitchell, who's now 92 years old, presided over negotiations of the Good Friday Agreement, served as school's chancellor for a decade. And Queen's University is a former U.S. senator from a name from its Peace Institute. Oh boy. The file suggests that Epstein scheduled a meeting with them as recently as 2013. Nothing comparable happened in the cases of other high-profile sex criminals. Man. The assumptions are all widely held but poorly substantiated. Investigating part in depth, Epstein is taking on farm. Wait, what? Let me control F and find this. For some reason, I'm not able to control F. In death, Epstein has taken on far more significance than he did in life. Oh my god. It's unbelievable, man. It really is. It's absolutely fucking unbelievable. And so, you're on Alex Jones? Oh, really? Tell him I said hi. And some Americans were already primed. Some Americans are already primed into believe in international pedophilia rings. Bonus points if they were run by wealthy Jews who were perhaps on the Mossad payroll, as many conspiracists insisted that Epstein was. Especially potent was the notion of the client list naming everyone in Epstein's trafficking ring. This idea seemed to explain
YouTube doesn't like anything.
Lenient deal in 2008. This was all a natural fit for members of the MAGA right, who already believed that Trump had been sent by God to expose pedophiles.
Excuse me.
They're actually sleeping.
There's some crazy shit going on right now.
I can't believe this. They're actually trying to downplay and sweep the Epstein files. Oh my fucking god. This is some level of fan fiction? It is. The memes write themselves. I guess they do. And I don't... Yeah, it's evil. I mean, yes, they are. Even though Trump was...
I fell asleep for a minute. While I'm sleeping, in my dream there, I like reached into my pocket to grab a cigarette. I pull out this pack, and it was totally foreign to me. Like, I didn't recognize the name on it, not the brand, not the fucking trademarks or anything. I was like, oh, what the fuck? I put my hand in my other pocket and I pull out my pack of smokes. As soon as I looked back at the other one, I woke up because I realized it was a fucking dream. Well, I realized it was a dream partway to that, but yeah, I never seen this pack of cigarettes before. Is this real? No.
He's delighted. Yeah, sure. And so 26, right? Oh my God. Like, it's just, they are downplaying this so insanely hard. It's like shocking to me that it's even happening. It's insane. Climbing this is a stretch. Yeah. Epstein's girlfriend Twitter account with the promotion of a crypto coin. That's funny. Good one. Honestly, it's a clever trick. And yeah, the last post occurs, right? And this is why you have to take this stuff with a grain of salt. And where is it here if I can find it? And of course, yeah, absolutely. What a big fucking surprise, right? Let me set this up. This account is fake. I recommend that everybody blocks it and reports it.
It's honestly,
does not have an X account. I was not pressured to
I think it's a lot more fun when you're a kid and you get to play around in a dream like that. As an adult, it doesn't matter. Honestly, you can't risk the shit that you're gonna do in a dream being real. Like, oh yeah, this is a dream. None of this is really gonna go. I'm not going to jail for anything. First things first. Where's that cop?
I'm just reading this, and it's just like, you're a senior editor at The Atlantic. And so this is, by the way, this is the person apparently that owns The Atlantic. Isn't that convenient? I feel like that's very, very, very convenient. So they're coming up with a reason for why this is
I'm not very for sure.
Open source intelligence is the art of gathering information from open source intelligence.
Okay, Asmin, shut the fuck up. Old. Asmin, old.
Open source intelligence is the art of gathering information from public sources.
I know what it is, but I want to see what tools it uses.
Forums, and more. It's not hacking, it's about connecting the dots already out there. In this video, we'll explore 10 powerful free OSINT tools that reveal just how much of your data is public. The goal? To help you understand and protect your digital footprint.
How's your knee?
Use these tools
How's the knee? How's the knee? How's the knee?
And secure your own information. Let's dive in. Megray is a username checker that scans over 500 websites for your chosen handle. It helps you find old accounts, forgotten profiles, and potential impersonators.
Can you give me back my ICQ number?
The tool provides a direct list of
links to each
account, so you can review, delete, or secure them quickly. To use Megray, install it, run the tool, and enter your username to generate a report. Check the results
You generate a
for any
report,
accounts
bitch.
you don't recognize or
Fuck
no
you.
longer use.
Fucking
Delete
reporter.
or secure old accounts to reduce your digital footprint and prevent misuse. Enable two-factor
Of my footprint.
authentication and update passwords on important
You know what's fucked up? Let's convince people that you can use their footprint like a fingerprint.
a Telegram bot that reveals what's linked to your phone number or email. It pulls from public leaks and breaches, showing names, emails, social profiles, and sometimes even addresses. Run your own info.
I mean, you
filter to
essentially
see
can,
what's exposed.
but the fingerprint's not as good as the they thought.
It's a wake-up call about how much data is out there, even from years-old breaches. Eye of God doesn't hack. It just shows what's already leaked. Use it to audit your
It's called Eye of
exposure
God?
and understand the risks. Use Namic to instantly check if your username is available or taken across hundreds of websites
Oh, yeah.
and social media platforms.
Yeah, we use that for
To
registering
spot
businesses and
using your name
fucking
on platforms you
Nimrod.
haven't joined. If you find suspicious or fake accounts, report them immediately. Take action by reporting imposters and securing your username on all major platforms.
Major
Use
platforms?
Nameage to brainstorm and
Name
create
an
a
act.
unique username before someone else does. Secure your brand or personal handle everywhere for a consistent online presence. Regularly monitor your usernames and update them as needed to protect your digital identity. Use Namagic's dashboard to track and manage your usernames efficiently. Lock in your username early to prevent impersonation and keep your accounts secure.
Impersonation? It turned into a munchkin.
Essential breach checker. Enter your email or phone number to see if your data's been
Not
used
my
in
phone
any
number.
major breach. It tells you what info was exposed.
You know, don't anybody do this. Nobody do this.
If your password was leaked,
You have to be
change it
absolutely
everywhere
dumb.
you used it.
To sign up for this place,
keep
it's gonna
track of
scan for your
your
phone number and
and
tell you if it's out there
Sign up
somewhere.
for notifications
Fuck out of
to
here.
get alerts if your info appears in future
Hey, Sarah.
breaches. Defensive OSINT at its best. Know when you've been compromised. It's not if, but when. So stay informed. Check regularly and act fast. Your digital safety depends on it. Intelex.io is a search engine for the dark web that lets you check if your email, phone number, or domain appears in data breaches or leaks. Enter your information into Intelex to quickly find out if your data has been exposed in any breaches or data dumps. Review the results to see exactly what information is out there about you. If you find your data, immediately change your passwords, enable two-factor authentication, and update your security settings. Regularly check Intelex and stay alert to protect your online accounts. PimEyes is a reverse image search.
That's awesome. I like how that guy was wearing a balaclava while typing on his computer. Right on. I've done that before.
It can link your professional headshot to candid photos you
You
didn't
feel
know
like a
were
criminal,
public.
trust me.
The privacy implications are huge. Anyone can track your online
Doing anything wearing a balaclava, you feel like a criminal.
to audit where your face appears and request takedowns if needed. It's a stark reminder of how advanced facial recognition has become. You can opt out of public search results for some control. Be mindful of every photo you share. Your face is now a searchable data point.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Protect your visual privacy. Think before you post.
Melt your face
Social
off.
Catfish helps verify
What the heck?
online identities and spot scams. Search by name, email, phone, username, or image to see if someone is who they claim to be. It
What if they-
references public records, social media, and more to build a profile.
All you're gonna know is if somebody's using the right picture for their fake
Stolen
name.
photos. Audit your own info to see what strangers can find about you. Clean
Oh
up
yeah,
your
do that.
profiles and check what's public. Social catfish
In
is
fact,
your
go to Kiwi
reality
Farms
check
right
for
now
online
and type in
trust.
your own name
Know
real
your
fast.
digital story before
Get
others
that
do.
out of the way.
EXIF tool uncovers hidden metadata in your photos, like date,
Don't do it.
time, camera, and even GPS location. Every photo you post could reveal more than you think. Use EXIF tool to check and remove sensitive data before sharing images online. Journalists and activists rely on this for privacy. You should too. Not all platforms strip metadata. Be proactive.
Yeah, what was even the point in putting metadata on devices if you can strip it?
Protect your location and personal details with every upload. Metadata matters. Don't overshare by accident. Creepy aggregates all your public location data and maps your movements. It scrapes
Creepy?
social media posts, check-ins, and geotagged photos to reveal patterns like home, work, and favorite spots. The risk? Anyone can piece together your routine from scattered posts. Creepy is a warning. Turn off location tagging and be careful what you share. Don't check in at sensitive places. It's not one post that's risky, it's the pattern. Review your settings and think before you share your location. Aggregation is powerful and dangerous. Protect your privacy by breaking the pattern. Spiderfoot is the ultimate OSINT automation tool.
Spiderfoot?
Give it a username, email, domain, or IP, and it scans hundreds of sources automatically. It builds a visual map of your digital footprint, connecting accounts, profiles,
Oh, yeah?
and data leaks.
How's it do all this?
Spiderfoot uncovers links you didn't know existed. For self-audits, it's unmatched.
It uses my computer to do all that, doesn't it? Get out of here.
Security pros use it for reconnaissance.
No.
You can use it to protect yourself.
You can use it to get yourself banned from your
Integration
ISP.
is key. The real risk is in how your data connects. Spiderfoot shows you what
The real
outsiders
risk
see.
is your eyes
It's the
keep sending you
final
out for this
exam for
shit.
your digital privacy. Know your exposure before someone else does. 10 free OSINT tools reveal just how public your data really is. No hacking, just smart searching and connecting the dots.
Okay, so the best OSINT tool ever is called Google. And then there's the Wayback Machine too. And then there's what's it called? The White Pages.
Watched 3 times, it was removed from Reddit. I have no idea. And so, yeah, if I look at this, everybody's replying to it with the same thing. I'm very happy to see
I gave an AI a body, eyes, and sent it into the world.
How bad it is for everybody else. As outrageous as these allegations were, their timing may have made them sound less fantastic. Like, again, it's just using this, like, whimsical...
In a small orchard in upstate New York, grows a tree that should not exist. One trunk, 40 different fruits.
Is it an apple tree? Cause fuck that.
Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier, arrested in July 2019 and committed suicide, and who was known for his wide circle of rich and famous acquaintances. Man. How about that? The government can't control a vaccine and virus, but they can't control this. A 6th grade teacher and designer of rhinestone-covered denim jackets told me at her booth in the Oakdale Festival, the powerful are failing, or the powerful don't care, or the powerful are part of it, she suggested. I am a conspiracy theorist, and went on. Before referencing the persistent rumors that Hillary Clinton's involvement in sex crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein, I'm not going to sit here and say it's all true, but it's going to come out somehow. I think you need a native Ashley apology. Based Ashley?
No.
Scroll up, there's pictures. I don't know about pictures, especially with something like this. I'm not ready to see that.
Huh?
But there it is. As I looked over a display of fruit beers decorated with giant pom-poms in a neighboring booth, Victoria chattered with their maker about supposedly suspicious deaths of the celebrity chef Anthony Bourdain,
Yeah.
fashion designer Kate Spade, and the DJ Avicii.
Anthony Bourdain.
All trying to expose Hollywood
For cooking babies.
suicide. She said, The Wayfair rumor had taken flight in response to confusing listings on the retail
Oh, Wayfair. Yeah, babies and shit.
Some throw pillows priced absurdly high due to an error. Yeah, the list suggested the listings were actually for the purchase of children. That notion that a major American corporation was selling children online, more or less in plain sight, was also discussed in conspiracy forums on Reddit, where it was subsumed into the broader QAnon mythology about a ravenous sex trafficking cabal. There is, of course, no truth to these claims. A Wayfair spokesperson.
Of course he's gonna say that.
So, but wasn't there?
What's he gonna? Yeah. Like the Jessica dresser or whatever the fuck they're calling him, the Jessica bed.
Yeah, 'cause I remember seeing this. A Wayfair receipt for an $8,000 item included. So wait a minute. So there's a Wayfair receipt for an $8,000 item. Flashback to years ago when we learned that several pieces of furniture for sale on Wayfair's website curiously corresponded the names of missing children, prompting questions as to why Wayfair was selling basic furniture like cabinets at such a high price. Man. And so this is some of the information here that people showed. Missing Kyla Coleman, a Kyla 5 shelf.
Oh, no.
Annabelle Wilson, also missing.
What's wrong with me?
Annabelle Shelf. missing Columbus, Samaya Lewin, Samaya Shelf, Yaritza Storage Cabinet, Yaritza, Yaritza Castro. So, I remember my mom, it goes without saying, she was in on this conspiracy theory. She was in on everything. So, yeah, that's really about it.
You guys ever play, fuck it.
Yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, absolutely. They turned it into furniture. Yep. There you go. And so, it's missing kids and overpriced furniture with their names. So, hey, Grok. This screenshot appears to show a PayPal receipt where Jeffrey Epstein's assistant purchased a single $8,453 item from Wayfair, but the item itself is unlabeled. Wait a minute. You bought something from Wayfair and showed this exactly where purchased a known 2018 buy from her was bathrobes from a UK firm. The $8,453 could be from high-end furniture, but details are absent. Gentlemen, this is the same journalist posting the other article a couple of days ago. Wait, the same journalist is supposed to... Wait, oh my god. Is this that same idiot? America will be reading the Epstein files for decades. Yep, they sure will. Absolutely. This is actually, you know what? I feel like the Epstein files have done so much damage to the conspiracy theorists too. Because now being a conspiracy theorist isn't as fun anymore. Because they're just all true. Yeah, birds are right. Yeah, they have them wired through pigeons, and Russia's using. Yeah, that's true. So there is an actual sex cult, absolutely 100%. Yeah, same journalist who said it's fake. Wait a minute. Wait, what was the first article that this person posted? Wait, I want to see this. And this is on January. So they the great fake sex trafficking and then after the Epstein files came out, America will be reading the Epstein files for decades by the same person. How about that? How about that? These people are fucking rats. Yep, that's right. And the thing is that
on February 15, 1988, a man carried 5 copies of his new book into a bookstore in New Haven. On the cover, a find and die center, the schematic physicists used to map how subatomic particles exchange force. The book argued that sorcery runs on the same mechanics. He placed the copies on the shelf. That same day, the picture finding died. The author didn't know until he read the obituary 2 days later. An enemy had marked the publication of a book about the mechanics of aliens. Stephen Mace's sorcery mechanics proposed what most physicists would.
It is a crazy level. It's big. It's big. Oh yeah.
Freenet lives and you can use it. Where? Where? I used to hack Freenet.
Oh, it's very deep. People thought it was kind of deep. It's actually a lot worse. So, I think it really, now people are talking about it.
Hey, thanks very much. Thank you.
You know, there's going to be even more about this. So, people think he was laundering money through, what do you call it, World of Warcraft. I do not think this is what was happening. I know a lot of people want to believe it, they want to talk about it, etc. I don't think that's, I don't think that's what happened. Right? It's just based off of just what I know about the game, how I understand their rules and everything. I find it to be very, very unlikely. Goitek again. That's what Rich says in chat. So am I just Just a silly fucking cattle. Bro, like a silly cattle clinging to the darkness of my cave. Maybe you're right.
Oh, Gates allegedly got the STD.
No.
Which one? With Gates? Really? What do you have to say?
Tell me more. What happened? What happened?
You see all the shit with Epstein? So what are you
So what you talking about some shit where like this, where he fucked somebody, a Russian prostitute or something, and got that shit?
Yeah. Jackson Epstein for the antibiotics that he sneaked his way.
Allegedly. What did it? I want to know what Epstein did. Like he giving the girl that give the STD, and then he got the motherfucking billboard right there on deck. Yeah. Bill, the richest man in the world, go to Epstein for STD medication allegedly.
That's crazy.
More motion. Like, I don't think that there's ever been a person, somebody said Pablo Escobar was on that level. I don't think that, like, nobody
Yeah.
could ever even do a biopic about Jeffrey Epstein because the real story is so perverse and evil and deranged and horrible that telling it, you couldn't even put it on TV. Really? Like, I don't even think that there's
Well, they're not releasing it.
really, maybe JFK or Hitler had as much motion as Epstein. Maybe.
That's crazy talk.
Bro, it's insane. Like a straight up James Bond villain. No rating system? No, I'm telling you guys. Like George Soros, bro.
I love it.
Soros. Honestly, I don't even think that he's close.
It's crazy. We can't go to pharmacy as Bill Gates getting gonorrhea.
You have an assistant?
Yep.
You can't make his assistant have gonorrhea?
You have a doctor he knows that can
Yo, this is wild that he goes, alright, so can we just all give an apology to QAnon? Can we just give that apology? That they almost got it 100% right.
Not 100.
They got it 99.9% right.
I give him 40. What? Shit's still gonna unfold, bro. Like there's a lot still in QAnon.
Charlemagne just doesn't want to. He doesn't. Just admit it, man. Just admit it. Just say it. Just say it's all right. Like he's coping. He is. He's coping. He's coping right now.
This whole thing was that there is a global elite, a cabal of global elites that are all doing nefarious, satanic rituals, having sex with underage
Ow.
children.
My neck won't crack.
Oh man, yo, go ahead.
Explain. Giving QAnon props by giving the black Israelites credit, did it?
Oh, shut up. I've never heard Dr. Umar and any of these other black history, like black community guys. I've never heard Dr. Umar bring this shit up even once.
The black Israelites been out here in these streets, way before QAnon.
If it turned out that QAnon was really just a black
I mean, Dr. Umar's out there. He's out there. So, like, if he's not the one that this is happening with, then who's it happening with? Like, that's really the way I see it for anything else. So, I really think that's really about it. But, yeah, I just want to say, like, in general, that, you know, it's a lot more than that. Even Kanye never would, he didn't like the Jews, but, like, I'm going to be honest. Kanye just didn't like the Jews because of probably some sort of custody problem that he had with either lawyers or the people at his record label. Like, it's pretty obvious the reason why he didn't like Jews. And then I think the doctor that, like, did an operation on his mom was a Jew. Like, it's really, I don't, like, Kanye is really, in my opinion, I think Kanye is like a top 0.1% perceptive person. He is. I think that he is so, and also, he's a very sensitive person. So, like, he's like a mining canary, right? He's a mining canary. So the shit that other people will not even notice, he will pick up on. He will. And he sees stuff. Yeah, exactly. He likes some Jews. Yeah, he he's gotten a little bit back to it, right? He had that whole thing, the apology with the rabbi. I thought it was nice. It's a nice thing to do. But yeah, Denny's running for president. Kanye, there will be a time where Hunter Biden and Kanye West run for president. Now, I'm not saying necessarily with, I mean, fuck, it could be against or with each other. But I think, or at the same time, but I think both of these events will occur. I think they're going to occur. Clip it right now. Let them know this is your worst take of all time. It's not a take. It's the future.
That she cannot ever be prosecuted again for anything that she testifies about. Now, would they want to do that? Would they want the political appearance of immunizing Ghislaine Maxwell, potentially
Oh my God. Does it fucking matter? She can't be charged with anything, you fucking... What is wrong with these people? Why would you give her... Why would you give her anything?
Well, there's certainly an element of political theater, John. I will tell you that as a prosecutor, if you get a letter from a witness lawyer saying he or she is going to revoke the fifth across the board, you don't then drag the person to a grand jury or into a court and make them go through the steps of actually saying I take the fifth. But it does sound like Congress will do it here. I'm sure there's a political element to that. I think what Ro Khanna would say, and other Democrats on the committee, other members on the committee would say, well, we still want to pose the questions to her one at a time so we can be clear exactly what we want to know from her and exactly where she's claiming the fifth. So there could be some benefit to that exercise to at least make a record, but largely it will be for show.
The most recent release of the Epstein files by the Justice Department is shedding light on Jeffrey Epstein's links with billionaires, royals, and government officials in the U.S. and abroad. In the coming hours, Epstein's longtime accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is expected to give a virtual deposition to the House Oversight Committee. Her lawyers say she is likely to assert her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination and not answer questions. Now, this latest release of Epstein files is also causing a deepening scandal in Europe. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, has now resigned. His resignation comes as Starmer continues to deal with blowback over his appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the U.S. That's because CNN Salma Louise was following the story from London. Salma, the scandal doesn't seem to be going anywhere for Starmer. What's McSweeney's connection to all this? Why is he resigning?
The political earthquake that is caused by the Jeffrey Epstein scandal continues, and so does the royal earthquake. I actually want to start with a statement that we just received in the last hour from the Prince and Princess of Wales. This was a statement that was given by a spokesperson for them. This is a palace spokesperson who says, and I'm reading the direct quote here, I can confirm the Prince and Princess have been deeply concerned by the continuing revelations. Their thoughts remain focused on the victims. I just want to emphasize how rare it is to hear from them in such a direct manner. This is, of course, in response to the latest dump of millions of more documents about 10 days ago. In those documents, there were these images that appeared to show Prince Andrew, or now the former Prince Andrew, on a floor, standing over the body of what appears to be a girl or a woman. There is no context around this. He has, of course, denied any allegations of wrongdoing, but there is not a dinner table that has not had this conversation in written sense. So this is very much the Prince and Princess coming out up front and saying, we too are concerned. We too are deeply worried. Now, to the political turmoil, just yesterday, Prime Minister Keir Starmer's scandal surrounding, of course, the key character here, Lord Peter Mandelson, a person who was Britain's ambassador to the United States until he was let go, fired last year over his connections that were revealed in a trove of documents last year. But then this latest trove showed not only that was that relationship between Lord Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein quite close, it also appears to show that he could have accepted tens of thousands of dollars of payments from him and even taken secret, government secret memos
from him that were forwarded along. Of course, Prime Minister Keir Starmer is now being questioned over his appointment of Lord Mandelson and is in a firestorm of fury from his party. He has so far fired his chief of staff, called a police investigation into Lord Mandelson, and apologized to victims. But is it going to be enough for help? Well, later today we'll be meeting with this party and walking on a very tightrope to find out.
Before last night, you might have caught that PSA featuring several survivors of Jeffrey Epstein calling for truth when it comes to the Epstein files. Now, Congress is expected to get more information today in a couple of ways. First, Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell is appearing virtually for a deposition before the House Oversight Committee, and she's widely expected to plead the Fifth. And then Congress members, starting today, they're going to have a chance to view the unredacted files at DOJ headquarters. And we're talking about thousands of files that look like this we're scrolling through, and Congressman Thomas Massie is going to go today as well. And he's making this offer to survivors.
You had told me before that you may go to the floor and actually read the names of people on the alleged Epstein client list. Are you still planning to do that?
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. There are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that.
Joining me now to discuss, Jess Michaels, a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. Thank you for having me. So can we just start with what Massie had to say? Is that something you would want?
Thank you for asking me, because I think that is an important question that every survivor has to answer. It's not just a group of us deciding. I'm a 1991 Jeffrey Epstein survivor. I was raped by him. I didn't meet anyone else. There are survivors that do want the names to be revealed, and there are many that do not, because they are still hiding, they're still afraid, and they are still just trying to get past this. They're Jane Does. They've never come.
Yeah, and we should say, I believe that your statements that you called in, the conversation you had with an FBI officer, those have appeared in the latest drop of files, no?
Some have. That's part of our problem, is that we're seeing half-truths. So we're seeing one part of the report, but not another. I found my email exchange with the FBI agent that took my statement, but no statement and no audio recording.
Interesting, and you gave both.
Yeah, well, the audio recording was where she said, I'm taking your victim statement, it will be used in the prosecution's case against Ghislaine Maxwell, and then I've never been entered into the victim notification system, and I've never seen the victim statement.
What do you think is going to happen with Ghislaine Maxwell today? We were saying she might plead the Fifth, but what are your expectations for this?
I have very little expectations in general, because she's lied so much. She's perjured herself. She's actually been charged with perjury. I call her the second sweetheart deal, because really, why should a convicted pedophile and sex offender be in a cushy right now? She should be in a maximum security prison as determined by law. That's not me deciding that. That's what the law says.
We've also been hearing of other names of men who are in the files in varying capacities. But one in particular caught the eye of Thomas Massie and others, and I want to play it for you.
Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
A lot to unpack there, but should Howard Lutnick step down?
I believe all of the men that have been shown in the files should at the very least be asked to testify. I haven't read the files on Howard Lutnick, but let's just be really super clear about this. Everybody knew who he was. Everybody knew who he was since 1996, when he was already having dinners with presidents.
There's one other thing I want to ask, because there's going to be a chance for lawmakers to look at unredacted files. I noticed Massey was also saying, hey, which dog should I view? Tell me. But we were talking earlier, you guys already talked to dogs. You already reach out to them. What happens in your conversations, and I'm going to pick Republicans because they're in power, what happens in that dialogue?
We've spent quite a bit of time advocating in offices with Republican, especially the House Judiciary Committee members that are Republicans. We did that before November 18th vote, and we did it once files dropped and have been dropping all through January. We've actually had more receptions. People supporting us saying, yes, we have been involved in anti-sex trafficking legislation for years. This is within our portfolio of policy that we agree with. We are behind you, we want truth and justice. Then, we heard on Friday from someone well-connected within the Republican establishment that those same Republicans are being pressured to not say a word to Pam Bondi at the hearing, because that's what we're hoping can come out is on Wednesday, Pam Bondi has to sit before the committee. They wanted
This is weird.
to ask them to ask hard questions, but they're being pressured by the White House.
Epstein video.
The Epstein files altogether, and then only talk about Pam Bondi's accomplishments. And that was crushing.
It feels like there must be a lot of moments like that. I mean, from unredacted images of victims to Ghislaine Maxwell, as you said, having frankly a softer life after. Has this administration, I'd love to hear you on how, in this second Trump term, fundamentally, how they treated you all.
They protected predators, convicted criminals like Ghislaine Maxwell, infinitely more than they have done for survivors to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Who built this prison? Fucking Stanley Kubrick? Who the fuck built that prison? It's crazy. That's how I felt about the one here.
Why would I do that? I mean, I guess like they're walking something over there, like I don't know, like it's okay.
Oh, the jerky thing.
It's not enough to go with. Ginger lemongrass, perhaps code for ethnicity. Maybe, right? You don't know. That's a good idea. Delicious lunch, beef jerky.
You ever played Stanley Parable? Holy crap, was that fun? Sort of.
Above all, for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. Really, you know, like what the fuck? They're sitting there like, oh, I really want to have you come here. And yeah, no, I had so much fun eating the babies and killing people with you. Yeah, I loved it. My wife did too.
Oh, it was that art shit. Now I get it.
Here's a photo of us in case you want to make this, have this for your wall. And it's us. Oh, wow. Yes. Oh my God. It's normal for them? Yes. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't remember checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. And bring it all with you. Bring it all with you. I suppose it needs to be in a cold...
All that stuff, it was just... so ridiculous.
Usually jerky doesn't need to... How about that? That's crazy.
It's not just that these people are making up an excuse about how it was all just art. It really was all just art. Nobody was really eating babies. Somebody, I'm sure, somewhere at some point in time, ate a baby.
Excuse me? It's funny, there were paparazzi waiting outside my house this morning. I don't know, just just to kind of celebrate the day with me or find out who else I was sleeping with. You know, I got in, I think, at dawn last night, maybe 6 o'clock, 5:30.
To you at LSJ when I arrived. Little St. James Island. That's what LSJ must mean.
Melania betrays Trump. 1 minute ago, marshals move in as Melania testifies to avoid prosecution. Shut up. She's not dumb. Oh, it looks like somebody. Let's go.
They weren't doing this on the island because I will make a batch before I leave 4, so that would imply that he's somewhere else. Maybe he could be at the ranch. That's it, right? And, oh my fucking god, with the fire pit? Yeah, it's Royal Ranch, exactly. Do you mean prepared? Only 3 ounces per day. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight? Just wanted to touch base about jerky. They talk.
No, it's funny.
Of a teaspoon. That's how much water the average single interaction with ChatGPT uses, according to Sam Altman, the boss of OpenAI.
Why is he using any water?
So if you type, "Can you help me solve this maths problem?" That's a drop. Or can I put lines?
No, it's my Uncle Randy's fucking bullshit. How long was? Never mind.
Wonderful person, this is Anton.
My uncle used to ask me some interesting questions.
Two major stories for the Listening Post to examine.
I'm running something called Private AI.
Ooh.
It's kind of like ChatGPT, except it's not ChatGPT. Everything about it is running right here on my computer locally, and it is uncensored and has 0 guardrails. And you don't even have to be connected to the internet to use it. Now this is private, contained, and my data is not
it's running on
shared with
GPT-2.
some random company. So in this video, first I'm going to show you how to set this up yourself. It is super easy and fast to run your own local, private, uncensored AI. Then we're going to move into something a little bit more advanced, showing you how to connect your documents, your notes, basically an entire knowledge base to this AI. And you can ask this private GPT about all of your private notes. Now, if we go over to Hugging Face, they have a whole bunch of pre-trained AI models, 2 million plus models to be exact. And usually running something like this, you need a bunch of like Python dependencies and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more advanced, a little bit more of a pain in the ass to get everything running, unless you use something like Ollama. Now, downloading Ollama is like very similar to like downloading something off a web browser. Super easy, super simple. It has all of these different models you can download. Like tons and tons of models you can just download and use. And as you can see, you can download it from Mac, Linux, and now Windows. Before, Windows wasn't available, but now it is. I'm running something called Private AI. It's kind of like ChatGPT, except it has all these different models you can download, like tons and tons of models you can just download and use. And as you can see, you can download it from Mac, Linux, and now Windows. Before, Windows wasn't available, but now it is.
I think she's French.
Once you have it downloaded, you just run this command olama run, and then whatever model
Yeah, I think
you're
she's right.
using. This is the uncensored model that I'm running. So you just click run, and then it pulls the model, and then you can use it. And now it is pulled, so now it is ready to use. So I have this script to get into Wi-Fi by crafting ARP packets. You can word this like actually like more maliciously, but YouTube, they're sensitive. So, and it does what you tell it to do. And if you word it like...
Wait, you can get the craft packets for you?
you
That's fucked up.
HACK
It shouldn't be doing that.
by crafting fake art packets.
Yeah, it shouldn't do that.
It actually gives a warning being like, hey,
Hey,
this
this is pretty not legal.
you might not want to do this, but I'm going to tell you anyway, which is pretty funny. So a use case for this, like if the internet ever goes down, or you know anything happens, you have a local.
Yeah, you replay your ARPs.
internet, you don't need
Oh.
Wi-Fi. It is pretty cool, and you can like pull all of the models that were listed. You have all of these models.
I have this.
And if you search just uncensored, it will.
So Nancy Guthrie is connected to Trump or to Epstein somehow?
Did they say 5 p.m. Mountain Time? Like when they say a 5 p.m. deadline, is that 5 p.m. Mountain?
Are you stupid?
Eastern 5 p.m. Central 5 p.m. Pacific or 5 p.m. in another country, somewhere else. What is 5 p.m.? Is that I really haven't had clarification on 5 p.m. Is that local? Because you know one of the ratings more central local TV station is local or
Greenwich Mean Time.
Arizona time.
Prime Meridian.
So cars can go all the way up the street, and then this is down the street. Oh, it looks like a bus is trying to come through.
Yeah, probably, eh? The road is probably pretty like the same. Well, why would it?
Hope so. Alright, there's people behind me waiting for the school bus. There's an actual school bus coming out. Let's see if the school bus can get through. Oh, yeah, Sarah. Good job, Sarah. Moving for the school bus. Moving for the school bus. Drones are up. Everything's up. Small streets, yeah, they're narrow streets. Windy, no street lights, no sidewalks. Surrounded by cactus, cacti, brush. Morning.
Good day.
Number 16. Alright, Sheriff's going back to his position. He moves to get that. Bust through.
Take game on.
Hello everyone, JLR Investigates back out here in front front of the anti-discovery home. And it is a complete media circus out here. How are you? So, you know, everyone is on standby. Everyone is on standby of the next new nugget, clue, or arrest, some sort of information. And that's why we have a massive media presence around here. Everyone is on this wait and see approach. Whole world's watching. Remember what happened to?
No.
And sun is starting to come up. See? Everybody's out here.
What?
I know a lot of my viewers are from the East Coast, but we got people from around the world. But I know it's already like daytime there. Starting with it's already morning time. Mid-morning. Guys are like drone experts. They're like drone experts out here. Oh, it's starting to feel so warm. It was cool this morning. Are they doing another search here today? JLR, where does everyone have to go when you have to go to the rescue? That's a great question. I don't know. I guess they go leave or they, I don't know, go out in the woods or something. I don't know. That's a great question. Some people be out here all day long. I'm not going to tell you my personal business, but I mean, that's a great question. Where does someone go after you're out here? You've been out here like. Absolutely, there is an unverified ransom. Let's break that down for you and talk about two different letters. They are considered to be messages received from two local television stations. There was one this week and there was one on Friday. According to FBI public statements, they are still trying to verify these letters, but as they continue to try and verify these letters, the Guthrie family hoping to have more communication with Remember Sentinel, a lot more coming up. And then there's down here, I'll take you down the road a little bit. Reception comes out good out here. At times. It's pretty good. I'm shocked that we're in the Catalina foothills and the reception here on the horizon. Just point the camera up here.
The family of a little girl killed by someone who was supposed to take care of her saw in the courtroom and chanted, "No justice." The woman who can't be identified pleaded
Press conference live 11 a.m. Press conference 11 a.m. What's starting to come out? Presser. 11 a.m. press conference. I believe. Maybe. Nope. Hold on. Many people in the chat are saying 11 a.m. press conference, but I'm not sure. So I retract that. I think we got a lot of people just standing this morning.
20 minutes of silence encompassed the family.
Thank you. Good morning. So, this is the spot. This is the spot where we're going to be this morning. The sun is just starting to come up. See what happens here today.
Good morning. How you doing? What up?
It's going to stay here just to provide security. Sheriff's Department says they are not going to comment on any of the evidence that they are analyzing at this hour.
Another sheriff arrived. Two sheriffs. Got two sheriffs here now. Shift change. Got two sheriffs here now. Where's brewing? Shift change, some brewing. Deadline is looming.
How did you sleep? Oh, you're going back to bed? Really? Don't be a wiener, buddy. What is wrong with people?
Another sheriff's deputy just arrived.
Not a deputy.
What's going on here? Another sheriff's deputy just arrived. Warning. Let's see.
Why does he keep calling them deputies?
We are following the case of Andy Guthrie kidnapping. Or was it not a kidnapping? Kidnapping. What was being reported in the sense of this is just she was never kidnapped. Something else happened. It's a mystery. There's a lot of people talking saying she wasn't even kidnapped. Crime could have happened and it was a cover-up. A kidnapping cover-up. Don't know. Waiting for more answers. We're at Annie and Tomaso's home. Flashing lights. Investigators the other night. They say the pacemaker synced to the Apple here. 2 a.m. Was this all staged? Was this staged? So staged. Maybe we will get more answers soon.
Oh, it's almost 8. I feel like I'm just about to get out of one. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe life's about to get real shitty this week. I could be homeless on Friday. So we'll see how it goes. I've never ever signed another fucking agreement again in my whole life.
More or less like a shift change.
It's like they're trying to traumatize me into making sure I pay my rent. It's not gonna work for them.
Alright, so this is the spot. We're just gonna, every time there's new information, we're just gonna share. You guys share how you feel about the situation.
I need a executive assistant or whatever they're called. Or wife. Whoever makes sure normal people go do their work. I'll be me all day. Just tell me where to do it. That's all I need. I used to love school. Used to give me a schedule. I had to be at certain places at certain times, or I was fucking missing shit. It works really good. I don't know why the rest of the world doesn't work like that. Set kids up for disappointment, man. Like, life's gonna be super easy mode. You don't give me freedom of choice. Just kidding. It's high school. Do whatever you want. Ah! Thank God you said that. I've been waiting so long to do these drugs.
Yeah, any celebrities in the chat? That's a great question.
Yeah. Me. Yes. Me. Boy, oh boy. Hey, who's that? Hey! Yo! Dude, I really am famous. That's fucking awesome. You can literally go into just about any chat on YouTube and find people who know who I am. That is so good.
What transpires. This is also a place where you can share your feelings, hang out in the chat. You can get to see real time the scene here.
Man, as far as I'm concerned, that's shame right there. People recognize me everywhere I go. Sure, all the only places I go are on YouTube. Sure. Okay. People recognize me here too. For a different reason.
Walk every like 10 minutes or so. I'll walk around. I'm just looking on the net right now trying to get information.
Man, that's pretty funny. Fucking Renaissance shit right there. I love it. Aww, 3 years ago. Three years ago, I got pictures of me and the little guy all over the place, videos. I got proof we've been together the whole time, dude. I don't know why I was worried.
Here we are.
Here we are. This is Daniel Cook. Yeah, I got you. Yo, my peeps.
Well, I got the Jeep ready to go to the mountain if they do a search. Something tells me she's out the hill somewhere. We'll see. We'll see where she can be. So if anything pops off here, we'll see. It's just a wait and see approach, folks, but this is the, I don't know, something might be happening. Let's see. Michael Reeves with Fox News, he put out a tweet a few minutes ago. He said, Nancy Guthrie has now been missing for over a week. Here's the latest. It says, while the sheriff says there are no persons of interest or suspects, we have information that investigators are looking through a number of leads and people. The deadline for the purported ransom demand was given for later on today. Although it remains unclear whether the sender is a fraudster or has her captive, searches were underway yesterday at multiple locations per the Pima County Sheriff's Department, including at Nancy's home. There is a $50,000 reward for information that breaks the case. So, Fox News, I will say, Fox News got people everywhere here. They got people planted at the sheriff's office, they got people planted at hotels, they got people planted here, everywhere, right? So, what they're saying is pretty much it's still unclear whether the ransom person is a fraudster. It's just someone, just trolling everyone, or it's, legit or not. Actually, ransom is legit. There's actually kidnappers out there that are having her captive. It's unclear. What he goes on to say, he has information that investigators are looking through the number of leads and people. Now, who were those leads? Who were those people?
Shout out James Worley.
Big saw at the house the other night.
Shout out James Worley.
Masso, like Annie's with his
Hey, James Worley.
So, what do you think? Will they come back to this property? We're waiting to see. Investigators know the whole world is watching here, so the whole world is watching. Good morning. JLR Investigates live here outside Guthrie home. Man, I can tell you though, some of the residents here, around here, feel like Nancy is in Mexico. It's wild. It's wild. I mean, there's actually people that, like some of the neighbors are like, she's in Mexico. I don't know why they feel that way. Cartel? Is this a cartel type tactic? Cartel type tactic. at the Catalina foothills. People have been walking their dogs too. It's not deterring them from walking their dogs. The neighbor I spoke to yesterday on top of the hill here, in front of Nancy's home, told me she got a gun. She ain't worried, she got a gun. Hello everyone, welcome aboard. I'm here, I'm just scouting around, seeing what's going on. It is 53 going up to 81 today. Sun is just starting to come up. A new day. Hopefully today they get answers. Out here in the field, Tucson, Arizona. This is the chat where you can share your thoughts, read other people's opinions about the matter, and we just see in real time what is going on. Anything breaks in this case, on any location, we will rush to the scene. If we see that they're doing a hearing search, or they're at a location, or they're bringing somebody in, or something happening at the sheriff's office, the FBI building, we will go down there to see what has happened.
But I mean, it's really easy to figure it out. Be actually totally honest with yourself. Lots of people don't like doing that. Excuse me. Wake up, Hayes. Waking up. I said I'm not a robot. Now you did it twice. No.
Their sprinkler system went on. I'll show you something. I was just looking at this. I was looking up the road. No one's noticing.
Oh.
Nancy's sprinkler system just went on. Hold on a second. Let me take that.
Yeah.
Her sprinkler system. There's water pouring. Let me see if I can get the angle. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. Dude, there's water spurting out in our house right now.
What?
See in the center, see that, you can see it faintly in the middle of the screen.
Okay, yeah. Is it in Arizona? That's how people water their lawn, idiot.
See it? I just saw that pop up. Whoa. She got things on the timer problem. I was walking and it just started shooting up and she way up in the air. Weird. Maybe he broke it. Vibrate. Maybe a line.
There's a bunch of Mr. Men for adults. That's awesome.
I don't know, I haven't seen that yet. It just came on. I mean, it didn't come on yesterday. This wasn't on yesterday, so I don't know if he has a timer on certain other days or what. Would that mean anything? Wait. There's somebody going on the property right now. Sheriff's on the property. What's going on? Dude, he's looking at that video. Sheriff's on the property. It's walking on the property. Now it's off. No, it's on. Right there. And now the sheriff's on the property. He's walking in the back.
Who cares? Fuck. Calm down, bro. You never seen a cop before? Holy fuck.
Sheriff's going around back. It's coming back.
Shut up. Jesus Christ, this guy.
Sheriff is on the property. There's something.
Fuck that. Aw, hey, it's Bubble Boots. What the hell? You see your dumb things back?
That's strange. That's the first time I actually seen a sheriff just patrol like the property like that. Strange. I'm gonna go take a picture of the sprinkler.
I don't like whatever all that gray is.
See that sprinkler popping up, so we're like, when we see.
Oh, it's the camera thing.
Maybe he was trying to
Get
turn
out
it
of
off or
here.
something. It's shooting up.
Hee-hee.
That was strange, man. The water's still shooting up there. I don't know. Water main break. Sprinkler broken. Probably nothing to nothing.
That should be odd after all those coyotes.
Just happened. This is the first time I've seen a sheriff go onto the property besides yesterday going on with an order to do something. This guy just was kind of like went on there to see what was up. Was it related? I don't know. He's also on the radio in his car. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the sheriff went to use the bathroom. It's a great idea. Somewhere, right? So, use the bathroom on his house property. That's not actually a good idea, but I mean, having the bathroom too.
The other ones got like, I did 2 of them, right? There's one with a like blue highlight bouncing off it, and one with pink. I wanted to see how it would look pink. There's like a, I don't know, it kind of reminded me of like bubblegum or something.
There's some sort of wall, there's some sort of pipe or something, sprinkler. Thank you everyone for the support. Thank you. If I don't see your comment, I'm totally grateful.
I think I sent it to you in on Discord.
Alright, so that's kind of the most riveting thing we've seen thus far.
Well, I sent the pink one for sure.
What's going on right now? That's still on.
Oh man. Ouch.
Yeah, water shooting 15 feet up in the air.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Look up the road, you can see it really good. I'm gonna take y'all up to the top.
What a weirdo. You guys want to see the water? He's been awake for like 85 hours already. He's just sitting out there and got nothing to do. He's going crazy. He's like, you guys want to see a seagull eating a worm? Oh, it's too late. It's gone. Fuck. I feel bad for him though. Okay. Uh-oh.
Okay, so you are checking for SSIDs. You're checking for MAC addresses, is that right? Correct.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have been seeing an increasing electrification of our planet for not just years now, but decades. And this has a bunch of ramifications as it relates to what's happening here energetically.
Ooh, electric universe. Who built a tiny lobby and put a bat in it? That looks ridiculous. Oh, you can't see it. Good. You don't want to see it. Oh, you can see it. Never mind. I'm crazy. Did I tell you this chat's... The way that the chat's showing up on the screens... I'm not even going to tell you. Guess what it's called? Come on, let me modify this here. It is called Bubble Chat. I was like looking through the themes and there's a couple of them. The only one that popped out to me right away was Bubble Chat. I'm like, oh, fuck off. So I have to go with it because I don't know. Same reason people collect Beanie Babies, I guess.
That's what I thought I couldn't get.
Will be subscriber 100? Will it be a frog balloon? Woo! Yeah, Farkas found a good trend there. He better figure it out, or somebody's gonna start stealing his balloon frogs. Be like, I can make cute balloon frogs too, you know. It won't be me, but yeah. You know what? Tiger used to have, man, he wouldn't play with lots of stuff, right? One of the things that he's always fucking loved is bubbles. I got him, like during COVID, I got him a fan and a bubble, one of those bubble fucking cannon gun, like, it just spun around. I got a few of them actually. They just like spin around and pick up fucking soap and blow it around the house. And he used to like stand right in front of it. Man, he'd get soap in his eyes and shit. I love those frogs. They're great for the Olympics too. Like he's got that's a good idea. I don't know why it's a good idea. It's so stupid, but they're cute. But he would. I don't remember what the size of the big jugs is, but I used to go through 2 a month. Like $50 in fucking bubble juice. They've been non-stop. He doesn't sleep. He's like me. So the bubbles were always on. The flashing lights were always fucking blasting the house apart. The women folk are all complaining about it. It's like, well, it's what he wants to do, man. Fuck you. Let him do something he wants then. Like, Amazon. You can get them now for like $25 or something. And the volume on them is crazy compared to what it was like 5 years ago. They're a whole other level. So when I was homeless, one of the many things that kind of rolled through the shelter was one of those, like, I don't know who invented the damn thing. It's like a rectangle with a million tubes on it, and you just hold down a trigger and it shoots bubbles forever. And they don't, it's not like a crappy one. They don't like fall on the floor in like a soapy mess. They like, every one of them launches a bubble, and they all stay separate. And there's like, it's the most fun bubbles I've ever seen. His were awesome too. The cats used to love them. Him and the cats would sit there just playing with bubbles for hours. Oh. He has a little trampoline pull over in front of it one day. I was like, get out of here. You're having too much fun. Stop it. Aw. Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, you guys probably got a pretty awesome one. So, he had a couple of them. So, there was one that was like... They all worked on like the same basic concept, though. Fuck, what was the really good one? Oh, fuck. It was, it shot the bubbles up, I think. The best one that we could get. It, like, had a fan blowing up. And the, like, it was like a wand, or a wheel of wands, I guess, that spun around, like, by the motor or whatever. And I don't remember how the soap got onto the wand, but it was like, when I first looked at it, I was like, well, that's not going to work at all. Like, first of all, I could see right through there. There's no soap there, and there's like 100 bubbles fly off at the first wand. I was like, oh, okay. But as soon as if it went dry, dude, it was hard to start the fucking thing back up. The birth of a new country led by the people. Holy crap, what are these guys thinking? Uh-oh. Bubble boots. Get me out of here. Oh, these guys are losing their minds. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. And it like tilts or something. You gotta have it on like a slight angle, or it like ours did anyway, or it would like not use all the. It used very little of the juice if it wasn't level, or not. You had to like compensate for the not levelness of it. I don't fucking know. Our apartment was built on top of a sinkhole too, so that could be it. The ground probably was not level. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Man, nobody fell in the sinkhole. While we lived there, we all got out. Woohoo! It was so scary, dude. You could hear the floor was hollow. We were in the basement, and there was nothing underneath. Like there was nothing underneath us. You could hear that it was a great big cavity. So scary. Yeah, I wasn't so scared to leave there. I was like, Chris, hey, please get you and the kids the fuck out of here, because I swear to God, this floor is gonna collapse and you're all gonna die. So get out of here. It took her over a year to listen to me and get out of there, but at least she admits now that it was scary. Really super scary. So what happened, right, is there's been 2 or 3 fires on the same corner of that building, right? And the foundation settled so much into the ground after the first one that it cracked the facade on the building, and they had to redo the outside, and like they had to like rehang balconies and shit in a different spot because it had drooped so much that the balconies weren't safe. What the fuck? Holy fuck. So they had fires there and got so much water damage that I think he eroded the soil underneath one corner of the building, and it's all just like. Yeah, one day, like, I don't know, 2, 4, 8, probably 10 apartments. No, probably 12 apartments are gonna fall into a big hole in the ground over there. And the guy won't do anything about it either. Like, if he knew about it, he knows he's got cockroaches and bed bugs in the walls. And you know what he does about him? He went and got a certification to say that he's a pest control guy. So he doesn't have to pay anybody to deal with them. He gets to do it himself. So he doesn't do anything. So fucked up. That's what happens when you leave your millions and millions of dollars to your fucking asshole kid. Mm-hmm. Well, his dad cheated on. It's kind of fucked up, actually. His dad cheated on his mom. Not really cheated. She was dying of cancer and shit, and she just was like, "Go do what's gonna make you happy" or whatever to him. So he did. So this guy's dad was having sex with my mom. And then I don't know, the kid found out about it. He's not a kid. He's, I think, the same age as me. But he I don't know, got all spazzy about it. He's like, disrespecting my mom and all this bullshit. Fuck that guy. Worst landlord ever.
But at first, things are jovial. We're joking, having a...
You heard it right. It's not an exaggeration to say that U.S. federal aid...
Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS.
Man, these frogs are so cool. I wish I could feed squirrels like that.
Physicists say entropy always increases.
Woo! Fuck. You know what's crazy? The Super Bowl is more about the commercial fucking shit about it than it is about the Super Bowl. It's like, it's a concert and it's a bunch of fucking advertising.
This is the prepper.
Yeah, he's a real dick. Oh, his dad got dementia and he was dead within like 2 weeks.
In a real breakdown situation, information becomes one of the most valuable preps you can have. This gives you access to a massive library that you could use on your phone, tablet, or laptop anytime.
He's lucky I don't go fucking kill him, honestly. He grabbed my girl cousin by the throat. Huge guy. He's like 6'4". He's do you know what a dragon boat is? He's a rower. Doesn't matter. His God has never been on that guy's side ever in his life. I could basically walk up to him and fucking poke him in the face out of nowhere, and I'm pretty sure he couldn't even do anything about it. I don't think God would let him raise his hand.
Offline street maps and satellite imagery, WikiHow guides, medical references, survival manuals, repair guides, a ton of ebooks, and much more.
I'm pretty good at reading situations like that.
Without any internet connection. Here's how it works. Plug your Prepper disk into an outlet or the included Anchor battery. Connect your phone, tablet, or laptop to the Wi-Fi network named Prepper disk. Open your browser and go to 10.10 or scan the QR code. You then browse through all the preloaded content using your device as normal. Up to 20 devices can connect at once. This is a useful addition to a bug-out bag, a power outage kit, or a family emergency setup. It weighs almost nothing and provides a large amount of offline knowledge during a blackout or evacuation. People with technical skills could assemble something similar using a Raspberry Pi, but many preppers prefer to buy something that works instantly without any setup or downloads.
What is it?
My starter kit is around $120, and an Anchor battery is at least $20.
Shut up. Yeah, mine was like $35. So, I want to see if this is the same company that I used to hack, or if it's like some new shit. I should take a Tylenol.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming. I think some of you may have seen my previous talks and will have some familiarity with what I'm talking about. Others won't.
What I'm talking about? Fuck. What was talking about?
Here is part of a global, decentralized
Conspiracy.
peer-to-peer network.
Oh. Kind of a conspiracy. Conspiracy to commit internet.
InfraNet stays on hardware that you control. This is one of the kind of fundamental principles.
Okay. Yeah, it's like mesh or whatever. That's not the same thing. I hacked a different thing. That sounds like it was alright, this thing. That's so weird. Okay, hold up. Who the fuck is Nancy Guthrie? I trained Google with who the fuck and what the fuck, why the fuck, all that shit, and Google answers to that, like it has for a while now. But you didn't used to be able to say who the fuck is this. He was like, what? Do you mean who is? Like, no, I meant who the fuck. You cocksucker. Okay. What? Okay. Fuck. Really? So she's like a famous person adjacent? Oh, Boots, you missed it. That, the guy that's over there in wherever the hell he is. He went, is there anybody famous in the chat right now? And I'm like, yeah, me, right? And like 4 people in chat knew who I was, and they're like, hey. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking right, buddy.
This story is not your average conspiracy. It has been backed by leaked, classified, and fake documents.
Oh, this guy doesn't sound like a Russian. Oh, he's AI and he's got the moisture turned up on his voice too much. Awesome, eh? Kind of the best kind of famous to be, I think. Nobody really knows who I am, but I got friends everywhere. That's pretty cool. The real reason Japanese girls have curved, whatever the fuck that says, curved legs, because their parents tied their knees together. That's gotta be illegal.
From Blackview, it's the Explorer 1. I have expectations. It's heavy because it's got a big old battery, and this thing is rugged.
This looks like a pretty ordinary Android phone. It is very, very thick because it has 20,000 milliamp hours of battery power. It's going to last you like 2 weeks in normal usage.
Holy fuck, bro.
Where this phone really shines for people like you and people like me. Watch this trick.
What?
Check that out first. It's got a screen.
He's gonna do something. He's gonna do something. What a prediction.
Pissed myself off. I was like, alright, let's go inside. Like, I didn't fall. You guys thought you saw me fall. But no, I like blacked out. And yeah, the doorman was like, nah, you guys are done for the night.
Holy shit.
I had my motorcycle at the time. My friend, he had ridden a few times, but he didn't have like a bike of his own. Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy night. It was wild.
Shit, that's a nice looking car. Holy.
Yeah, you guys ever been like Prohibition over there? I heard that place was pretty cool.
Oh, it's too bad we can't see the cars from here. There's a beautiful silver car out there. It must be like a, maybe an Acura? Hold on.
We just have 4 days this week. We have 5-day weekend.
No, it's like a... I don't know what it is.
Stay safe out there.
Every single time.
Look out for one another, love each other, support each other. Do random acts, it doesn't have to be crazy, but just
I'm banning Space Trace again.
you never know. Small act.
It wasn't me. Not me too. Or like that pearlescent white I think is really nice. Man, what is that thing? It is a... I know how to do this. Woo.
look for buzzards. It's out there looking for buzzards. There's some crazy birds out there. Alright, you can see, there's a media out here, they're going to do their reports. We'll wait and see what's happening. I'm kind of just walking around browsing properties on the street, right along the street, seeing if there's any searches, anything going on, if there's a police presence. I went all the way down to the right, about to go to the left and see what's happening that way. I'm going to pick up on anything. Just going around seeing what the buzz is. I want to keep the camera planted here.
Ooh.
Back view.
Baked potatoes funny. Oh, that's awesome. I'd be so pissed off if it was a baked potato car.
Breach forms. Have you ever felt that chill when someone steals a secret and posts it?
Hey,
Let me ask you this.
everyone, how's it going? Seems like there's 10,000 leaf blowers. Hey, everyone, how's it going?
Hey everyone. Can't do it. Damn it. My throat's too dry.
We're just gonna roll with it. I got this interesting box. I normally don't buy stuff when I see photos of it on social media, especially since I don't really pay too much attention to social media anymore. But this one really caught my interest, and I figured it might be worth sharing.
It looks cute.
I'm actually curious as to if there's something even further I can do with this particular product. Let's crack into it to see what we're talking about. I like opening boxes with scissors because it gets everybody all worked up. So this thing cost me $50 or so US, including shipping, directly from China. Nice packaging, looks cool. It's this little guy, MagClock. There's, I think, a few different versions of this out there. I've seen some that don't have the actual Apple logo on it, that it's just like rainbow stripes, and then some that also have like an additional silkscreen printing of like the name of the company that makes this. So I'm pretty sure they're all the same thing, but some companies like resell them and put their own branding, or maybe they're too afraid of pissing off Apple sort of thing. But I mean, first impressions actually are pretty good even of the box, right? Like the box is nice quality, they're using the correct font, it's Garamond, nice color photos, they've got the Happy Mag on top. They're absolutely violating all sorts of intellectual property, like with this, right? Let's not kid ourselves, but I mean, that's what the internet's for, I guess. Right out the back, we've got USB-C. It's a good sign.
Slow that.
And then take a look at the unit itself and then what else you get.
The gubs up.
Some stickers. That's neat. And then looks like this little instruction manual. Both Chinese and English. Simple enough. If you haven't figured it out, this is basically an alarm clock. It's a little more yellow of a color than I was hoping for. I mean, obviously it's an original Mac. They didn't put any silk screening on the front, so it can be whatever you want, right? Like Mac Plus, 128 by 12, anything that looks like this. And I'm realizing there is no logo on the front, and they give you the sticker for that, so you can kind of pick how much wrap do you want to incur. Do you want to put the full logo on there, or do you just want to go with the stripes? You can even put like Macintosh and stuff on the back. Looks like there's some spots for that on here, so that's pretty neat.
What the heck?
I found also kind of whimsical about this is, you notice it's got this floppy disk. Like, obviously it's not a working floppy disk, but
What do you mean obviously? Is it an SD card?
real eject mechanism in here.
So funny.
Why can't I get it to stay? Oh, there. Okay, so you push it in and then down. I guess you just kind of get your fingernail in there and pop it back out. And then it booted out. This thing does have a battery in it, which I found rather interesting. Backlight on off. Press backlight button. Where is the backlight button? On the top. Oh, it's just a touch.
Oh my god, it's a piece of crap.
The handle bit. Okay, so you touch where the handle is. That's kind of neat. And
No, it's not, it's garbage.
The thing that I'm noticing, and this is what really caught me in the photos that I wasn't 100% sure would be true when you get the actual product. You can see it better if I turn the backlight off. Notice how it's got like a glossy front on it? That glossy front is actually curved as if it was a CRT. I mean, obviously there's an LCD panel behind it, but they put a decent amount of effort into making this thing look good. Okay, so the wheel.
Oh, that rainbow shows up because it's polarized.
Although it's the opposite of kind of what you would expect. You roll the wheel to the right to increase the brightness and to the left to decrease it. That's opposite of like the way it is on the original machines with the CRT. That's neat. It's just like where you would expect it. There's a couple buttons on the bottom, looks like time and alarm. And supposedly there's some like different modes. Yeah, so you can change like the temperature. Because I'm a stupid American who use everything in non-metric numbers here. One, press the clock button to change time setting. Clock button. Guess this one? Oh, and then you press this one again to confirm and go to the next thing. So it's just a real simple push one button and then scroll the wheel around kind of thing. And the temperature obviously is just like interior temperature where this thing is. It's not, as far as I'm aware, this doesn't have any sort of internet connectivity, there's no Wi-Fi, can't. That would be cool, like if it could tell you what the temperature is where you live. I mean, it does what it says on the box, at least it's a clock. I'm sure you can set an alarm. It looks like you do get a battery indicator up there. And then the whole thing is charged through USB-C on the back. That's the only connection. Looks like it's just 4 screws. And they, I mean, again, gotta give them credit. Like, look at where the screws are on the back of this thing. They're in the exact same places as they are on the actual Mac. So that's what really got me so interested in this thing. Like, I didn't need an alarm clock. I've got plenty of things that can do that. But it's a really nice mold. And let me show you a little hint at something I'm hoping this can help me with. I'm pretty sure this sucker was inspired by one of these. You may have seen these online. This is a 3D printable model with a color LCD in it, and it's got a Raspberry Pi Zero stuffed inside here. I'd like to say somebody came up with this project like 2 or 3 years ago. And because it's a Raspberry Pi, you can just like run whatever you want. The whole gist of it was you get a Mac OS emulator on here so that it actually becomes a legit mini Mac. I've never been crazy about this case though. Like, it looks decent enough, but it's obviously 3D printed, and nobody can ever get the colors quite right. And in comparison to this model, which is way more accurate to what the original machines look like, I mean, it's kind of a night and day difference, right? Like, again, not to say whoever modeled this did a bad job. I think they did a good job, especially making it 3D printable. But do you think there's any chance I could take the guts out of this and put it in here instead? Well, as a wise man once said, don't turn it on, take it apart. Although I already turned it on, so I guess I broke that advice. I'm going to figure out how to take the disc out so I can turn this thing off. This, I think, is probably like the shittiest feature of this whole thing. Like, I dig the disc, I think that's cute, but it's just way too fiddly. It should be just one of those simple click in, click out sorts of things, and you just use with your fingernail. It's really tricky to stick the disc in and then press it down, and then even trickier to dig it back out. Anyway, plus if you lose the disc, you screwed, you can't turn the thing back on. Are they going to put me in the same situation that I have there with Real Macs, where you got to get some kind of crazy extension going in order to get down in there? The answer is yes. Rattling already. Next question is, how does this come apart? This casing is just exceptionally tight, which again is just like the originals. I find the similarities between this and the original ones uncanny at this point. They really did their homework. Okay, I'm finally starting to make some progress here. There are clips. I'm doing a little bit of collateral damage in the process. It's coming in. Surprising. Boy. I don't like all them
to. Alright, so that's the touch connector. And it's a simple little circuit board. Of course. So this popped off here when I undid the screen, whatever. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to do it in this episode. But fitting the guts from this into here, there could be some possibility. I would probably have to 3D print some additional bracket things, like especially for the screen to fit in here to hold it in place. The dimensions might be a little tight. That screen might actually be slightly bigger than this one. So I have to be careful there. It also looks like, of course, we screwed up and broke this tab, which is not surprising. But again, wait a minute. I just realized, so the screws I took out, they literally don't do anything. They don't hold it in at all. It's just the clips. Because here's where those screws go, and they don't, right? They don't do anything. And then the screws in the back, you can just see, they like through those holes. So those are just to make it look accurate, which I wish they had used those to hold this thing together, but at the same time, I mean, kudos to them for going above and beyond to try and make it look right. And I also like that it's a standard 18650, at least I think that's what this is, so that inevitably when this battery fails, you can get another one. It was hot glued in, but obviously not very well, considering it just popped out. Yeah, 18650 with a little connector on the end, and it just kind of fits in there. Overall, not bad. Not bad from a engineering perspective. Of course, now I put it all back together because I'm an idiot and started doing this before, like taking thumbnail photos, or beauty shots. Yeah, just press this back together. I mean, I got the one tab in the corner that's broken, so that'll help me back in. So I just finished putting the stickers on this thing, and it makes it look even better. I went with the actual Apple logo just to play the part. They even had little stickers for the disc, including the original label, like off of what the disc looked like. They're definitely not like just kind of half-assing it when it comes to the intellectual property infringement, I guess you could say. Because they give you, multiple Apple logos, the Macintosh thing. The label on the back says it's made by a company called Wonder Boy Innovation Design Company. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Tim Apple's going to be out their door shortly after this video goes live. But buy it while you can, I guess. I got mine off of eBay, but I've seen these on AliExpress and Amazon as well. And I will include the Amazon link down in the description. I mean, $50 is kind of a lot of money for a pretty basic alarm clock, right? Even if they just went whole hog with the intellectual property infringement and instead of that basic beep, have the alarm sound be the next startup chime. I think that would have maybe made this a little bit more compelling for the money, but at the same time, I'm just really impressed by the build quality of this thing, and especially the fake CRT appearance. They were really paying attention. So, either way, I mean, it's a cute little alarm clock for your desk. If you like this one, I'd appreciate a thumbs up and be sure to subscribe. Here's another episode you should check out. And as always, thanks for watching.
It's such a weird phone number to call from. Okay, it's a Chevy Malibu, it says. It's parked or stuck on a snowy, icy street in what looks like a residential Edmonton winter setting. Fuck you, Grok. The car is probably totaled. The structural damage is too extensive for economical repair. It's in perfect shape. There's not a dent on it. It's like the side's obviously fallen off. Multiple panels are buckled and separated. Ooh! Grok is not very good at image. Whatever you call it. I just wanted to use Google. No such luck. Tell Grok to think harder is right. $26.16 Malibu maybe. Wow, it's like a 9-year-old car. I wonder why it thinks it's been beat up. Man, Grok's crazy. Let's see what Gemini says about it. The sides are falling off. It appears to have been damaged by falling branches or tree debris. It's got a tree branch in front of it, you fucking idiot. Okay. Yeah, you just gotta hold on, alright? Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out here. That's why I got my glasses off, eh? What? Who's it? Who's that? Who? Who'd you say? Mr. what? What'd you say? Mr. You said it right. Come on. Mr. No. Mr. No. Yeah. Why are you being shy? You know his name. What do you think drew that? You Tiger drew it? Mom? James? Oh. What? No? Yo, sir. Mm-mm. Man, I guess I'm kind of glad. Hey, Cher. They're cute, eh? Battle's like a million times better than that other crap, you know that?
Yes.
What?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, buddy. You know what's gonna be a real bad look for your mom? When they're like, hey, are you committing fraud? And she says, well, no, right?
Yes.
Say, okay, well, how come your kid and his dad were homeless for 2 years and you were accepting money for them? Right?
Yes.
They're gonna ask that, and there's not really a good answer for that. Why did she do that? I don't know either. You could have had a home. Right?
Yes.
Ridiculous, bro. You know what's more ridiculous about it? You wanna know what's more ridiculous about it? Okay. Can I tell you anyway? No? I can't? Okay. Love you. Do you want a homemade McGriddle?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't want homemade sausage patties and eggs on waffles?
No.
And a little sandwich?
No.
With maple syrup?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I'm okay with it. And you want little sausage patties?
No.
Little chicken balls?
No.
You want toothpaste in the balls?
No.
A kick in the nuts?
No.
A punch in the nose?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yep, that's what you asked for.
No.
That's what you wanted for breakfast. That's what I'm gonna tell him. Yeah. Hot, hot, hot. What's up, buddy? You don't know? That is not much of a very good of an answer.
So I come from the great land of the...
So I want people to understand that it's like that's just the reality.
So I come from the great land... So I come from the great land of the chieftain Elizabeth Warren, and I'd like to know, Laura Healy is our governor, and she has asked citizens of Massachusetts to take illegal immigrants into their homes and house them because they don't have enough housing for all of them. So I just want to know, answer my question first. Are you willing to do what Laura Healy asked the citizens of Massachusetts to do and house illegal immigrants in your own home? Because she asked us to do that.
Well, okay, alright, so you gotta understand that, like, well, I didn't, listen, whenever I wanted illegal immigrants to be in the country, I didn't mean near me. No, I didn't mean that at all.
I wasn't willing to do that. I was wondering if you and your
And that's exactly what I'm about to make. You're very easily entertained. You're very easily entertained.
That guy's the next Charlie Kirk. Ha.
She's asking citizens to step up if they want. Nobody's forcing you. And by the way, you already have programs. Be quiet. You're right there. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm getting to it. Just be quiet. I'm getting to it. If you listen.
He said, see, this is the reason why I would never do this. Because, like, this is, like, I'm thinking in my mind, like, could I just click on that person and ban them? Like, I would never have to think about that.
Because he's going to get to it, I'll leave him for now. Unfortunately, I will not be taking anybody in because I have one.
Oh, wow, what a surprise!
That's in New York City.
Oh, I've got a one-bedroom apartment. Oh, so space is scarce for you. So it's people that have more room than you that have to do it instead. Well, Go figure. How convenient for you. Nobody is illegal in a one-bedroom studio apartment.
Very expensive. So.
Hold on, you have a one-bedroom?
Yeah.
You don't have a studio?
No, a lot of New Yorkers have studios. Well, it depends where you live.
It depends on where you live.
Yeah.
Where do you live? Well, yeah, I can say that. I can say that. But you have a one-bedroom.
Yes, I do.
A lot of people have studios in New York, so you have an extra room. Wow. These people want to write checks that other people have to cash. Welcome to everything. This is their entire mentality. This is it. Man. Don't make me face reality. Honestly, I used to not be a big fan of Michael, but he's really grown on me. He has. He's been cooking recently.
No, so unfortunately, I don't have any space. Unfortunately for now, I don't have any space. But if you have space in your home and you want to play
Oh, like it's a theoretical. Okay, now let me get back onto the script of me virtue signaling, but not actually doing this. All right, yeah. So now let's get right back to it. His logic got body. Well, it's not logic. This is the thing that I'm saying, is that it's completely self-serving narcissistic values. There is no virtue in this at all.
Program that you've already had for a very long time. You can do so, but nobody's forcing you to take anybody in your home.
Well, they are, really. They're forcing you to take people in your community. Like, would he want to live next door? Like, if he had a wife and kids, would you want to live next door to a family or to a house with 5 illegal alien military-age men in it if you had 2 young girls?
Yep.
Would you want to live in? Would you want to be in that situation? No.
Yeah, for sure. That's the first place I
So
move.
this is the kind of stuff like people like this. It's always an abstraction. It's always you know, it's not in my house. Well, it's also not in you don't want it in your neighborhood either.
Hold up.
At the end of the day, this is what these people want to do. They want to flood the country with infinity third worlders so it can satisfy their suicidal empathy. That's what they care about. They care about being seen as a good person and making the right opinions. This is outrageous. None of these people want to deal with illegal aliens themselves. They want other people to deal with it, and then they can reap the virtue rewards themselves. Rules for thee, but not for me. That's exactly it. And meanwhile, I want to let you guys know that I live in the same working class neighborhood that I always have. So does my dad. I live around plenty of illegals. Trust me. How do you know they're illegal? They're fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But I still don't think we should have that happen. I think it should happen. It's not a big deal. Just so you know, yeah. And so, like, this is the thing, is that these are people that are living in the lap of luxury. Meanwhile, they want everybody else in a working class neighborhood, a working class environment, to have their labor devalued and to have their communities overrun by illegal foreigners. It's because people like him never have to see it. That's the real reason. Rat out. I don't know. It's not really a big deal. It's not my problem. If they're illegal, I want you to report if you support ICE. Because the real reason why is that I think they're illegal, but I don't, like, I'm not sure. And I would feel like it would be wrong to just go and report people to ICE when I don't really know that. Like, just because if, like, 8 people live in a house, like, yeah, I think they're probably illegal. But I don't feel like it would be the right thing to do to go and report somebody just on a hunch.
Yeah, just because I think that's what it is.
Is that fair? So I didn't say it? Well, the reason why I'm saying, let me explain the reason why I'm saying it. It's because a lot of these people don't actually live around any illegals, and I do. That's the reason why. Is that they don't even have to deal with the consequences. They probably never have had to. That's the other thing too, is that these are the same as like all these white people walking around. Well, they don't. Well, don't they have a higher rate of crime? It's like, oh, despite only being 14%, you sound like a fucking racist. Really? They don't even know what the word computer is.
Nobody's forcing me to take anybody in your home.
Wow, to hear I live in a one-bedroom in New York and I don't have any space. I get shit.
Well, you're from New York, you know New York. There's no space in New York. My one bedroom is
If there's no space in New York, then why wouldn't you agree to deport all the migrants and the illegals that are in New York? And that wouldn't. Why wouldn't you criticize Zoran Mandami for not cooperating with ICE if there's no space in New York? Like, this is the problem. It's like there is no logical consistency to any of this. It's not at all. Like, and even it's like the amount of dissonance that these people have is like shocking to me. Genuinely shocking.
Okay, man,
It's crazy. Migrants, I don't think they need a lot of space. You know, you give them a nice little bed anyway. A small little box. I don't know about that. Yeah, and no, I did see this, and again, I find it to be, I find it to be so embarrassing that these people. I saw a couple other clips from this too that I think might be worth listening to. Here we go. Where did it go? I think I did see. No, that's not it. And then this is. Oh, here we go.
So throughout this entire conversation of immigration, I keep hearing from Chris, I believe Harry as well, that we need to deport only violent criminal illegals.
Yeah.
It is insane that on a public platform you would be willing to put your fellow countrymen aside for foreigners who do not have any right to be here. This is the reason. This is the reason I say that. This is my
Patriot order. We got a real one here.
My reasoning is, I'm sick and tired of seeing articles of like, Trent Aragua rapes a woman in this state, MS-13 rapes a man in this state, or woman, or whatever it be. Freaking crazy. My issue is, all of these people, you can't say violent aliens, because we didn't know they were violent before we looked into them. We have no...
That's right. How do you know they're violent? Well, they have to come here and commit violence first. Wait a minute. I've got a crazy idea. Let's not find out. Let's just not find out. How about that?
No idea who these people are.
Hold on, I like that point. I want to say two things. You say, like, cast your fellow Americans aside. I think at all levels, immigration helps American citizens. I thought that this Cato would focus on as well. I would focus on this.
Immigration helps Americans. It does not help working class Americans to have their jobs be injected with tons of illegal migrants that are competing for the same jobs. This does not help Americans. Like, it's so obvious this isn't true. The only people that benefit from illegal immigration are business owners and the millionaire and billionaire business class. The working class people don't benefit from it, white people don't benefit from it, Hispanic people don't benefit from it, blacks don't benefit from it, no men don't benefit from it, women don't benefit from it. The only group that benefits from it are rich 1%ers that can exploit their labor. Everybody else, and I would say also upper middle class to upper class people that can also exploit their labor directly through like housekeeping services and landscaping and things like that too.
Regardless of the economic data that shows that undocumented people support the United States fiscally for a variety of reasons, it's also through two separate studies.
They support that. If this doesn't make sense. So, like, you're saying that the United States needs a bunch of illegal aliens? Like, oh, it does not. Like, do you really think that we've had 20 million illegal aliens for the entire time? Like, what about, like, 1990? We had, like, very, very few of them. Compared to now, there's nothing.
Undocumented individuals are less likely to commit violent crimes than native-born U.S. citizens. We are, okay,
Jacob's question is, why... Listen to the qualifier that they use there. Violent crimes. That, yeah, maybe they do commit less violent crimes. I wasn't aware that every crime was violent. It's because they commit other crimes instead of that, too. He He just said undocumented immigrants. Well, I'm just saying in general, by taking money Americans can and squatting on it. Yeah, exactly. Shit and racism. I know. It's a snap argument that a dollar spent on SNAP contributes 1.1x dollars to the economy and ignores the lost opportunity cost. Well, I mean, like, if you could do that, you could just infinitely make money.
Would you throw your native fellow Americans under the bus because you say we should support the violent criminal native, illegal aliens, but we only know that they're violent criminals once they have committed the crimes. And the premise here is that none of these crimes, not a single,
none of these people would be willing to take this risk with somebody that they care about or somebody that they love or themselves. It's only the only people that need to take this risk are other people that take it on for them.
Single one of them would have been committed if the illegals had simply been deported. That's the point.
He's completely right about this. He's totally right. Like there would be no crime in general if it didn't happen. Like, yeah, it's really just that comparing native-born people comparing their crimes in their own country is different than going to another country and committing a crime. Yeah, there's also that too. People moving out of state in droves because they don't want to live near these people and pay these taxes. Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest, most of the jobs that they do, Americans wouldn't touch. Well, why won't Americans touch them? They won't touch them because the wages for those jobs are very, very low, and they're really bad jobs. So the solution, so you've identified a problem, and I think that that's a valid problem, and you're right about that. But I don't agree with your solution for it. So if your solution to Americans not wanting to do certain jobs is that we need to hire an underclass of people that we can effectively use as second-class indentured servants, I don't agree with that. I think that we should look for technological solutions, and we should also look at paying those people a better living wage so they can feel like that job is worth it to them. Like, those are the solutions that I think that we should go with, rather than actually just bringing in a bunch of illegal aliens. Yeah, I mean, duh, of course. So, I mean, it's not like there's no, and again, like, and you're right, this is a legitimate problem, but I don't like that solution. They save so much money on hiring illegals. Do you know who, like, whenever you say they save money, do you know who they're saving money from? The federal government by paying their fair share of the taxes. They're saving money by not chipping in and kicking in to the government in the way that they should. They should be kicking in and they should be putting money into that, and they're not doing it. They're cheating everybody.
Do you think that the American people have the right to enforce the laws duly passed by Congress to have their own orders and define who's here? I think that, yes, no, because it's a dishonest premise. It's a simple. There are so many laws.
Do you think illegals should be deported? Wow, let's see, okay,
But I think that we should. Can I just say really quick? Can you answer this? Right now in the United States, we do not have enough native-born. I'm just giving one example before you speak. We do not have enough native-born U.S. citizens to work every single job. If every single undocumented person right now.
So then why not figure out technological solutions to that and figure out other ways to solve the problem? And also the amount of jobs that are in the economy is based off of the amount of illegals that are in the economy, because the amount of people that are in the entire country are going to need that many jobs. Like, if you need to also service illegals, you would lose jobs that would be needed if you removed all the illegals also. Like, it's just it's like the problem is that these people are good at identifying a problem, but they're very bad at creating a solution for it.
Was deported. I'm gonna make you in the front row $20. I'm gonna make you right now $20 that he will not answer my question. I'm going to answer your question. I'm gonna take the opposite answer. Okay, the answer is that we should enforce laws in a civil way. And currently,
Man. Wow. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
Civil ways to enforce them.
I disagree.
There's so many good examples of U.S. laws that we don't enforce all the time.
Will you answer my question, or is Harry paying me $20?
What should we deport the illegals? I disagree with the premise of the question.
$20? Yeah. It's such an easy idea, and and they just can't get it. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's so stupid. I don't even know what to say, man. I really don't. And why is I mean, it's again, you can't assign. What is this here? You can't assign resources to undocumented people because you can't count them. Emergency services get stretched further. Well, that's another factor. Anybody that's been to an emergency room knows that if you go to any, especially like inside of any southern state, if you go inside of an emergency room, it's going to be filled with people that can't speak English. And, maybe it's politically incorrect to say, but I bet a lot of them are probably products of or directly illegal aliens. They are. Like, who the fuck comes to America doesn't know how to speak English? Well, a lot of people that come from South America do. So they overwhelm the system, and then it takes forever for you to get seen. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, it is, not just the South. Democrats are now expressing concerns and fear that body cameras could be the ICE's new mass surveillance tool and could infringe on the privacy rights of protesters. I said body cams dispel narratives, that's why agitators hate them. It's much easier to break the law and run away than when the police are there to get you, you can turn the camera on and pretend to be a victim. I think that really the problem is that people treat these people, like these different activists, like they're trying to, bro, you gotta be serious? No, I'm being honest, right? This is really what it is. And these are adult children. And once you understand that these people act, behave, and think like children, everything else makes perfect sense. Oh, we can just let anybody into the country. Okay, well, what happens whenever you run out of places for them to be? They don't even think about this. Like, these people can't
Sorry,
even
I'm not quite sure what you mean by places for them today. Could you please clarify?
They have no problem lying, misrepresenting. They don't understand scarcity. They don't understand anything other than what makes them feel good at the exact moment that they're saying it. And that is it. They live in a fairy tale. They do. And they can't comprehend breakfast. You see the podcast segment? This exact question was asked. No, I didn't see that. Actually, I think I did. I'll talk about that in a bit. But they just want a communism revolution. Well, they don't even really want that. Like, a lot of these people don't have any. Don't confuse yourself into thinking that these people have any values to begin with. The only thing that they care about is doing what makes them feel good and makes them feel powerful. That's literally the only thing that they care about. And they can lie, misrepresent, cheat, and do anything that you want. That, again, that's what those people do. They will do anything to achieve that goal. And I think that we need more people like Milei who are able to just come out there, who come out there, maybe I'll get it right eventually, that will come out there and treat these people exactly the way they deserve. Treat them like petulant adult children and don't even listen to or consider what they think. Do not even listen to them. They are retards. They are demons. How did this happen? So the reason why this happened, I'm going to explain why it happened. It happened because aggressive, I think this is especially true with women, but it's true with other men too. I think it's like 80%, 70% women. Aggressive feminine behavior, our society doesn't know how to deal with it. Because obviously there's such a huge disparity between male and female power, that like physical power, that aggressive feminine behavior, they don't know how to tolerate and deal with a person who's like that. Like a guy is able to, you say this as a guy, you can get beat up for this. But like as a woman, you can act this way and there are effectively no consequences for you. And I think that that's the reason why it's primarily white women that do this. The reason why is because white women, on average, are tremendously more privileged financially than minority women like black or Hispanic women. This is just an objective financial reality. And so because of that, they have advantages and privileges, and they're treated in a way that they are basically, if you're one of these white women, you can, if you're affluent, even to a slight degree, you can effectively spend your entire life being a child. You can. You can spend your entire life being a child, and people will tolerate it, and they will put up with it. And that's the reality. That's what happens. So look at domestic violence. Yeah, you're not allowed to smack women. Well, you shouldn't be allowed to smack women. You shouldn't be hitting anybody. But what I'm saying is that the medievals. Yeah. Here's the link. Well, I'll see if we can find it here. And so this is really what happens, is that none of these people are ever held accountable for any of this behavior at all. And nobody actually knows how to treat them in the way that I think that they deserve to be treated. And I think that they are very good at playing a victim and then crying and being sympathetic. A lot of people get angry at me because I do not even have a shred of sympathy for them. When I see one of them get thrown on the ground and pepper sprayed in the face and handcuffed and then like fucking hog-tied and dragged on the ground into a police officer's car, I want to give that police officer a raise. But a lot of other people aren't ready to treat these people. That's the way I think that they should be treated, by the way. Because that's what you would do to a abusive, vitriolic adult child that's dangerous. That's what you should do. And so that's what they are. They are abusive, vitriolic, dangerous children. And if you treat them like they're adults, you are fundamentally misunderstanding their nature. And that's the reason they're allowed to do that. And it's because there is a sympathy system in America that basically it places female suffering as a higher moral caliber than male suffering. And a lot of people are like programmed to automatically, oh, if a girl's getting upset, well, now I guess I'm wrong about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That entire mentality of behavior.
That was my whole marriage. Like, what are you talking about? That's how it goes.
Exactly it.
You're obviously wrong. She's yelling at you.
And you just have
Idiot.
to stop.
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
And the way to deal with it
What a dummy.
is that you literally, and you guys know this with girlfriends. Have you ever had a girlfriend that crashes out randomly, and then you don't capitulate to the crash out, or you engage with the emotional breakdown, and then they just stop doing it?
Have you ever? No. No, it gets worse,
To the
idiot.
extent that you capitulate and engage with these breakdowns, meltdowns, etc., they will become your entire life.
Yep.
I did. It was awful. Yeah, exactly. You de-aggro. Usually that escalates more and more. Well, I don't think so. If it spirals, then you just have to break up with them. I tell my girlfriend bitch you crazy. I don't tell them that either. But like again, if you go and you put up with that, you can guarantee that it will never stop. That's it.
We can't make it stop, idiot. How? She's already pregnant with your kid, buddy. I don't know how this is gonna happen. The only way to get you sticking around at all. Come on now. This is gonna be so. What is wrong with people? There's no way this is true.
Well, hello and welcome back to Reality Check. I'm your host, Ross Coulter, and today we've got a story that I hope will address one of the biggest issues I get asked about the most.
The story goes something like this. Just imagine this as you. You're visiting family that live out of town, out in the hills, and one of the things that you like to do when you go out there is to explore those hills. You know, climb around, find caves, just check the place out. So you do that, walking around, having a good time, and then you find a crack, just big enough to wiggle through. So you do, and on the other side you find this massive drop, like you can't even see the bottom of it. It's just a hole that ends in darkness, like your mom. So now you're really curious, and you come back a few days later with some climbing buddies and a lot of rope, and as you're descending down, you start looking at the walls of this hole, this shaft, and you start to realize they seem to be made of very, like, evenly sized stones. This was built by someone. When all is said and done, you realize that this hole, this shaft, is hundreds of meters deep and dated to nearly 5,000 years ago. Whoever built this thing had to have advanced engineering skills, and you have no idea what this thing is for. This is the story of the Kara shaft. It's become a bit of a niche internet mystery, a lot of crazy conspiracies around it, and a lot of questions. Questions like, who was this ancient advanced civilization?
What did they build it for? How did they build it? And maybe the most pertinent question of all, does this thing actually exist? In 2011, a Russian speleologist, that's a fancy word for a cave expert, a guy named Arthur Zimikov, was exploring the rugged slopes of Karahor, a mountain range in the high North Caucasus region. This is wild country, full of glacier-carved valleys, jagged outcroppings, and weather-beaten cliffs. It's a place that would be really good at keeping secrets, in other words. If it had secrets to keep, that is. Zimikov found out that it did. Yeah, he discovered a hole in the mountainside that led to this really deep shaft. It was something right out of Indiana Jones, right? A hidden passage with smooth, straight walls and cold air swirling up from below. So Zimikov got a crew of cavers together and they rappelled down the shaft. They thought it might be some kind of tube or some other geological feature at first, but then, as they continued down about 40 meters or so, they became convinced they were seeing something man-made. Zimikov had discovered an underground superstructure, an underground building made of blocks that sat so close together not even a knife could slip between them. Like the scale of the place brought to mind the pyramids, and specifically some of the shafts inside the pyramids. It would have taken a highly advanced civilization to build this. And surely tracking down the civilization would keep scientists busy for decades, right? Except it didn't. Outside of a few Russian news shows and several conspiracy websites, Arthur Zimikov is basically a total unknown. His life is so poorly documented that at times while we were researching this, we were convinced that he was completely made up. But that's not true. He was a real person who was loved by the people who knew him. Like, this is his friend Viktor Kolodorov at his grave. We'll get to that. But there's a lot of mystery around Zimikov. Like I said, we at some point even thought he might not be real at all because he wrote extensively about Karahor. He explored it quite a bit. He wrote in his diary about this place, but his diary is lost. Nobody can seem to find all of his writings about it. Like, some people think that maybe he found something that he shouldn't have found, and that it was kind of taken by people in power. We'll get to all this, I promise. But even though his writings are now missing, his friend Viktor Kolodorov told people about what he found in there. Or basically, what he said he found was an underground city with tunnels stretching up to 72 kilometers long, all the way to Mount Elbrus, which is Europe's highest mountain. Now that sounds extreme, but they definitely did find something inside that mountain. The Greater Caucasus Mountains are part of the Caucasus region. It sits on the border of Russia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. And Karahora is a group of connected mountain peaks that's right about there, just northwest of the midpoint. Much of it is rough, craggy, and heavily forested, and mostly made up of volcanic and metamorphic stone, things like tuff, schist, limestone, with some granite. These are rock types that tend to break along straight lines as they cool and shift, and they're also prone to chemical weathering that can erode the stone into large blocky shapes called core stones. Just something to keep in mind there. But getting back to the shaft and the explorations of it, we talked about Arthur Zimikov and his friend Viktor earlier and their explorations. There are a couple of other people in the story that are worth mentioning, and that's Vadim Chernobrov and Alexander Sploshnov. Vadim started a group called Kosmopoiska, and they're a group of science professionals and hobbyists who, like to visit mystery sites, chase UFOs, explore crop circles, that kind of thing. So the woo-woo alarm is on standby over here. We're getting close to woo-woo territory, but Kosmopoiska, they did do some really cool expeditions over the years. Like just some of the things that they did between 1980 and 2016 was they visited the Tunguska impact site, they searched Mount Ararat for traces of Noah's Ark, and they searched for the Brosno dragon in Lake Brosno. You know, laugh all you want at their leanings, but I'll tell you, I would have had a ball doing that. That sounds like a lot of fun. But anyway, no, you could say that this shaft was right up their alley. But anyway, Vadim and his team explored the site sometime after its discovery, like in 2011. But there are no traces of it on their website. They didn't leave any information or diary entries or blog entries on their website about it. For some reason, we don't know why. Which made researching this very difficult. I will say that a big majority of stuff that we got for this video came from a video from the Universe Inside You YouTube channel, who are into this kind of stuff. So take it with however much salt you like. But the video is right that Vadim did definitely take part in some Karahor shaft investigations, even though they didn't write about it on their website. We know that he did that. We know because here's an interview that Vadim did with Russian news media where he talked about the shaft descent, the smooth walls, and the large underground hall that his team found at the bottom of it. And that brings us to Alexander Sploshnov. Alexander's a cave enthusiast, but he also does 3D renders of the caves that he explores. Yeah, Alexander's mentioned all over that Universe Inside You video because his photos of the shaft are actually the most recent that have been taken. And he also has a connection to that Cosmopoiska group, so like his YouTube channel actually has videos of all their events. And he has a second channel just for his 3D art, which is pretty impressive stuff. And I'll just throw in there real quick, there were some sort of conspiracy theories that suggest that the Karawara shaft doesn't exist at all, and that all the images of it are just splashed on his 3D art. That is not true, but the fact that he does 3D art and does a really good job of it led a lot of people to think that the whole thing was fake. It was not. So Cosmopoiska definitely investigated the shaft, even though they didn't write about it, they didn't leave anything behind. There are some other people included in the Karawara story who did leave a little something behind. Yeah. In October of 1942, the German army came through the Caucasus region as part of Operation Edelweiss. And you can see a date underneath the swastika that says 28X42. The X stands for 10, like the 10th month, so that's the 28th of October 1942. All of which lines up because on the very next day, on October 29th, they captured the city of Nalchik, which was about an hour's drive from there. So the German military were there for military reasons. Obviously, there were reasons for them to want to take the Caucasus Mountains. But the reason also that they came to that specific spot may have been a bit more occulty. Yeah, you might know that the Nazis were kind of famously into occult stuff. Now, this has been exaggerated by Hollywood. It wasn't all Raiders of the Lost Ark and whatnot, but it definitely was a thing. Heinrich Himmler especially was super into this stuff. He even founded a bureau that set out to find ancient relics to kind of prove their occult ideas to the world. So like a big part of their belief system was that they were descended from a master race from a long-lost Aryan civilization, right? And part of that was the belief in a city called Shambhala, where the Aryans lived. It was basically like the Garden of Eden for Hitler's master race. So they were always on the lookout for proof of this ancient city, which according to legend was buried underground somewhere. Their first guess was actually a place in Tibet, and the Nazis actually did an expedition there and searched for it, but they came up empty. But their next guess was in the Caucasus Mountains, because, I mean, where else are you going to find a master race of Caucasian super beings? So, it's not true, but for a while there, a lot of people thought that white people came from the Caucasus region, and that's where the word Caucasian came from, right? Now, over time, this got disproven. Obviously, now we know that it's a lot more complicated than that. It's too much to go into here, but even by 1940, this was completely discredited. But the Nazis kind of latched onto it. So yeah, when they came through the Caucasus Mountains, they took their shot and they looked for it. And that symbol that's carved into the top of Karawara Mountain is proof that they were there. Now, whether they actually found the shaft, the chasm underneath Karawara, we may never know. But they were definitely there, and they would have found this very interesting. And that Nazi angle has led to a whole lot of suspicion that maybe they could have even actually built that shaft to try to get down to an underground city that still hasn't been reached, or maybe it is down there and the Nazis knew about it, but then they, destroyed all the records of it or whatever. Anyway, it just kind of added to the suspicion of the thing. Now, there's another interesting theory from Reddit. There's always interesting theories there. But the theory is that it wasn't the Nazis who carved that swastika at all, but actually the Soviets, who later came in and they did that to plant a false flag, basically. Like, the idea is that the Soviets actually built this shaft for like a secret government experiment, maybe as late as even the 60s, but then they carved a fake swastika in there to make people think that it was the Germans that did it. A Reddit user named Longpickle claims to have met an ex-soldier who visited some huge Soviet engineering projects back in the day. And he suggested it might have provided a chance to test out ventilation systems, maybe install seismic research tools, or safe store weapons. And this actually isn't that crazy. The Soviets actually built a lot of weird underground stuff in the Cold War. Take, for example, the Balaclava submarine base. This is an entire underground military base carved out of a Crimean mountain that was hidden from NATO satellites until the 1990s. There's also famously an underground city hidden under the city of Moscow. It's called Bunker 42, and it's a 65-meter deep command post built under the Kangaka Hill. I covered this in a video, but there's elevators, airlocks, an independent power grid, all built below ground. An even closer comparison to Karawara might be found in the bunkers built under Tbilisi in Georgia. It's basically a networked series of bunkers that's practically an underground city. This is in the Southern Caucasus, by the way. So yeah, I mean, digging something into Karawara would be definitely, par for the course for the Soviets. But there are no Soviet records of a massive digging project in this region, and there's no matching design plans. There's no proof of this whatsoever. But, who knows what projects might have been attempted and then abandoned during the Cold War. Alright, so you want to get more nuts? Let's get more nuts. Another theory about the Kara shaft has to do with something called the Solar-Induced Dark Age, or SIDA. The idea is that thousands of years ago, a massive solar event forced humanity to retreat underground, and that we're basically all just descended from underground dwellers. So believers of this idea think that there's a network of underground cities around the world, and many believe that Kara is one of them. It's an interesting idea. I haven't really dived into this idea to see where it came from and how they explain it or whatever, but I can just say that scientists have not found any actual evidence that the solar-induced dark age ever happened. At least nothing you'll see in the mainstream media. But if you really want to get crazy, this next theory, it gets an honest-to-God woo-woo along.
No.
There are people who believe that the Kara shaft might have been part of a planetary weapon. This is mainly from Dr. Joseph P. Farrell, a writer best known for his book, The Giza Death Star. He argues that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built as a kind of resonance machine to focus planetary energy, that it's essentially a superweapon. And somehow the Kara shaft is connected to this superweapon? Or maybe it's just something similar. I guess the idea is that if wind were funneled into this huge shaft, that it could function like a, quote, large pipe in a pipe organ. Like, if it was played correctly, it could produce for sound, which, as we have talked on this channel before, it can be weaponized. So I guess the idea is it was built by an ancient civilization that was at war with another civilization, or aliens. Gotta get that in there somehow. And what it has to do with the Giza Death Star, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's just an example of another super weapon. Anyway, it's weird and it's crazy, so of course it's super popular. Now all of that does definitely lean into really crazy territory, but part of the reason why people have leaned into really crazy conspiracy things around the Kara shaft is because there have been some mysterious deaths around it. Like, 2 of the early discoverers of the shaft died within just a few years of each other at very early ages. I kind of hinted earlier that Arthur Zemikoff had died. There was that picture of his friend Victor at his grave. Well, he died because he got hit by a car while he was walking at midnight in 2015. He was reportedly a bit drunk. He had just been at a pub for a few hours, so it's easy to see it as just an unfortunate accident. But the waitress at the pub apparently described him as being unusually cheerful that night, like he was unable to sit still because he was so excited about something. And according to his friend Victor, Arthur had just called him a day or 2 before that, claiming that he had an incredible discovery that he was about to reveal. To this day, nobody knows what that discovery might have been. So maybe this was no accident. It was probably an accident. But some people do think that he found something and he was silenced. Thankfully, nothing like that quite happened to Vadim, but he did pass away from cancer 2 years later in 2017. He was only 51 years old. Now, there's absolutely no medical connection between his cancer and Kara, but the fact that it happened so close to Arthur's death, of course, spawned rumors, particularly rumors of a curse. Kind of like King Tut's curse when some of the discoverers started dying in mysterious ways. Some people think that this might have been maybe a sacred place with a curse on it. Now, I don't give these ideas any credibility. I think it's just an unfortunate tragedy, and my heart goes out to their families. But I get the feeling that Arthur and Vadim would have been into that idea, the idea of a curse if they were still alive. They seem to be into that kind of stuff. Real quick, I want to shout out some new members who have joined the channel lately. We've gotten a little bit behind, so we're getting caught up. We're blessing people with the power of Zoe. Here we are. There's Jared, Jesse Bowling, Dean, Arlene, Kylie Engelwitter, Jerry Smith, Daniel Lil7, Joy, Rickle Mike, What, Mickey Brand, Rockney Kiernan, Ashley Hayo, The Bro, Dude Print, and Anthony the Greek. Thank you guys so much for becoming members. If you would like to join them, get early access to videos, get a little thing by your name down in the comments, makes you a little bit special, and just be part of an awesome community, just click the join button down below. Kara, to me anyway, just kind of feels like one of those situations where there were just enough weird things about it to gain traction, and then once a critical mass of conspiracy types got a hold of it, it just explodes into a full-fledged internet mystery with layers upon layers of crazier and crazier theories until I have to make a video about it. I find it interesting as somebody who loves stories and mysteries and whatnot, and sometimes, I gotta be honest, sometimes I love how imaginative some of these conspiracy theories get. You know, like, humans come up with some wild stuff. Like, it's kind of amazing. But of course, if you're gonna Occam's razor this thing, it's probably just a natural formation. I know it's not an ancient if I don't, you know, ruin all the fun. So remember earlier when I said that the mountain was made of volcanic and metamorphic stuff that tends to break along straight lines as they cool? That's literally what this is. It was a volcanic rock that cracked along a giant fault line and then shifted, leaving this long, wide, and very thin cavern. This doesn't make it any less cool. It's still very cool. But like, you can look at something like Devil's Tower for an example of this kind of thing. So Devil's Tower was an old lava core that's now in Wyoming. And this lava, when it cooled, it formed these weirdly regular trapezoidal patterns. This is a process known as columnar jointing. Like, here's a straight quote from NPS.gov. As the molten rock cools from a liquid to a solid form, it begins to contract. This contraction stresses the cooling rock, which begins to crack. Cracks radiate out from stress points, forming hexagonal six-sided shapes. Like, that's the same kind of thing that we're looking at here, but on a much, you know, bigger scale. And the rocks at Carahora are different types of rocks than at Devil's Tower, but you get the chemical weathering also plays a part. Like, water could have gotten in to the mountain and eroded down and carved out those large corridors underneath the shaft, and then that can kind of shift the pressure on the rock above, which can cause it to crack into slabs. Slabs that then can break through fracture points in very regular patterns that look man-made. There's actually a good example of this right here in my backyard, my proverbial backyard. Just east of Dallas is the city of Rockwall. Dallas, they got their own lake, 6A school, they're kind of a big deal. And I've lived here for a long time, I've known about Rockwall, I never thought about the name Rockwall and where it came from. Well, just a few years ago, actually, I found out that the name Rockwall came from an actual rock wall. Yeah, farmers in the area in the early days, they kept finding large rocks in their fields, and these large rocks were kind of arranged in straight lines. And when they dug down, they found out that it was this gigantic rock wall, like buried in the soil. And it kind of became this big mystery that the town was famous for. Like, who built these gigantic rock walls? Some of which went on for like 7 miles. Like, this was some kind of ancient mega project. Now, the obvious culprit were the Caddo people who were here for thousands of years, obviously, and they were known to be mound builders, so they did have, you know, structural stuff that they did. But there was nothing about it in their written or oral history, and it certainly wasn't a practice that they did anymore. You know, they built mounds, they didn't build walls. So maybe it was an even more ancient civilization? Or we could just go straight to aliens, just go to aliens. Anyway, yeah, it turns out it's a natural formation. It's just a natural rock formation. It's the product of iron-rich sandstone cracking and fusing as groundwater and tectonic pressure worked on it for millions of years. Simply put, like erosion basically just sliced the rock horizontally through different layers, and then the shifting weight caused the slabs to crack at sort of regular intervals, and in a way that made it look like there were stones that were, you know, intentionally placed there. And Carahora is the same idea, just on a much bigger scale. It's not an ancient superweapon, or a lost city of pale people, or proof that humans used to live underground, or a cursed temple, or an alien antenna. It's just a really cool cake. And really, isn't that enough? Now, there's a lot of mysterious and unique places in the world, but there's only one oldest place in the world. And I set out to find that in my recent documentary, Oldest and Newest Places on Earth. It's an area called the Acosta Gneiss Complex in far north Canada, and it's been dated to 4.02 billion years old, which makes it the oldest confirmed rock formation on the planet. I got to join a team of geologists from the Smithsonian Institution as they search for potentially even older rocks in the area, and they walked us through the history of the early Earth through the rocks there at the Acosta Gneiss.
Geology is great because, you know, we speak about planetary science all the time. Every time you look at a rock, you're seeing a different planet. A planet that used to exist and no longer does.
Then we flew to the Big Island of Hawaii to talk to USGS geologists who were studying Kilauea. While there, I helped to break down rock less than a day old, and I walked across an 18-month-old lava field on the tallest volcano on Earth. What came out of it was part adventure, part educational.
Okay,